So it's actually funny that you were like, "Oh wow, you're alive," because that is actually a bit of a shock. Oh god, stop. The main reason I say that is because I have the reason why I haven't streamed the past couple of days is partially because the game wasn't working, but mostly I've had brutal stomach flu. I kept hearing from people. They were like, "Yo, dude, the flu is going around, and like it's gonna happen, and like, or not that it's gonna happen. It's like, yeah, I heard the flu's going around. Heard the flu. It's like really bad stomach flu, and I was like, oh yeah, probably. I don't know, whatever. And then it got me, hit me like a truck. Can make a build guide in the new Dragon Lord. I plan to do that. So yes, I can, and yes, I will. Flexner just not being sick. Yeah. The worst part is that stomach flu is awful. It's just awful. I didn't eat anything for 2 days. It was great. So all I did was drink water and wait, which was nice. It was a good time. I ate something last night, which was good, and I'm feeling kind of normal-esque. So that's why we're getting back into it. So, hello, what's up, everybody? Hope you're doing good. Oh, also, speaking of tree, I actually do have to take the tree down because even though the tree should like not, the tree should, I'm like usually like, oh, I'll keep it through the winter time. There's no snow left. It's all melted. It's all above zero. It's just been raining. It's been raining way too early, so I will have to take the tree down, so it'll be gone. So for all you tree haters, that will be going away. Also, Triax, welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate the support. It's been a fantastic day. Glad to have you here. Thank you so much. 40 months is a very long time. I hope you're enjoying your day. Also, what's up, Mike, Kentos, Sculty the Ocelot, Sylvarn? Hope you're all doing well. Thank you so much for tuning in, everybody. Yeah, we're going to be doing some archery today. It's going to be a good time. Not the tree knowledge. How can I guess your location without the arbor knowledge? I mean, I guess you can't really see out my window, but I'll give you a hint. You already know what city I'm in, because I mentioned it all the time. Because I'm in ye old capital city of the country. How's it going? I'm feeling better than yesterday. So yeah, I've the past few days have been really rough, and I haven't really eaten a whole lot. Yeah, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, I basically didn't eat anything or do anything. It was brutal. I spent a lot of time turning my insides into my outsides, which is great. And yeah, I don't recommend it. So don't get the flu. But today, I'm feeling okay. I took some Dayquil, and we're just gonna go forward. Dragon Lord Archer the other day, it was just gross. Whole groups were dead before my Blackcaster even had range to cast them. Dragon Lord Archer, amazing. That sounds fantastic.
Is just give me 100 million and I'll let you know.
Okay, perfect. Thanks. Honestly, if we split it, that sounds good to me. I'm in.
I know where Strim is, just give me 100
Let that play
million
twice.
and I'll let you know.
Let that play twice. It shouldn't play twice. It did play twice. I don't know why it played twice. Oh well. Maybe double dipped. Get the gear you wanted? Not yet. I'm still in the process of putting the, like, I had the list of the gear, but the problem is that I had, it just takes literal time to get the pieces. So I have the list of gear, so it's coming up in piecewise. I did get 2 characters set up with the rep, so, or not the rep, the crafting guild stuff, because now I know how that works. And yeah, I'm doing the essence farming right now, so I have essence to fill up the pieces. I have like the craftables. I need to get the guild craftable for like I still need to get the boots and gloves for a couple of pieces of gear, but I'm working through it piece by piece. So you are level 11. No, I am level 10. So 7 plus 2 plus 1 is 10. I am level 10. Unless you're saying you are level 11, like you're using that as an example, like, okay, if you were level 11, where would you go to do quests? And the answer to that question is going to depend on exactly what type of content you're comfortable with. But, hello. Say hello to these people. Depends on what content you're comfortable with. If I was level 11, I would do Vaughn 3 and 4. I would do the first 2 parts of Red Fens, which is because I don't like the last 2. So I would do Claw of Volcour plus Fathom the Deeps. And then I would do White Plume Mountain, and then I would move on. So that's what I would do. No, my character's level 10. So the level 10 here, so when you're level 10, you want to be doing level 8 quests. Are frames back? They're all back. Basically, there was a bug that caused it when you clicked main menu, it would cause your game to crash. And the bug was related to that, and apparently it's been fixed. It would have been nice if it was fixed in less than 7 days, but you know what? A fix is a fix. No matter how small or something. I don't know. Can't complain that much. Good morning. Hope you're Morbin this morning. I'm doing pretty good, actually. I'm doing pretty good. Much better in the past few days. I mentioned this earlier, but I've been away from keyboard because of vicious stomach flu. And so being able to, like, sit up straight and talk is really nice. By contrast to how I was feeling before. It's a huge, very stark difference, so it's nice. I don't know what we're doing or where we're going. I'm just going to run around and do stuff. Shoot bad guys. Fixed in 6. True. As I said, I'm happy the game is back. I mentioned this before, but, like, I've really wanted to play some Dungeons & Dragons online. And so, for me, like, not really wanting to play the game because of the frame issues has been annoying. Because I like playing the game. So, yeah. But just, you know, not feeling any pressure or worry about logging in is nice.
Sitting up and playing VR games? Seems like a good time for this.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty good. Good. Is this done? Are we all done here?
Sitting up and playing VR games?
It's doubling everything? I wonder if it's going to double everything, because that's the second time it happened. Also, Fairy decided to gift out 50 subs. See, this is why I've learned I don't actually need to live stream. I just have to come back, and then it all sorts itself out. That's an insane quantity of subs, dude. So thank you. I very, very much appreciate it. I hope you're doing very, very well. That's crazy. That is a gigantic number. I don't even understand what to say about that. That is one hell of a way to return after feeling terrible and having stomach flu. And I still feel kind of like not a tip top 100%. So we're still working it out. So dude, welcome to the stream team. So many people. Milagro 666, Browsing Monkey, Grey Wolf 3 numbers, Corchet, a real Bronx, Cherry Inferno, a real Shrimp. Dude, so many people that are real. Wrathful Beaver, Cryptolicious, Radiger TV, Split 6, Doogie, PXP, Stanond, Chunky, Zamek, Lightwielder, Blucka, Idealistic Cynic, Carnage, Alpha, Mick Vanderhuge, so many people, Mick Blasphorus. I want to say Mick in front of everybody, because just like Mick something is what a great name. Last Shot Skill? Last Shots Kill? I don't know. I get that name wrong every time. JP Dunny, Palumtra, Marza, Lexibrew, Toferman, Bullock Games, Precision, Silver Horizon. Again, thank you, Fairy. 50 gifted subs is a gigantic quantity, and I don't even know what to say about that. Hand of Good One, Isaac Calcaran, Crazy Trickster, Nostro, Shoshimo, Kiruth, Sovern, DDO, Snips. My Life is a Musical, Therio Zero, Burrito Enjoyer, Peth, Thriss, Orion, Yas Queen, 911, Toby Bear, Hojo Loves You, and I Play Gaming. Dude, thank you so much for the support. I hope you're doing very, very well. I don't even know how to respond to 50 gifted subs because it's a gigantic number. And again, I'm still but I don't know what to say. Thank you. Very generous of you. Holy moly. Best cure to the stomach flu is to talk about Snake King and Kobold Embassy and Mahatma Gandhi. You know, he did say that. Yeah, he did say that. Yeah. Being referred to as Grey Wolf 3 numbers. Well, yeah. I'm not going to take the time to read all the numbers in somebody's name. It's too much work. Grey Wolf 3 numbers is close enough. It's like one of those, like... I know everybody, obviously you'd like to have your own name. Like you won't, like for a lot of people, they don't want to put like a number in their name. They'd much rather just have like you'd probably just want to have like just Grey Wolf because that's kind of cool. The problem is Grey Wolf is like the most common, I think it's like the most common way to describe a wolf in video games. Like it's like one of the first wolf you fight in DDO is a Grey Wolf. So there's going to be a lot of those. And so, you know, it's like if you wanted to call yourself like Warrior, like you're just one of your Twitch handles to be Warrior. I shall attend to it. They probably have a lot of people have that. Dragon Warrior, a lot of people probably have that. So then you have to have the number at the end, and then it's like so for some people they make it significant. So they'll be like, "Oh, I'm Grey Wolf 87" because like that's your birth year or something, or like that's the year you made your account. So people will have that distinction there. And And so in a lot of cases,
Quest
I don't need to know the
completed.
numbers. So I just something 3 numbers.
I shall attend to it.
I don't know the history. I don't know the story. I could travel through time and learn all about it, but I ain't gonna.
I shall attend to it in a trice.
So there's that. I don't know what we're doing next. But yeah, I was asked earlier about why I'm not why, but like I didn't take level 11. I bank XP for the very specific reason is that there are level ranges that I really hate. So as an example, I absolutely hate in all capacity and cannot stand at all the
Quest completed.
level 10 range. Oh, perfect. They're doing Vaughn 1 and 2. That's exactly what I need. I can't stand the level 10 range of quests. I hate them. It's like I do like Ravenloft and like a couple quests, and then I want to move on. And so by banking XP, it means that I don't have to start working on level 11 quests at level 12. I can still take 13 and have enough XP to move on. I also generally don't like using experience point potions. I avoid doing that whenever I can. Not because I don't think that experience points or potions are like bad or somehow like destructive for the video game. It's actually just destructive for my own personal pacing. I find that when I use XP potions, I have the feeling like I need to go faster and I zerg harder than normal, and I'm less willing to like help people out if they get lost or like help people out if they're getting started with like a quest or something. And so for me, I'm not having the push there of the XP potion pushing me forward is actually makes a better, more enjoyable game experience for me. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
I shall attend to it in a trice.
Keep your guard up. The spectators may not be friendly.
Oh, I'm a rogue.
Die. Yeah, also, Mudchook, welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate the support. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Glad to have you here. Thank you so much for tuning in, dude. Appreciate it. Difficult game about climbing just released on Steam. A difficult game about climbing just released on Steam. Is that the name of the title? Or like the name of the video game is literally a difficult game about climbing. Just, you know, somebody's really going for the Bennett Foddy gamers out there. Got the dragon eyes? Oh, that's kind of cool. I don't usually run those quests. There's not really I mean, I guess on this character, because I'm a bow character, and bow character is AoE now, it's probably a good idea. Yeah, the bow AoE is very strong. If you haven't had the chance to try it out, it's very strong and also really fun to play around with. So I'm quite enjoying myself. Inferno Sniper from White Bloom Mountain? No, I have a Barovian bow. The Barovian bow is 1 level higher and dramatically stronger. So I'm going to use the Barovian one. But the Inferno Sniper is technically not bad if you don't have anything else. But Barovian bow, pretty good. And since Ravenloft was very recently 99 cents, I imagine or 99 DDO points, I imagine a lot of people probably have access to the Barovian bow, so not a bad option for sure.
Oh, I'm a rogue.
Hi.
Also, B-Jack, welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate the support. Hope you're doing very well. Glad to have you here. Yeah, bow is like super fun. I can't speak to the other ranged combat styles because I am not playing as the ranged combat styles, but right now bow has area of effect attacks. And especially since I'm a paladin, I got access to Exalted Shot here, which is, again, pretty nice. So I'm enjoying the heck out of this. Again, having AoE is just so good on a ranged character. It just actually feels really, really good. Expand it just a bit. I actually don't mind that the general AoE is too tight. I think the issue is that all of them are roughly the same. It would be nice if they had, like, bigger attacks. That were more area of effect. Like, imagine if they, like, this attack opening volley from Arcane Archer just had, because it's an opening volley, it had, like, a much bigger AoE, but did less damage. So imagine if something like, where is it, Arcane Archer? Yeah, this. Opening volley had a much wider AoE, but as a result, it also did less damage, and then it applied the stacks vulnerability. So it's meant to be you apply vulnerability stacks in an area, more so than you're just dealing a bunch of direct damage, which could be interesting. Champion Eraser? Yeah, it's kind of cool. What's up, Listen Chart? How you doing? Yeah, because, like, I don't think that all the AoE needs to be the same. They can have just different ones. So, like, it makes sense why, like, Exalted Shot hits enemies right around the target, because it's meant to be tight. It's like a blowback or something, right? And then They could even have different, like, AoE scaling. So, like, imagine if there was a cone. So if you've ever used the skill Ice Shot in Path of Exile, the way that Ice Shot works is you shoot an enemy, and then it hits them, and then it shoots a ice cone behind the target, dealing damage to the targets behind them. So imagine if something like that existed in DDO. Imagine if there was, like, an attack where you shoot an enemy, and then it does a cone behind them. So you shoot the front one, and then it blasts behind in, like, a cone of cold sort of area.
Inside, scarred and muscular trolls wait restlessly.
Like, that's kind of cool. So it'd be sick to have that.
Rogan, the promoter, shouts.
Must be a game worth trying. Yeah, well, you know, that means you should probably try it.
Storm reach. Angry howls erupt from the crowd.
That's what that sounds like. It sounds like they've really piqued your interest. Like, to me, and this is where it starts, the opening here is we have new content where it's like, oh yeah, now we have these like special arrows or whatever. And my thought process is like, oh yeah, this is the beginning of it. Like, they're going to keep getting more ideas and implementing stuff. Like, yeah, they could make a web arrow. They could make a whatever. And to me, I find that just the idea that there's a lot of options out there that they could experiment around with means that there are a lot of options they could just end up doing if they wanted to. Like, just do one step at a time. BG3, those arrows will stay unused in the inventory? No, like, it's in, like, an attack. It's not like an item. Like an attack. Yeah, if there is an item that you can use that has, like, special thing, like, I've had people ask me about, like, specialty ammunition before, and be like, oh, like, you know, is there, like, specialty ammunition you can get in DDO? The answer is, technically, there is specialty ammunition, but it's basically useless. Oh, so you're wondering why I'm shuffling around? There's an effect in, oh god. My attacks are, like, just straight up missing. There's an effect in Horizon Walker that makes it so that when you stand still... I don't know why my arrow shots weren't hitting at all. But Hunter's Focus, if you stand still, you get 1d4 plus 4 stacks of Archer's Focus. And so that allows me to... Is there another monster in here? Uh-oh. I can just shuffle around and get maximum stacks of Archer's Focus. It's not this one. Mm-hmm. What do we miss? Oh, there they are. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, that works. I don't know how that works, but that works. You know, Hawkeye archetype? I mean, yeah, they probably could. It's just the design space is open. That's what I'm excited about, is that the design space is just open.
It's time for an all-out showdown.
Just so Shadow Strike, range, Scattershot, and Elemental is kind of awesome as a combo. Oh yeah, I want to get Scattershot. I'm really close to getting it.
Their horns are sharpened and their weapons are drawn.
A high damage AoE attack? Oh. Alright. Come here, enemies, enemies, enemies. Yeah, so I still have a lot of damage, like, tied up and requiring a critical strike. And so I need more critical strike damage in multi, but that's like the tier 5 up here, where you get the +1 threat range in multi. That'll come up when it eventually. Yep, exactly. So that's why if you notice me shuffling around, I'll just like move a little bit. It's every time you stop moving for 6 seconds, it grants you stacks of Archer's Focus, and once per time while you remain stationary. It should just count up while you remain stationary. It should just every 6 seconds while you're stationary you get stacks. That's the way I would do that.
2024 is wild. Scattershot's something to look forward to.
Isn't that crazy? Like, Scattershot, like one of the worst abilities in the entire video game, is like, yo, I can't wait to get Scattershot. Scattershot used to be very bad. Very bad. Also, welcome back, SRB. Welcome back to the stream team. Hope you're doing well. Appreciate the support. Hope you're doing very good. Glad to have you here. Hope you're doing fantastic. And welcome back. And hope you're doing good. And I don't have any other words. Sorry, I'm on like a bit of a cycle right now. It's the old I spent half the day yesterday curled up to a toilet, so I'm still working on getting the old brain kicked back into gear. It's been a wild time. It's been a very wild time. Exactly. Praying to the porcelain god. That is correct. It's okay. I'm still alive. You know what? That's all that matters. Still alive. So we're still doing good. And we're doing R2. That's good. I like doing Reaper mode.
A beautiful elf
Okay,
maiden
so
by the fountain, lost in
I should be able to just one-shot this beholder, but we'll see. Because I have access to many shots, so many shots should work here, but we're gonna find out.
a beholder roars, hungry for slaughter and ready for a fight.
Okay, good. I got Decrete. Decrete. So this character, I didn't mention this, but I'm a Ranger, Paladin, Rogue. The goal is going to be 15 Ranger, 3 Paladin, 2 Rogue. The 2 Rogue is because I wanted to possibly get the extra Imbue dice out of the Rogue tree. The 3 Paladin is because it gives me access to Disease and Fear immunity, both of which are quite valuable immunities to just have as blanket effects, which is kind of nice. And so I want to get both of those immunities for sure on this character, because again, for doing like raids and other stuff, high level content, that's just convenient to have, and it makes you pretty powerful. And then also it grants me huge bonuses to my a huge set of bonuses to my saving throws. So one of the benefits of playing as a paladin is paladins get to add 2 plus 3 times their paladin level as charisma modifier to their saves. So because my character has 2 paladin levels, I can add up to 8 of my charisma modifier to all my saves, which is nice because my will save would normally be very bad with a character like this, but it's actually not terrible here, so I can resist most effects. And as I level up, I'm going to get even more of this. Basically, it's plus 11 to all my saves for free, which is kind of nice. I mean, the cost is 3 levels of Paladin, but I'm going tier 5 Horizon Walker, so I don't care as much. And then 15 Ranger for all the good Ranger stuff and favorite enemy stuff, so that should help out quite a bit. Does level this fast? Yeah, first life characters are cool. First life characters are very cool, if you haven't played one in a while. And then I could just talk to Ingstolt, but instead I'm just going to murder him. Murder. Nice, he's dead. Yeah, it's just a good splash. It just works really well. God, my AoE actually taking down the Mephits is so cool. It's just one of those things where like you'd have to take them all down individually, but instead I can just blast them out. Z fighting. I have heard some people talk about their success with some of the different area of effect attacks, describing them as doing a lot more than what I'm doing. If you're at endgame and you've actually toyed around with some of the area of effect attacks, you might notice that some of them are unreasonably effective, and they're very powerful. It was very funny. There were a lot of people that were complaining about the possibility that range characters would be very, very useless in current endgame content. And shortly after release, you now see people posting about how it's problematic that range characters are so powerful because in the highest difficulty of content, you're deleting entire rooms as a ranged character. It's the duality of balance, I guess. At the end of the day, I see this as an absolute win for everybody playing the game, because range just feels more fun. I can't speak to the other combat styles that don't get access to AoE attacks as easily, but for bow, my god, does it feel good. It was a pretty bad nerf, in that it feels really fun to play and it's very powerful. Yeah, it was a bad nerf. It was relatively ineffective, although to be fair, again, I don't think they wanted to nerf range characters. I'm pretty sure that SSG just wanted to delete Hunt's End's problematic design, which is that as long as Hunt's End exists, there's so many abilities you can't make for ranged characters, and so they just changed how Hunt's End works so they could make new abilities for ranged characters. Which is not unheard of. There's tons of games where things like that have happened. So yeah, it's cool. Where like the designers will be like, yeah, we'll work on, or we're going to change some other thing. Oh, God. Where they're like, we got to get rid of this one, not like problematic ability, but this one ability that hinders the space of everything else because of an interaction or a negative interaction. Or just having strike through with the bow. Yeah, it's like having strike through with the bow. I hope they don't just add in strike through with the bow, but it would be kind of interesting. Imagine if there was like a stance that gave you strike through with the bow. So imagine if there was like an artillerist, sort of like universal tree or archetype, and the artillerist got a stance while it was enabled. it like cut their double shot in half or something, but then it gave them strike through with bows. So you just always do AoE damage when you shoot. Yeah. Shooting it with a ring arm, that's a good idea. That's a cool concept. Alright. Level up. And leave party. It's like, I couldn't leave party. The game is a little laggy. Just a little bit. An imbue added to Horizon Walker. See, the thing is, I don't think Horizon Walker needs an imbue, and there's two reasons. One, it's based off of a base class. Pretty much, well, every class in the entire game, except for Fighter, Dragonlord gets one, but except for Fighter, gets an imbue. And Horizon Walker is a universal tree. So I really don't see that as a problem. Unless you're playing pure Fighter Horizon Walker without multi-classing, then I guess I can see that being a problem. But, like, that seems unlikely. You know? Okay, what am I doing now? More Paladin is just more defenses. Like, I don't need more Ranger for anything right now. More Rogue gives... I guess I'll take the extra Paladin level and then the Rogue level. I don't know. Actually, the Ranger level gives me Evasion. No, that's Ranger 9. I'm going to take the Paladin level, and then I'm going to take the Rogue level, and then we're going to keep going. So I'm going to take this, and I guess I will take Diplomacy. Or I have 6 points, so I can just take UMD. That's probably fine. Yeah, it's probably fine. Get more UMD is good for me. Okay, so now I have more Paladin levels. The level order doesn't really matter that much. That's why I'm not stressing about it. It's just one of those things where I get more stats. Walker training, that's a 1-pointer? That's crazy. Walker's guidance does not seem good. It gives an ally evasion, improved evasion, and +5 saving throws versus traps. I'd love to use that, but I don't know how to do that. So I'm going to take Dex because I know how to use that. Oh, wait. I don't have enough points because that's a 2-pointer and that's a 1. Oh, I'm missing 1 point. Okay, that makes sense. And then we grab Scattershot. Scattershot is the AoE here, which is quite nice. Also, look at that new icon. Did they change Scattershot or did it always look like that? Because that's a great icon. Did it always look like this? Let's check the DDO wiki because that would not be up to date yet. I don't think it always looked like that. Did it always look like that? Did I just never take Scattershot because it was so bad? Yeah, it did. This is a great looking icon. I love this. It's very clear in what it is. It's got 3 arrows. It's perfect. And it fits with the visual. Yeah, it's the same one. I haven't taken it in such a long time. Doing specialty 31 feet? That'd be funny. So I was leaving my Arcane Archer mutt without an imbue just feels somewhat bad. Well, if you have Deepwood Stalker, then you have access to Arcane Archer. Just get the Arcane Archer one. It's right here. Like, just take Arcane Archer. And if you're playing as a Dark Hunter, then take the Dark Hunter one, which is even better. Because the Dark Hunter one scales off of 200% range power, so it does even more damage. It's one of the better imbues in the game, if you can get it going. Like, for my character, I'm going to be using the Arcane Archer one for leveling, and then I'm going to be, in Epics, using Slayer of Evil instead, because it scales 200% with range power, once I actually get more range power. Because right now, my character has some range power while standing still, but honestly not a lot, whereas when I get way more, it'll be better. But for now, I'm just rocking the force spell power. Anyways, I've been drinking a lot of water, so I'm going to use the bathroom. I'll be right back, and then we'll get back to the things and the doing stuff. Whoop, I'm back. Archer, do you push dex for feats or dex hit somewhere, or just focus strength and charisma as usual? So you can't get strength hit and damage with a bow, so don't ever use strength hit and damage with archer. Squirrel patrol, please don't do that. And paladin archer, you have the option to go charisma or dexterity. Charisma is quite good because you had access to divine might, which is in the Knight of the Chalice tree, especially if you're using Knight of the Chalice, which is a good option for paladin archer. And if you're going horizon walker, I would usually recommend dex. Just because if you get dex and stuff out of the tree and it scales better. But again, you have the flexibility there. Just remember, if you want to go paladin archer and you want to use charisma, you need Fade Arc Illusionist. So you need to get charisma to hit and damage here, which means you either need to multi-class or you need to take the extra feat. And there's already a lot of bow feats, so it gets a little complicated. So if you're going to go paladin archer, I'd recommend going like human, so you can fit in extra feats, so you can take magical training and then be able to take this stuff and then this. And then you can swap out magical training for another feat that you might possibly need. So let's say, for example, precision. You just don't take precision while leveling. And then once you get to 20, you swap out magical training, and then you use one of the epic destinies that gives you magical training. Like Makrotech, for example, gives the magical training feat, which means you can then take this stuff in epics. And then you just swap that out for precision, which has no prerequisites, and you kind of go from there. Also, there's a Helldivers update for what? What Helldivers update? You can just like write that in the chat and then not tell me what it's about. What's the update? I even went on the thing. Oh, today. Patch 1.000.100. That's a lot of O's. Let's see. Planetary hazards are active. Many planets now have environmental changes that will appear at random while you're deployed, from fire tornadoes to meteor showers. Horrifying. Eradicating missions now require more kills and enemies spawn more often. The time to complete the mission was previously shorter than intended and now take twice as long to complete, which makes sense. So now the kill the robots mission on difficulty 10 is going to be hard. Breaker got nerfed. I'm actually going to look at these on stream so you guys can see this. So we can go to this because some people care about Helldivers. Breaker got nerfed. Railgun. Decreased armor penetration in safe mode. Decreased damage dealt against durable parts. Okay, so they just nerfed Railgun. Flamethrower, increased DPS, fantastic. Laser cannon, increased damage against durable parts, increased armor penetration, increased ergonomics. So they buffed laser cannon. Buffed the Punisher. Breaker, spray and pray. They also buffed. I never used the Breaker, spray and pray because I never unlocked it yet. So there's that. Energy shield backpack, increased delay. So they nerfed the backpack. It's very strong. 380 and 120 now have better spreads. That's great. And then a bunch of bug fixes. Armor no longer stretches when dismembered. Hilarious. Camera, throw, ICBMs. We'll get properly toasty with a chance of not so spontaneous combustion. That makes sense. Here we go. Good stuff. It's a good patch. Alright, what was I doing? Oh yeah, video games. Level 9s. 9s, R1, and then we go here, and then we go here, and then we go vault of night. Pally Rogue Dark Hunter can focus on a view with Elf Arcantress Rise Walker with bonus, sneak bonus, no shocker. Yeah, that seems fine. It's similar to what I'm doing, except I'm just going, instead of Dark Hunter, I'm going just regular Ranger, but it's a similar concept. Ravenloft time? No, not Ravenloft time. Gun though, it's supposed to be silly. Yeah. So yeah, the railgun in unsafe mode is still perfectly fine. And unsafe mode is the more damaging mode. It just has the possible risk. I have never hurt myself with unsafe mode because I always just let it go. I don't hold on to it. But yeah, if you're really good with your railgun shots, you can destroy Bile Titans, the most dangerous bug in the game. Actually, I would disagree. Actually, I don't think they're the most dangerous bug, but you can destroy them in one shot if you get a good one. Like if you just land one really good shot, they're just gone. So that's also a thing that you can do. It has occurred to me, I have no way to self-heal. Well, we'll cross that bridge. We'll solve that problem later. It's not a big deal. Hey, what's up? Claw wants to join me. Welcome. The small bugs. The most dangerous ones, bugs in the game, in my opinion, are not the Bile Titans. But it's the... oh my god, the trolls still have to run back. I like that there's like a double explosion sound effect. That's kind of funny. It's the bile spewers. They're like green spitting bugs because they're armored. They have the artillery. They spawn in high quantity, and they take twice as much damage as the orange ones. They are very dangerous and hard to deal with. Fortunately, they also only spawn on high difficulties as well, but they're the hardest. That's the hardest bug in the game, in my opinion. And now the nerf isn't that bad. Takes 3 shots, break charger legs instead of 2. Yeah, only if you're using on safe mode. If you use it on unsafe, it's still gonna break on 2, which is fine. That's all that matters. For the most dangerous, stalkers? Yeah, stalkers are the most dangerous, for sure. They take so much to kill. They're not too hard to get to send away, but if you're not prepared, just one shot. It's just over. You just get, like, knocked 100 feet back by the stupid stalker. As they just blast you into space. Welcome. They're a fun bug. And the best is when you don't realize that they're there. So you're just like playing the game, doing whatever, and then all of a sudden there's just one behind you, and you don't know what direction it came from, but you're too busy to figure it out. Good times. You mentioned if you don't kill the nest? Yep. Yeah, because they just keep coming. Infinite quantities of them. Is this guy going to finish the mission? Well, I hope if this guy finishes the mission, I hope the other guy is able to clear it by himself. Oh, he's already in. Perfect. Stupid trolls with their regeneration. You'd think that the regeneration would be slower because of the fire damage that I'm doing, but they're still regenerating anyway. Whatever. It's all good. The eyes railgun, go for the eyes. Yeah, it's like I said, the railgun's pretty good. It's going to be fine. Them nerfing the breaker makes sense. I do wish they didn't, because I like using it unnerfed, but you know what? If they're buffing the other guns, that's okay. Especially stuff like the laser cannon, which sounds like it's going to be cool, and it's like you have to call it in, and so you're like, oh yeah, it's going to be this big weapon, and then you get it, and it just doesn't do anything to anything. And it's very disappointing, which sucks, because the guard dog uses the laser cannon and does so much. I feel like 16 down to 13 ammo is pretty noticeable, but maybe that's just me. Like, I feel like that would be a pretty big deal. Yeah, how much is it? Increase recoil. Oh, the recoil doesn't matter. Just keyboard and mouse. So there's that. But yeah, overall, fun game. What were we talking about before? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know a lot of people have been playing Helldivers. It's definitely one of those like runaway success games that I think the majority of people that play on the computer did not know it was coming out. And then they found out the game was out because, you know, a bunch of their friends started playing it, which then got a bunch of other people to start playing it. It's kind of a two-pronged thing where it's a really, really fun video game. And so it just needs to spread a little bit. Like, it's a great showing of, like, hey, if you just make a video game that's, like, pretty good and fun to play, people will play it. And then you can sell a bunch of copies. Yeah, unfortunately, there was not the extra trap there spawned by either chest. It is what it is. Like, who knew? You could just make a video game that's, like, kind of fun and entertaining, and then people will come and play your fun and entertaining video game. It's amazing. Well, yeah, because as I said, it's like really fun. If you haven't had the chance to play it, on my last stream last week when DDO wasn't working, so that was on Friday, I ended it by like playing Helldivers, and it's great. That being said, I didn't have the best showing of it because I went on difficulty 7, and it was the easiest difficulty 7 I had ever done while playing that game, and I don't know what happened. There were, like, no dangerous spawns in the entire mission. So it was very easy, but I don't know. Soulless cash grab, yeah. Also, they've already talked about how they're going to be adding in content from the first Helldivers game. So, like, they did a thing where apparently they're going to be adding, or they're going to be adding, like, mechs and stuff, or, like, the mechs from the first one, and the cars you can drive around in, which is kind of cool. But if they do decide to add in some of those features, they will also need to add in, like, extra difficulties, like difficulty 10, 11, or 12, because without extra difficulties, it's going to be too easy. Yeah, exactly. So they just need to like add difficulties or find a way to make the game harder, or else the game is going to become too easy. Is IPS even worth having now? So it depends. So improved precise shot still has its uses. I just don't personally like improved precise shot as much as the more modern like hit the monsters in the big group. I think if you're playing with other people, it really lowers the value of improved precise shot. Whereas if you're playing solo, improved precise shot's a lot better. And multitasking is actually impossible? Yeah, which makes sense. You can really, realistically, I imagine most people can only single task. Like, you can only think about one thing at a time, but some people are just better at retaining small amounts of memory or, like, space dedicated to that other task at the same time. So, like, you know, if you're talking on the phone with somebody and doing another task, well, I mean, I guess you're splitting your memory. I guess you can do both at the same time. I don't know. Some people, it depends on how much you... like put on multitasking. It's like in any, you know, anything, like if you split yourself into two versions of yourself and one version, like you had to like split your skills right down the middle, it wouldn't be enough for both people to function. So like the way I think about it is, especially when it comes to multitasking or trying to read two different chats at the same time, I can try to do it, but I'm just going to do both poorly. Yeah, it's all about your RAM. Just download some more RAM. Autocannon is the most fun in the game. Oh, yeah. I will say this. I don't use the recoilless rifle, the autocannon, but I have started to very, very deeply enjoy the disposable anti-tank. God, what a good gun. I burned my toast while typing. Yep. Yeah, because you just forget. You just start working on a new task, and you're like, yeah, this thing is... What are we talking about? What's happening? Dodge. Sorry, you can't hit me, because I'm dodging you. A lot of people have been asking on the forums for extra tumble charges, and I'm going to be totally honest. I think that tumble's really good, and I would personally, for balance reasons, be cautious. I think SSG should just be cautious in their approach to adding more charges to the game. When you see charges? Well, the reason why I like the disposable anti-tank is if you have the upgrade, it's on a 63-second cooldown, so you just call it in all the time. The only downside is the spear does a lot of damage, and spear good. Spear. But then the downside to the spear is you have to aim the spear, and the targeting sucks. I agree. If I could just see my tumble charges, that would be amazing. I'd love that. Here, Halt of the Dead can single anything now with the new Destiny nerf. Making a TR5 pally to see how it goes. I don't know what TR stands for, and I don't know what nerf you're talking about, but good luck, Carvalier. Good luck. Longer evade time based on tumble skill? No, the charges are a good idea. Again, it's like not a mystery as to why like other video games have similar mechanics with dodges with a limiting system. It puts the agency in your hands to be successful. The game designers are saying, do you want to do better in this certain circumstance? Cool, you can, and it's entirely skill-based. I like that. It gets rid of a little bit of randomness in RNG. You're not hoping for the dodge. You're not hoping for the displacement to go through. It's you say, I press the button, the monster does not hit me because I'm planning it, and it feels good. That's one of the problems that I know a lot of people have in...
shit, is that the legendary streamer Strimbone's own Tom?
Yeah, that's me.
Plant.
That's me. There are a lot of people out there that... why is it doubling? I don't know why. And my thought's gone. Something about tumbling, feeling good. Nope, it's gone. Thought's gone. Well, couldn't have been that important. Yeah, anyway, I like tumbling. I think it's better that you have something that's in your control. Oh yeah, Morrowind. So Morrowind is a cool video game. It's one of my favorites. I love Morrowind. However, the thing about Morrowind is that it uses a roll mechanic. So when you like go to attack a monster, you have to roll to hit them, and your attack goes against their defense. And if you don't beat their defense, then you don't actually hit them, and so you swing and nothing happens. Now, later in the game, you get so much attack, like your skill is so high, it doesn't matter, and you hit every single hit. But at the beginning, you miss more than half of your attacks most of the time, and as a result, you swing and nothing happens. And it's very unsatisfying when you compare it to more modern video games, especially in the Elder Scrolls franchise, like Oblivion or Skyrim, which are like, hey, it's just damage based on your skill, so you still hit every time, so you can see the weapon connect, and it gives you that, like, the sound effect and stuff, as opposed to nothing, which, for many, is preferable, because it just gives you that direct feedback of, I press a button, a thing happens, and you can, like, confirm what is going on your screen and how it feels. So which, again, makes a lot of sense. So, DDO is kind of the similar thing, where, like, you get your defenses, but then it all comes down to the dice roll, which makes sense, because that's how pen and paper is designed. But also, having that player agency to also say, you know what, I'm going to go one step outside the realm of how the game functions, and say, no, I am overriding you, I'm making the decision here, I choose to not get hit right now. I like that. I like that that's an option. I think it's cool. I mean, Von 3 is a popular quest, man. Am I going to die to this? No, I got good saving throws. I should be fine. Play Morrowind now? Maybe. Yep, there's ads on the computer. That is how it works on Twitch. But you can get ad-free viewing with a sub.
This great hall is flanked by towering statues of the lost age. They'll chose a dramatic battleground.
Tumble not listening to anyone? Yeah, it was great. It was a good chunk. Again, I understand a lot of people when they talk about how they enjoyed the speed of it. Again, that makes total sense to me. It moved fast. It's fun to move fast. So like somebody saying, "Oh, I enjoyed the fast movement of like the old Tumble," that makes sense to me. I get that. But it's the like, I liked old Tumble because I like to tumble around in town, where like I do understand that. Because I also like to tumble around in town when I get bored, where I just like tumble forward and backward. But like that's something you can get over. You know what I mean? Like that's like you'll find something else to do to have fun. So yeah. Doing 20 minutes downtime here and there back in last epoch. Then you do an Ice Sork build. Yeah, dude, do it. Ice Sork sounds cool. I didn't do Ice Sork. I did Elemental Nova going tri-elemental, and it was pretty cool. Wait, so sneak up business consider mega yacht? Yeah, that's what you got to do. The problem is though, is that the mega yacht that he has is docked inside of his mega yacht. So you'll have to first breach the mega yacht, climb onto it, and then go into the Bezo Sea that is inside the yacht, or inside the mega yacht, to find the mega yacht that's docked in there.
Cruiser, aren't you playing Hairdresser Simulator? Or a difficult game about climbing that just came out?
Oh yeah, yeah, you'd like that one.
Cruiser, aren't you
I don't know why it's playing everything twice. It's very bizarre.
Or a difficult game about climbing that just came out.
Yeah, I don't know why it's double playing all the Texas beaches. I don't know if I can do a hard reset here. Let me see. Oh, Glacier's awesome. Yeah, you just press a button and everything explodes. Well, when I was leveling with Dorak, we were both leveling sorcerers, and he was using Glacier, and he was destroying everything. The one downside is, like, the mana cost, but if you can figure that out, yeah. Goodbye. Alright, trap time. Time to disable the traps. Last Epoch's a lot of fun. So the thing I will say is that, it just doesn't have, like, the endgame content you would want for, like, that style of video game to be able to hold your attention and focus for, like, a super long amount of time. But that's also, like, okay. You don't need, or not, you don't need it. If you're somebody who doesn't want to play it right now because you're worried you won't get your 300 hours worth or whatever, you will get a good 100 hours out of the video game before you feel like it's getting too repetitive. But there isn't that much endgame content in comparison to like, you know, a game like Path of Exile or something that's been out for a long time. Is there more endgame content than Diablo 4? Yes, but again, it's not really high praise. I rolled a 1 against that trap. I was like, don't I have like 1 million on my saves? Oh, right. No tumbles. I can't see. So, end of the day is that if you're tempted to buy it, but you're not sure about your time commitment, they'll be adding in more content later. So it's either the sort of thing where you buy it now, and then you have fun with it for a good 100 hours, then take a break and do whatever. Or you just wait 3 to 6 months, and then by the time their season 2 or 3 comes out, they'll have a bunch more things to do, and you'll be able to enjoy it, because they're still working out like the general, getting the game going and all that, making sure it's like fun and balanced, kind of. Which for the most part is like kind of true. Except Falconer. Falconry is, that tree is just, man, makes me jealous. It's a very good tree.
Even through your clothing and armor, you can feel the floor.
I see you have level 33. That's a bug. So yeah. Spamming Frostclaw, though. Yeah, I never used Frostclaw. I kind of looked at what the skill did, and then I didn't really look at what the skill did. Everybody dies. I didn't look at the reviews, I just saw it existed. True, me neither. You saw that the reviews existed, or the game existed? I will say, having access to displacement all the time is very convenient. Because displacement plus the iframes means I don't really have to take a lot of damage. It's mostly spell damage that get me. Oh, look at the breakables. Oh my god, that's so good. See ya, jerk.
You spy a slimy leech-like
Any damage skill issue? It literally is, yeah.
under RC1's body and slip away into the shadows.
Glacier to Frostclaw to Lightning Blast Frostwall. Blow up things pretty good now with lightning. Yeah, I remember you were mentioning that. With the Frostclaw into the Lightning Blast thing. Okay. So we move over here. Ow. Please stop. I don't have Magical Missile immunity yet. I believe I do take Magic Missile immunity. Or I have to go get wands or something. But, you know, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Ooh, 69. Nice. Yeah, especially from this guy who will cast Magic Missile at me. Hey, what's up, buddy? See ya. Yeah, it's either get that or get the belt from Kind of a Big Deal. The belt from Kind of a Big Deal is convenient because it casts at level 20. And for the most part, for heroic leveling, I shouldn't have to worry about magic missile damage too much. I mean, it would be a lot easier if I could just straight up heal myself. Then I wouldn't care, but yeah. Also, Wrath, welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate the support. Hope you're doing very well. Glad to see you back. I hope you're enjoying DDO now that the game doesn't crash out every time you load a zone. Because that was a fun week. Hit R, you can heal yourself? Oh yeah, you got it. It actually does work. They fixed it? Yeah, patch today. That's why I'm playing so much DDO. I've really wanted to play DDO for the past little while. It's a fun game, and I've really wanted to go through it. Also, No Tricks, welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate the support. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, I've wanted to play DDO for a while. I just haven't played DDO because of, like, literally well, that's not true. I was also feeling very sick. I've had a stomach flu over the past, like, several days. And today is the first day I haven't had to hug the toilet, so I'm feeling okay today. Yeah, DDO when it works is so much fun. That's a perfect way to describe the video game. When it functions, God, this game is good. Yep. Boop. Best version of DDO to date, no sarcasm. They can still get rid of some stuff. They don't grow up maladjusted. True. That's a very important step. Okay. Yeah, being able to tumble through traps to give myself more saving throws is really nice. Control F shows your FPS. It does. That's right. Control F does show your FPS. Can't play DD when I'm playing Last Epoch. That's Quitter Talk. I have a feeling you could, definitely, if you wanted to. It sounds like Quitter Talk to me. Oh, whoops. Whoops. I'm doing this wrong. I don't know how to play the video game. Oh, geez, Louise. This person already did this thing. Whoopsie. I didn't notice it was on the right puzzle. Alright, let's go over here. There we go. Yeah, the multitasking part we were just talking about before, that is something I've personally noticed, is that there's way too many fun video games right now to be able to, like, competently make a decision about what I want to play at any given moment. It is very hard. There's a lot of really fun video games. It's like, yeah, you know what you should do? You should play, it's like, playing DDO. Yeah, that's fun. Playing Last Epoch, that's pretty fun. Play Helldivers, that's pretty fun. Play Lotro, because there's the new raids and stuff coming out. Yeah, that's pretty fun. Uh-oh. And then Dorak's like, hey, play Guild Wars 2, because that's pretty fun. And I'm like, well, is it? And then I played some, and it was pretty fun. So, like, yeah, it's too many fun video games. I need to stop doing this. The unequip, re-equip sentient weapon thing? Oh, like your sentient weapons don't do anything when you log in, you have to re-equip? Interesting. That is a bug. The other day I started watching X-Files on your phone. I mean, yeah, sounds good to me. I don't have a good way to critically hit these bad boys. These wolves. Oh, I don't know how to press the buttons on the keyboard. Oh, God. Is the tier list video nearly done? Oh, like my games from last year. I wanted to work on it a lot. Like I said, I was just hugging the toilet a lot over the past couple of days. I have all the footage, so I just need to put everything together. But it was just a lot of there's a lot of being very under the weather.
Completed.
Love you always, stream.
Thanks, Chuff. Welcome back to the stream team for 38 months. You know how long that is? It's a long time. That's like 1, 2, 3 years and a little bit. Appreciate the support. Hope you're doing well. Thank you. Glad to have you back. Yeah. Kind of wish I didn't hear this is the best part. Kobold nap time. I mean, you don't have to. You can turn off your sentient weapons, by the way. Like, you just go options, and then you go audio, and sentient weapon volumes right here. You can't turn off individual voice lines. And if you say, oh, well, I wish I didn't have to hear it, you know why you have to hear it? Because you picked the Kobold Jewel, which is one of the worst jewels in the game. And when you have one of the worst jewels in the entire game, that makes sense. I'd have the same problem. It's just an objective fact, by the way, that Kobold Jewel is not very good. And you might be like, Streamtom, how can you say not very good? Because you have to think of the comparison. The Wave is so good. Okay? The Wave Sentient Jewel is so good. Every other jewel goes down, like if that is an S tier jewel, every other jewel at best can hit C tier. At best. Except for Whelm, which is also amazing. I do love that. Claw of Volkur. Claw. Take care. I need him. I'm gonna get him Mikhail. I'm going to get him Mikhail. I hate the Lizard Man Jewel. I can't understand anything it says. It's just impossible to understand anything that it says. It's very annoying. Thought that was everyone's favorite? No, I don't like the Kobold gem. It's so annoying and grating. I can't stand it. I have no idea how people can stand it. Just have somebody scream in your ear all day sounding like this. Yeah, I don't need that. I'm okay. Like, whenever... Like, if I want to listen to, like, a baby crying, I'll go get on an airplane. Here's a vibe. Yeah, Black Razor is pretty cool. I said, for me, it's Wave, number 1. And then Whelm, number 2. Number 3, I'm going to put at the Sentient Jewel of the Timid. And number 4 would be Covetous. And number 5... Ooh, what's number 5? It's tough. That is a tough one. I don't know where it goes into 5.
Flickering
Yeah.
braziers now show that this marks
I don't like the Resolute that much.
Fire Giant's territory.
I do like the Arcane Assistant. I do like the Hopeful. I do like the... is it Inquisitive? Guy who complains. Get a Dragon Jewel. I don't like the Dragon Jewel that much. Yeah, it's just not my favorite. Again, I can understand why people like the Dragon and the Kobold. But like I said, for me, yeah, Sentient Jewel of Jeets. Yeah, that'd be what a great quest if Jeets got turned into a Sentient Jewel somehow. That'd be great. I like the idea behind the Vaunt Arcane Assistant. I just haven't had it in my Sentient Jewel for long enough. You get a feel for it. I could probably do that on my Sunflash Sword though.
So Brian
Yeah, Covetous is fun. The only downside to Covetous is its rarity.
Curse you and your insolence! Squirm like the vermin you are! Squirm before your
Yeah, bye-bye.
Hey Strim,
Hey.
I tried out the druid build you recommended some months ago,
Yeah.
but I didn't vibe with it for the dumbest reason. I can't see my gear upgrades on my character. Do you have any other recommendations for a new player? I prefer melee.
You can't see your gear upgrades on your
Hey
character?
Strim, I tried out the druid build
What do you mean you can't see your
recommended
gear
some
upgrades on your
months
character?
ago,
What does that
but I
mean?
didn't vibe with it for the dumbest
don't
reason.
understand.
I can't see my gear upgrades on my character. Do you have any other recommendations for a new
Also, I don't know why the
prefer
text-to-speech is
melee.
playing twice. It's bizarre. Oh, you mean you don't see the armor pieces. Okay, I got it now. Sorry, I did not understand what you were talking about. Now I understand what you're talking about, the armor pieces. Yeah, so the problem is Dragon Lord is really, really fun if you want to play a melee, and it looks really cool, and it's got a great, like, visual style. The problem is I don't have a build guide written for Dragon Lord right now, so I can't recommend you to, like, play it with, like, a guide or anything. You just have to figure it out on your own for now, because I'm still working on getting one out, so. So yeah, I gotcha. And oh, you want this Kobold a moment? Okay, sounds good.
Iona whispers,
Want this into the bot. I'll put it into the bot here.
Iona whispers,
I got the melees, they're doing the thing.
Stirs near. Let my stab show
Okay,
you the
commands. Add command. Want this to be Kobold moment. And it's done. There you go. Your command is my command.
Iona whispers,
Or something. Your wish is my command? Why if you paid for it? There you go. But yeah, now I understand. Sorry. When you said druid,
Iona whispers,
I don't think that's necessarily a bad reason to not enjoy something, to like want to be able to see the when you get new items, how they actually look on your character, and to visibly see the upgrades on your build. That's a common thing. It's the reason why a lot of people get upset about certain video games is because their character doesn't look the way they want it to. And it is one of the unfortunate parts about Druid in DDO. It's also one of the things I actually personally didn't really love about Druid in World of Warcraft as well, is that when you're in animal form, your character looks exactly the same all the time. Now in more modern WoW, there's like
Hey,
different
Strim,
like
Brian
visuals you can
here.
get, but yeah.
Hey Strim, Brian here.
Oh, that's gonna
Hey,
go on for a
Strim,
fucking hour,
Brian
isn't it?
Whispers.
Hey Strim, Brian here. Hey,
Thank you
Strim,
for your
Brian
$1.
here.
Appreciate it.
Hey Strim, Brian here.
Video without lag. The frame rate issues are not in the game anymore, which is nice.
Brian here.
I don't know if I have enough AoE damage to take down all these scorpions.
Strim, Brian here. Hey Strim.
Yeah, it's gonna keep
Brian
going,
here.
ain't it?
Hey Strim, Brian here.
Yeah, I might have to turn that
Hey,
off.
Strim, Brian here. Hey Strim, Brian here.
It's a good distraction.
Hey, Strim,
Yeah, because
Brian
it doubles
here.
up.
Hey Strim, Brian here. Hey Strim, Brian
Yeah,
here.
that's the main issue with the doubling up. I can handle it one time, but the fact that it doubles is really weird. I don't know why it's doing that. Let me see if I can fix it. I'm just literally resetting some stuff to see if I can fix it, but I don't know. I just don't know why it would do that.
Iona whispers.
Double money glitch? Yeah, basically. It's an infinite money glitch, dude. I'm like distracted, so I'm not actually playing the game properly. Alright. There's not a lot of people online, so when I can play, I have to play a solo build. Yeah, I mean, like I said, Dragonlord is very powerful. I just don't have a written one yet. I am going to be posting some written ones. I just haven't had a chance to finish off. Like, I like doing things one at a time. So, like, I know that some people will just, like, post builds before they have stuff confirmed. But, like, testing something in DDO is complicated because you have to spend... Like, a DDO build is about 60 hours of just game time to get it started. Because you have to level through the entire game, then you have to test it out endgame, look at item combinations, other stuff like that. And I wouldn't want to do something where I recommend a build, and then there's like pieces of it that are missing, or there's something I don't understand about how it works. And then you start playing it, and then it ends up not working out well for you. That's the reason why I like to play it before I give a recommendation. And it's just the amount of time it takes to level through the game, because DDO is an MMORPG, it takes quite a long time. So like if you look at something along the lines of like... or especially in terms of like the calculation of how things work. Again, a big contrast would be to like if you play games like Path of Exile, there'll be people that will put out build guides for different like classes and stuff ahead of like a season coming out. But one that's usually people reposting things that they've already played or experienced before as opposed to new stuff. It's very rare you see people posting build guides for things that are not in the game yet. And a lot of times if it's people updating, it takes them like, you know, a week or so to get it updated. So it's a lot of like stuff that's tried and true. Which is why hardcore build guides are really easy to write because the stuff that's already been done. But for Dragonlord, let's say, for example, I was like, hey, you know what would be cool? A Dragonlord build that heavily focused on the imbue and also used Improved Sunder. And then for the first week, Improved Sunder doesn't proc the immunity strip. So you go with like Fire Dragonlord at like my recommendation, and then the effect doesn't work. So your first bit playing isn't as fun because I recommended to you something that didn't work for the first entire week. Again, I would feel bad about that, so I wouldn't want other people to have to experience something like that, if that makes sense. I hope that does. Again, it's not that I don't want to put out a build guide. It's that I don't want to put out something that then you can, if you can pick up and there's like a really obvious on the face flaw with it, I don't want it to be out there, if that makes sense. I hate these fucking healing scorpions. Dude, when SSG said they put a patch in the game to make it so scorpions burrow less, and then now they burrow 100 times more than normal, it's so frustrating. I hate fucking scorpions. They're like the worst, like this. Oh my god, dude, stop healing, please. I'm actually gonna lose to this room here. I don't have enough damage to kill the scorpions. Oh, maybe I don't. Maybe I do. Hold on. Because they're just always underground the entire time. I hate modern DDO scorpions. They just are always buried. Like, look at this. Look at this. It's still alive. There we go. God damn it. I hate scorpions. Awful. Shitty character builds in Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous, and Kingmaker, where they just make the character after respecking, show off for 20 seconds, and ignore people who say the build doesn't work. I could also do that, yeah. Which is also a thing a lot to do. Like, for me, I don't want to post something that physically doesn't function. It's the reason why I play it first, and then I post the build.
Iona whispers.
The Guardian has noticed you.
Okay, Guardian. Die, nesting scorpion. Love DDO Scorpions? No.
Iona whispers.
Yeah, exactly. I just that's kind of how I do it. So it's like, yeah, there's a bit of a delay and a bit of a lag, but it is what it is. You'll get your thing. We're trying to come up with yet new one-click sustaining combos. Yep, 100%. Again, it's usually why the builds come out like after the first week or so. Fathom the depths. I crit. It's Yeah, like I said, the ranged characters right now are super strong. I'm excited to play some more ranged builds. Ranged builds. Does Ravager actually work now? I assume so. Apparently there were a bunch of bugs that got fixed in the patch with some of the stuff in Dragonlord. So I assume since they patched it that a lot of it works, but again, I don't know. I know that I know the patch did fix some stuff. Let me see here. According to the DDO website, we have the release notes. I Hit Back works, I Like Pain works, and Dragonlord version of the Ravager's enhancement tree now has its proper required class levels. I guess it required Barbarian instead of Dragonlord, which is a really funny idea.
It's clear the fish people are trying to find something inside the ancient structure.
Content is absurd in the context of the modern game. Oh yeah. I still remember when they posted the video of the Spellycopter build and then nerfed it. Because they like patched what was causing it to function. Kind of funny. Did I not update this to Fathom?
The Sahagin have made themselves at home inside this ruin.
Okay, so now I just need to get Mikhail here. Where's Mikhail? And now we drop Mikhail here. Perfect. Needed 41 points. People are running around the capstone at level 11 or... Oh, that 10 or 11? Oh, that's amazing. No. I am not sure what you mean. One-shot enemy, one anytime with the Facebreaker in Act 2. Hey man, Facebreakers are a cool item. I'm a big fan of Facebreakers. Honestly, they should buff Facebreakers. Back to pre-nerf Facebreakers. Give me the 800 to 1000%. Please, thank you. Granted, that would make my legacy 930% Facebreakers on standard less valuable. But you know what? It's worth it. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you get dodged? Because I can do that? Somebody wants to share. Fathom. There you go. Have you ever considered speedrunning games or in DDO? Don't know if it's a thing. So, the thing about speedrunning in video games is that it requires a fair amount of discipline. So that's step one. Because you need, like... You need to have the ability to do something 1,000 times in a row without deviation. So, like, if you look at any, like, category or, like, anything for speedrunners, these are the type of people who will play the game and reset over and over and over, with reset counts hitting 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,000, 10,000 even, depending on the game and what it is you're doing. Where you're just doing the same thing, making minor optimizations every time and improving. I think it's very cool. I follow a lot of speedrunners online. I think that the hobby is very cool. I like watching the events and stuff that go on. But as far as actually doing it myself, it's a bit more complicated because, as I said, you need to have the discipline to want to be able to do that. And also just generally the drive and desire. For me, the biggest problem is I've never been the most competitive person. I'm not the type of person who needs to be like rank 1. I need to be successful. I want to do better than others, but I don't need to be like absolutely rank 1. And I feel like that lack of desire to be rank 1 kind of kills my drive to do that sort of thing, where like everybody can do it for their own passionate reasons. There's lots of people who do it not because they want to be number 1, but just because they want to prove it to themselves. They want to do something that's kind of cool. But yeah, for me, it's just something I haven't really thought about it that much. That being said, if you're wondering about doing it in DDO, the main problem with trying to speedrun Dungeons & Dragons online is trying to figure out a rule system that actually works for a wide enough number of people. The main problem is that Dungeons & Dragons Online is a very diverse video game, a lot of different elements involved, and also money being spent on the video game. So if you're like, oh, well, you know, what if somebody does like a speed run from 1 to 20? 1, that's a very long time. 2, you're dependent on server factors. And 3, are we talking first lives? Are we talking multiple lives? Are we talking what content are you allowed to own for that? How do you make a defined rule set for it? And that's the hard part about it. So yeah, I've thought about it before in terms of like trying to find something, but I don't know a game that I like enough that I would want to actually like try to speedrun. Then that's the other part too. It would be fun to do it. Like 100,000 times? Oh, I meant like in a single, like for like a single like record or category, if that makes sense. Not like saying that people run something 1,000 times and that's it. I mean like if you want to improve your personal best, you might do 1,000 runs before you even get like a slight increase. So yeah, so for DDO, the hard part is just making like a standardized rule set of like, okay, this is what the rule set is for doing the speedrunning. Because there's so much variance in this game, which is fine, but also there's the variance in terms of like, what's the best way to describe it? Oh yeah, we're waiting. You close in. In terms of the variance of what you physically own, and that's also hard. Like if you're VIP, then you get 10% more XP, so you'd be leveling faster than somebody else. And so if I'm doing a DDO speedrun and I'm VIP, well, it's like, well, you know, not everybody VIP, so then is the competition you have to pay for it to get into it? Okay, well, what if it's just doing all the quests? Well, does that mean I have to make a new account to be able to compete in speedrunning where I can't use my main one because I own that? Also, are you allowed to use things that are paid or not paid? Can you spend it like, there'd be too many rules in a game like this. Other than just like do it. So for myself, we've done run-throughs of the game of just like I've done it with friends where we like burn through the game as quickly as we can, but it's mostly just for fun. Total completionist from brand new account. Yeah, what a great idea. That what advantages? Yeah, absolutely. So for me, I just do like restricted running through the game as opposed to anything else like that. Also, one of the things that really slows me down when it comes to... Oh, we didn't talk to Foxpaw. One of the things that slows me down heavily when it comes to the idea of doing speedrunning is that I have like big time arthritis. We are heading to White Plume Mountain. So the repetitive actions are not so good. I have to like change up how I play. It's the reason why I appreciate when video games give you the option to play with like keyboard and mouse and controller. So like, I can't believe I'm saying this, Diablo 4 as well as Diablo 2 Resurrected is nice because I can play with keyboard and mouse. Then my hands get tired from that function. I can then go to controller, and now I'm using more thumb, which is just a different function. So it doesn't feel the same way. So I can do it for longer. So yeah, arthritis percent. Yeah, exactly. All right. White Plume. Still friendly. Use WoW. Yep. So there's that. Yeah, you could do... So people do speed runs of specific dungeons. So for example, Lava Divers has held like competitions for completing dungeons where they will do like... They'll put up a list of dungeons. I'm sure some of you might have seen it on like the forums where they do competitions for short man R10 contests where, you know, it'll be a limit of like 2 players as an example where it's like, oh yeah, only 2 people... do this quest on Reaper 10, and then also if multiple people do it, then the prizes go to whoever do it the fastest. And stuff like that exists in DDO. But for individual dungeons, it's also complicated because like there's so many degenerate strategies for going fast. You'd basically, additionally, one of the main problems with doing something like that for like just dungeon speed completion is the way you do most dungeons quickly is by ignoring all of the monsters in the dungeon, which would cause you to have a dungeon alert. The problem is, SSG doesn't want people to be dungeon alerting the game because it causes problems with the game. It's like very bad for the servers to do that, which is why they have the alert system in the first place, because the alert system is like your car engine light going on, telling you, hey, by the way, you shouldn't do this. This is a problem. So that's why the monsters do more damage. They move faster. They slow you because they want you to get, because it basically, long and short of it is that the more monsters you have, the more of a drain it is on the instance server and the pathing server, and that causes overall problems for the video game. That affects not just your instance, but other people's as well. And so they just don't want people doing that. So the idea of having a speed competition where most people are going to be ignoring every monster is probably a bad idea. And I wouldn't really want to be a direct contributor in that, which is also an issue. Plus also just generally the idea of not fighting all the monsters in DDO is like, no, I like fighting monsters. That's why I play the game. How dumb would a longbow, Dark Apostate leaning heavily on imbue dice with the new bow changes be? As long as you have a way to get an AoE attack, honestly, it doesn't seem like it's that bad. Everything feels pretty good, honestly, right now. Does title want to open up the app? Yeah, man. I'm telling you, it actually functions. Game work. Yeah. There's arthritis, and does his wife know you have him? No. She doesn't. I have a very soundproof basement. Difficult quest. And barbed ones were very impressive. Interesting. Yeah, so as far as like speedrunning goes, I find it interesting, and I do watch like a fair number of different speedrunners, and whenever there's like a big speedrun in a different category, I'll like check it out. Like over the weekend when I was lying in bed, barely alive, because I am still recovering from having the stomach flu. Ugh, stomach flu. I watched the not Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom speedrun. The any percent, because it's only like 40 minutes long. And it's so cool. There's so many crazy tricks in that game. The cleric have an AoE, don't they? It's in tier 5 of War Priest. You'd need Horizon Walker for scatter shot for sure.
A narrow winding path leads over a
So, yeah.
drop into beds of spikes and whirling blades.
No jumps that are really unreliable.
Seems to be slick,
So as I said, it's like that's again my personal issue with the idea of like doing speedrunning different dungeons is that most of the ways that you do it are like not good for the game as a whole in terms of like how the game functions. Now maybe that'll change in the future. They'll fix the pathing issues or whatever. I don't know how that works. They've just explicitly said that's the reason why they have purple alert now. So yeah, I just don't want to do it. Tomb of the Tormented. That would be kind of funny. That would be a good speedrun. There's a lot of RNG involved in that one too, because of the pathing of the dogs and whether you have a character that can attack stuff through the floor. Although that's not RNG, but still. There's like a delay before the rat starts moving, and that delay I feel like is random, or it like only goes on individual like some type of server notification. I don't know. It just feels like it. There's like an element of randomness that I don't love about it. Yeah, raid speedruns are also interesting, which is more of a DPS test than anything else. What's this character should be called? This character is going to be called Strimtom's Acid Arrow. Because when I release this build, it'll be 2 builds. The classic Strimtom's Acid Arrow revamped for modern times, and then this version as well. Basically, one will be free, and then there'll be this one, which is not free. I don't think anyone regularly runs that content. With good reason. Need more. How did a sea lion get in here? Get out of here, sea lion. Running electric? No. I'm running force right now. Got him. I technically have electric, but I'm using force for the most part. The damage is the same now, and so I don't really have a reason not to use force damage. Need my crits. Alright, I'm supposed to make him just a mark it. Does extra damage to marked enemies. There's also this weird delay where like you attack and then half a second later it deals damage with a bow. I still don't like that, and it only happens with bows. I don't understand it. Those are really screwy.
Another crest claimed. Only one left to go.
I'm gonna shrine because I can. Yeah, so Arcane Archer is I'm gonna do Arcane Archer first. Then we're gonna be doing Dragon Lord. I have 2 Dragon Lords I want to test. First is Warforged Tactical Master Dragon Lord, which is basically just gonna be improve trip, improve sunder, pure Dragon Lord. Go for it. And the second one is going to be the Critzilla Dragon Lord, which is going to be, where is this person dying? They are together. The Critzilla Dragon Lord, which is a coming
Bright green slime
um
the floor here. Something about
Shader Kai,
you a bad
Dragon Lord,
feeling.
Bard,
Pain
probably
stains
Rogue.
the soles of your feet. You
Might do
look
something else,
down
we'll see.
To see the green slime coating your boots. It begins to creep up, reaching higher, consuming as it goes. A set of 5 patchwork creatures.
Because they can interesting the
regard you
confusing
in
puzzles,
passing.
unfortunately.
Each
Well,
man
I don't think it's more so the confusing. I mean, there's some parts of that. I think it's also the level range. So the Emrath quests are problematic because they're level 19, and we have so much expansion content for below that you don't really have to run level 19 quests in this game. And so I imagine that most people wouldn't. So there's that. Reaver's Refuge stuff is also kind of in the same boat, is that it's kind of just easier to run all the 16s that we have now. Talking about, like, you can just run Sharn, you can run the Lower Moorgrave stuff. Like, you have a pretty wide range of just regular quests. Stay here for a sec. Yeah. Your Dragon Lord love tactics gameplay. How would they be at Epics? So the main problem, it's going to be very strong. So the Dragon Lord will be strong regardless. The main problem is the it's time to kill is the issue in DDO. Time to kill in this game is very, very, very short. So what happens is the capstone ability is called Sunder Soul. It's an instant kill that's a will save that is a high enough DC that it will pretty much always work. So a 100% success rate instant kill seems kind of good. Where's the mage? Where's the wage? Oh, there he is. So a high enough DC instant kill. Do I have scrolls of raise? Whoops. Forgot raise scrolls. Well, you know, it do be like that sometimes. There's a shrine in the next room, so we'll do that. So so effectively think about it, 30-second cooldown, instant kill that will always work. The problem is, you have to sunder a target, and then you have to hit that target with Sunder Soul. The time to kill in DDO is very short. As a result, when you try to hit a monster with Sunder Soul, there is a good chance that that monster has already died from your Sunder because you critically hit them or something, and you basically destroy them in one hit. So that is a bit of an issue if you do so much damage so regularly that the monsters generally are going to die before you can actually use your follow-up. If your character does so much damage, it's not a concern. So that's problem number 1. And then you have problem number 2. Okay, so you hit the monster, and the monster's still alive. What if it moves out of the way? And also problem number 3, Sunder Soul is not an AoE attack. Sunder Soul is just attacks with your weapon. So let's say you use Improved Sunder, you hit 3 targets with Strike Through. There's no guarantee that those 3 targets are going to stay in the same spot for long enough to be able to get hit by your Sunder Soul. And the even more damning problem is that if you play as Blight Wolf, okay, Blight Wolf has an attack called Jaws of Doom. What Jaws of Doom does is it instantly kills a target. It currently has no save, so it always works. It has a 30-second cooldown. The ability, Jaws of Doom, an instant kill with no save on a 30-second cooldown, is not very good in modern DDO because the time to kill is so fast, it's more oftentimes better to just have a single AoE attack to hit multiple targets, or to use something like Go for the Kill that actually gives you like a melee power boost and also kills the target. That it's very rarely that a instant kill with no save on a 30-second cooldown isn't really very good in this game, which is like crazy.
confirms your
So
victory.
I don't think that Sunder Soul is going to end up being very good just by nature of how fast-paced DDO is, but I could be wrong.
Adventurers, I'm forced to admit that you've earned the spoils, though I confess there's something to be said for the occasional setback. It makes my next victory taste so much sweeter.
Also, Ketchin, thank you so much for getting up 5 subs. Sorry, I was just like in the middle of like talking out that whole thing, so that's why I was just like, I didn't stop it. But thank you so much for giving up 5 subs. It's very kind of you. Welcome to stream team. Dan Dantorg, Morty Deporty, I am Dreamo, and Uther Von Dexon. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs, Ketchin. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing very well. So next question was, your overall playtime like melee range magic? I like all of them, but I mostly play melee and magic characters more than anything else. So that's it. Monastery, something. Dragon Lord's Leap looked like Dragon Knight Leap? No, you're very wrong, yeah. We don't have the animation power for it. Soul Pally could one-tap 100-0 with Smite? Yeah, basically. And so that's the main problem. What I have my Christmas tree up? Specifically to bother you, Craze King. I just knew it would bother you, so that's why. So yeah, so that's the issue there. Is it going to be good? I mean, I'm hopeful, but if you can't actually press Sunder Soul, admittedly, it is just a plus 50% attack. And plus 50% damage on attack is just kind of good. So, like, that's not a bad sign. Like, that's just going to always be reasonably effective as a button. And the capstone is powerful. Plus 2 to all of the stats is nice to have. Again, it's just, is it going to be better than something else or multi-classing? I don't know. So I'm going to be investigating that. But assuming that you can actually use Sunder Souls some of the time to Sunder Souls, it'll be good. Also, higher difficulty content where monsters are going to have 20-ish thousand hit points. So like Vecna R10 is going to be much more valuable, obviously, because the time to kill will be much longer because of the hit points. Taking 12 and then... Here we go. To get the starter pack, permanent gold seed hireling, you can't. You might be able to do a reclaim, and also, yeah, you can get them from the hardcore server and transfer them off. The problem is you can't log into hardcore anymore. They closed it. Would you still say is prob the best class in the game? What? Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. So I'm going to say no. I would not say that something is probably the best class in the game. Oh, sorcerer? No, it's probably druid and alchemist. Druid's been like the best thing for a while, by the way. It's pretty good. Druid, very good, as it turns out. Open lock. Search. Spot. UMD. Nice. Point at a spot here. Nice. Level 12, I get a feat. I took improved. Critical. Dodge. Did I take mobility yet? Mobility, I did not. Mobility, let's go. Now I can tumble 3 times. 2, 3. Wow. Extra tumble. That's kind of cool. Dauntless marking. Plus 3 max dodge. Oh, that's so good, actually. Some more dex, which is pretty good. All right, cool. I can't get the tier 5, but yeah. Yeah, I like Warlock melee as well. It's a lot of fun. All right, I gotta use the washroom real quick. I will be right back. And then we're gonna do some more gaming. I am returned. Yeah. Sorcerer is still really good, by the way. It's just there aren't as many people playing Sorcerer anymore. It's not that it's bad. It's just people move on to different things for different reasons. Also, I forgot to have these points. Oh, yeah, Reaper. Dex. Why didn't I take range power here? I don't know. I think I hit my head on the table or something. There we go. Beautiful. Give me those extra points. All right. Ravenloft. One time. But yeah, that's what you do for every hardcore league is if, let's say you don't ever want to play hardcore because you're like, you know what? Hardcore is stupid. And people that play on hardcore are stupid. And I don't like playing different characters. I only like my one character. Well, guess what? If you log into hardcore, all of those things you get when you first log into a server are going to be there. So what it means is that... Why are you spinning? Oh, are you level 12? Oh, you're level 12 too? Oh my god. Look at these two guys. They want to do Ravenloft right now? I bet they even have a group open. Oh no, they don't. But I don't have 2 spots in my party. Oh no. Oh no. That's so sad. That's all they want to do. And how raids and DDO need to go is so funny. Wait, what? Reading the forums, every great story starts like this. I will say this, the forums have been very funny. Much funnier than usual recently. Choose me so many fun things. It is. It is. Yeah. Oh god, now they're both spinning. Oh no. Is this like character select where I get to select one person to join my group and I have to leave the other person outside in the cold, in the rain? Well, I don't like to play favorites. I don't think that's a good way to do things. But this guy did give me 50 subs. Oh no, I can't add him to the group. No. Best non-iconic race. They're all pretty good. I like playing Drow a lot. I also like playing Warforged. There we go. 800 hit points. Oh my god. If you had to pick one race that's probably the best, I'd probably go with Azamar on average. Make him roll? Nah, I'd rather just engage in active direct favoritism with my words. I feel like that's better. I'm just gonna check where my teammates are. I don't know if that person is coming. So we'll see. I have 1, 2, 3, 4 people here. I'm just waiting for everybody to show up so we can get started because this quest is pretty fast. I don't know. Let's see. Stay still. Okay, so this guy, he wants to test his aura range. I still have him. Is it this far? Testing out the auras? Ah, perfect. Now I don't have to make any decisions. Look at that. Again, you just play direct favoritism and it works. The system works, okay? Well, I'm testing the aura range. Keeps resetting on me. Nope, not close enough. I'm just watching the reset here and whether I get the buffs or not. Nope, gotta be closer. Hold on, we're almost there. Okay, this close. This far. So this is the range on the aura. This distance right here. This is your aura range, which is honestly pretty big. Yeah, it's double haste. So yeah, it's like if you look at haste, for example. Yeah, it's about double spell range. Double AoE spell range. Yeah. which is pretty wide. So, like, you're not going to be hitting ranged characters with it, but it is what it is. All right, into the mists. We got to do the research.
You stumble through the thick.
Yeah, Dragonborn's also pretty cool. If I'm being honest, I think that unless you have racial completionist, I don't think your race matters too much. You can kind of just pick whatever you want. Like, there's going to be a benefit to every race that you pick. There are a few situations where there's really no good reason to do it. So, for example, half-orc is one of those things where, like, it's really hard to justify playing a half-orc on an intelligence or charisma build. But outside of that, most things can work with anything. Like, Tabaxi just works with anything. Aasimar just works with anything. Human just works with anything. Dwarf almost works with anything. So, you just get, like, extra defenses and tankiness.
What do these straw men?
Yeah, Tiefling. Pretty much, if a race doesn't have a downside, it works with basically anything, and there's only upside. Turn off the NOS. No, he's doing pretty good. Start the fight. I don't want to have to go do it.
You hear a
Lazy,
step
dude.
behind you.
And archery.
The scarecrow clatters to the ground. As you recover,
Yo, what's up, Chris? How you doing?
realize you can hear noise from
Big
up the road
downside
to the
is so
east.
bad.
The same
Well, the thing about Warforged, though, is that even with the minus to stats, they get so many upsides. So full and total paralysis immunity, energy drain immunity, access to different gear. The tree is really good and a lot of defenses. And being able to get heavy armor proficiency on basically any character for 1 feat that also gives them heavy armor is kind of cool. So, yeah. Heal yourself. Again, it depends on the character. I don't think that it's bad. I think that you just have to plan for it. Like, it changes how your build is going to go, but I don't think it's necessarily bad. So, yeah. Borderlands fight this year is no fun. Oh, I just blew that fight up. Yep, exactly. Yeah, you just have to use Reconstruct instead. We're all in here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Oh my god, it's the friggin' melee bunch. We got 4 two-handers and 2 archers. Melee power, go! Next is Death House. Tank tune to a Dragonlord tank. Honestly, Dragonlord tank seems really good. Go in tier 5 of Sacred Defender, but Capstone of Ravager, so you're a tank, but you're constantly belting out the Visage of Terror. It seems like it's going to be a lot of fun to play that type of tank. Oh my god, I didn't crit anything. No. The rats, they live. There's some stuff on the Friday stream? Yeah, we watched that. It was a slow process. I'll also say this. This is why Cordovan, I think, is a reasonably good presenter. He dealt with all of the questions, of which there weren't too many people super upset about the frame drop issue. I think most people just hadn't identified it yet. They were just playing and they knew something was wrong, but they couldn't identify it entirely. But also, he lost to himself in the event and had to restart it a couple times. The frame drop issue was a thing, and there were people complaining, but he was just having fun. He was just having a good time, chatting about stuff. He went through all the news, talked about a bunch of things. So, like, yeah, man, he just kept it on, straight face. But I wouldn't know. Well, it is good for raw tankiness. But if you're doing questing, like if you're doing R10 quests, like, dude, it's so good. Every build, some races can work for anything, but some not. You can play Warforged Druid. You absolutely can play Warforged Druid. You just can't pick like any of the armor feats, so you have to go armorless. The race in the class? Yeah, that can work. I don't generally play this game as like an actual role-playing game, which many people do. And these guys are too fast. Oh well, they're getting the job done. I'm gonna go disable traps. It is just worse than anything else. But Druid is so powerful, it doesn't matter. Like when I made my Blightcaster video, people kept asking me, Stream how come you're playing Warforged on your Blightcaster? Is it because there's some secret about Warforged that we don't know? The answer is no. It's because I had Twitch chat roll for I asked Twitch chat, what race should I play for my Blightcaster? And Warforged was an option, so you guys picked Warforged. So I played a Warforged Blightcaster as my first one. Duh. It's a good idea. Let chat decide. Yes. Optimus Pine. Great name. I'm just walking around. I'm not even doing anything. It's great. You prefer Druid or Blightcaster? Circumstantially, it depends. For heroic leveling, Blightcaster is like so satisfying. My only issue with Blightwolf is that because everything is based off of Necromancy, there's no way to get access to easy Necromancy DCs on Blighted Wolf. So for leveling, it feels satisfying. But once you try to go into Epics, it doesn't really work anymore, which is unfortunate. Because you just can't get Necromancy DCs to land high enough. It's really cool, though. If there was something that was like an ability for Blight Wolves, like a level 9 spell, that was like you cast it on yourself, and it adds your Sunder DCs to your Necromancy DCs while in wolf form or something, like that would be fine. But yeah, not being able to do that does not work. Fire alarm. Oop. Oh yeah, get out of your house. Please don't burn to death. That'd be not ideal. Underestimated? Oh, dude, the Warforged is very strong. Warforged is a very strong race. It has been for a very long time. I think that's why the SSG devs are like apprehensive about directly buffing Warforged, just because of how strong it is already. It doesn't take a lot to make it that much better.
The creature collapses.
Get a 2 SP one-shot SLA. Yeah, but you don't need spell-like abilities as a sorcerer. Also, the spell-like ability change, where you can now aim your SLAs, life-changing. I'm so happy SSG fixed that one. That change was so good.
As if the entire building let loose a sigh.
Like, my god, that change actually changed everything. Okay, so one of the problems with a lot of the spell-like abilities is that you couldn't ground target them, okay? So that's one of the reasons why I didn't use a lot of them. So for example, if you took Fireball out of Sorcerer, like in the Fire Savant, the tier 5, when you throw it, it only goes horizontally unless you directly target a creature. If you go down and throw the Fireball, it goes straight forward. They have fixed that bug across the entire game. So now every spell-like ability goes where you're looking. If you're targeting a monster, it goes to where you're targeting. But if you don't have a target, it'll go to where you're looking, which is something that is not the function of it before. Yeah, and they have fixed it in update 66. Yeah, so now you can throw Necrotic Blast goes down, Arcane Blast goes down, Holy Fireball goes down, the Fireball SLA, so many of them.
Voices, ragged and carping, come from the other side of the windmill.
So yeah, they fixed it entirely across the board.
Peasants with joyless faces and vacant eyes wait in a line. The rest of these peasants are unlikely to leave. They stare.
It's a huge benefit.
Hey Strim, it's Twitch here.
Yo, what's up?
This is an official test of the Brian text-to-speech service. Please stand by and do not adjust your set. Thank you. Beep.
You gonna play again? Okay, I fixed it. Good. I literally reset everything. I went on the website and I just flicked the bot. I changed a whole bunch of settings and everything seems fine. No, it's been a bug. No, it's literally just a bug. And they chased it down and fixed it. Also, thank you for the bits. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. So yes, now all of that will work a lot better. So many abilities that were worse are now gaining a lot of value. So like one of the reasons why I never took the spell-like ability from Sorcerer, other than the fact that you don't need it, is also because you can't ground target it, which severely limits its capability. Again, the reason why ground targeting is good is if this monster and if these two trees right here are monsters, you can't fireball one of them and hit both, but you can fireball here and hit both of them. So being able to throw it at the ground is very valuable. And is literally how it works in like so many video games. Being able to target like the ground is very, very good. In pen and paper D&D, you're very rarely hitting an individual target with it, and much more often you're throwing it at a spot on the floor and hitting multiple targets. Yep, and the Warlock Eldritch Ball also had that problem. True. Not all of them. There's actually a sizable number of SLAs that did not do that, which is the wacky part. So, for example, the Divine Disciple Flame Strike spell-like ability, ground targets. It just does. Same with the Fire Domain Firestorm, also ground targets. Yeah, maybe it's because it's projectiles. I'm not sure. That, like, there was only projectiles that had that problem. But yeah, that was an issue. The Epic Destiny Eldritch Blast changes go through. I didn't see them in the patch notes. I also didn't see them in the patch notes. So I don't know. That's a great question. Does anyone have an Eldritch or a Warlock in Epics that can test it? I wonder if that means that the Eldritch Blast shooting straight up in the air bug has also been fixed.
As a dredge climb, fully formed out of the bubbling, tarry contents of a cauldron.
Because, yeah, that was definitely an annoying bug. I wish I could heal people. Oh, wait, I can. Paladin!
Her daughter was cut down before her.
Hey, do you need health? Paladin! There was a thing to make it so that I remember I thought it was like on the forums or something that Tonkin was going to figure out how to get it so like Eldritch Blast was going to work on the mantles. Because the problem with the mantles is that all of them require you to cast that type of spell now. All of them, except for Draconic Incarnation, which works on any spell type. And so that was an issue because it means like Eldritch Blast is not typed. So I don't know if that was going to work, if they managed to get it in so Warlock could actually use any of them. So basically, all you have to do if you have a Warlock is throw on anything that is not the Draconic Mantle or the Shradi Mantle, I guess. So put on like Exalted Angel and see if you can proc the light and fire damage on it. Although I assume you probably need to have like the thing. The appropriate damage type, but I'm honestly not sure. I don't know how it works. I need to test it. It wasn't in the patch notes, so if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But yeah, because just for reference, currently before update 66. That is not how it worked. So if you had, like, the Pact is extra damage, it is not the spell, so it wouldn't function. So Warlock has never worked, for example, with Primal Avatar, because Primal Avatar requires you to cast the spell of that type. And so, because you're not casting that spell of that type when you Eldritch Blast, because Eldritch Blast has no type inherently, it doesn't matter if you're a Fiend, so you add fire damage. The added fire damage is not Eldritch Blast. That is the Fiend Pact damage. Eldritch Blast is still typeless, so it wouldn't work. So I just don't know if that was fixed with Update 66, so that way the Pact can associate with it or something. I don't know. I'm not sure. What Pact do I prefer? That's a tough one. I would say the one I use most often is probably Acid, because it's convenient. And for melees, I always take the Celestial Pact, the Lightning, because you get access to Bless and Prayer, which is an extra plus 12 to hit and 6 to damage, so you just take that no matter what. You basically have to on a melee. I never use Fae for anything anymore. And I like Carcerai Storm because I think the visuals and the sound are the best.
Swells of organ music, fraught with defiance, determination.
Yo, what's up, Nobub? How you doing? Where are you now? How's it going? Oh, wait, hold on. I'm a paladin. Die, monster. You don't belong in this world.
Please, come in, my
Yeah, how is Archerer going? Not gonna lie, pretty good. I'm having a blast with playing Archer. I'm not complaining about playing Archer while playing Archer. Thank you, Dodge. Having the ability to roll to dodge stuff, so I have like in combat rolls, is very, very cool. Oh, game freeze. So that's pretty great. The range attacks actually like working, the AoE feeling really sweet, very satisfying. So yeah, I'm just having an absolute blast. Like I said, I'm currently playing Archerer and I'm not complaining about it, which is a huge difference for me. Very different than normal. So I'm enjoying it quite a bit. Tired. Holy moly. Question for you. There's the monster design panel going on at PAX East. For those of you that have not heard, Standing Stone Games is going to be doing a presentation at PAX East about how they take monsters from paper and bring them into life in the game, which is probably going to be very cool. If you're going to PAX, you'll be able to see that in the theater, whose name I can't remember, on the first day of PAX, which is the Thursday, which is going to be super cool. I'm going to be there, which is also kind of cool. I'll be going to the thing and hanging out afterwards. But I don't know. I was curious. Bob, you're not on the panel, right? Because that's not your thing. You're not like the monster design guy. I don't think they talked about, I don't know if it was announced anywhere specifically who's on the panel.
You have found an ally within Ravenloft.
Do you think that Dire Charge Sunder not working with Sunder Soul is intentional? It's intentional. The issue is wording. What needs to be done is SSG needs to do like a better job of keywording individual things, so you know that it only works with like a true Sunder. So it should be called, so like Dire Charge shouldn't say Sunder, it should say something else. Like the what Dire Charge does to you should be like called like fracturing or something, where you fracture their armor class so people know it's not sundering. So it's a different type. But no, it does not work, and that is as intended. It's meant to be, you have to use Sunder to then get the effect to increase the value of base Sunder. And they've been trying a lot to improve the value of base Sunder. Right now, if you have, the build I'm going to be running will be Tier 5 Dreadnought with Core 4 Divine Crusader. So Sunder reduces an enemy's armor class by, I think it's like 10%, as well as an additional -10, and reduces fortification by 125%, which in my opinion is quite a lot and will be very good. But again, that's going to be a that's my current plan with that of sorts, and we'll see how that ends up lining up in terms of its general value. But it'll be good for like raids and things. Not on panel unless you get surprised. Could you imagine? Get an email, hey, by the way, you're on the panel.
There's a spiral staircase across the room.
Ready to talk about monsters.
The castle towers.
A
great rumbling shakes the floor.
Yeah, I'm excited. I think it'll probably be a good panel regardless.
With the keystone in hand, you step through the castle walls.
Nice Jorb team.
You check your bags. Sure enough.
Next is Ataraxia's Haven, specifically Reclamation. Next. I'm going to be doing 2 Dragon Lords. The first will be pure Dragon Lord as a Warforged, because I just think the idea of a Warforged Dragon Lord sounds cool. Like a big, beefy metal man who's like Lord of Dragons, battlefield tactician. That sounds awesome. And then second, I want to do a multi-class Dragon Lord, going with the classic Crit Zilla build. Yeah, that was pretty good. That was the good fast run. I control those types of things. I have asked people. There we go. So there's the answer. Also, Bobby, I like that you've been entirely silent, almost. And then you got to ask about the background. I want the map too, as well. Yeah, House K Docs. Yeah, because I'm like, the idea of being like a big robot battlefield, dominating thing. Like, you also imagine Dragonlord. I think of Dragonlord as a title and not like somebody who is akin to dragons, but like that's just the title you receive of that type of battlefield commander. And so I think that would be very, very cool to have that as like a as like, or like that's the kind of the character design. You come from the last war being a dragon lord, somebody feared on the battlefield for this. So like that's where the story comes from. I do sometimes get like a little bit of story involvement with my characters, but it's usually loose, not like concrete. So like, oh, here's the gist of the idea and not the whole idea. I have pen and paper D&D for that.
Scaffolding and heavy reinforcement make it clear that this area is of high value to the Duergar.
As I then spill water all over myself trying to take a drink. Take care. So yeah. What else was I talking about? Something. Yeah, Dragonlord's looking fun. So we're gonna have some Dragonlord builds for out soon. Like I said, I just gotta get the Arcane Archer stuff out because I'm having fun with this. It feels good. Dude, look at that. I just wrecked this dwarf. Oh, what's that? Dwarf? You're dead? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, this build's going to cap. Yeah, 100%. I'm not gonna like really take this to cap, as in I'm not gonna like go get an item set for it, because I have a ranged character that I want to do more experiments with. But for the purposes of leveling, I have the build set up, and I think this build will work quite well as a endgame range character. Okay, so this is here, and this guy is here, so he dies. I gotta stop rolling ones. That's really my problem here, is I keep doing this. It ranges on live? Yeah. Check this out. So see how these guys down here, okay? These two guys, watch this. Boom. Scatter shot. As I start taking them down all at the same time with my AoE attacks. Oh, did I kill both of those with one bow cleave? Isn't that amazing? It's one of those things that is just so satisfying once you actually get your grubby little fingies all over it. Oh, yeah. I still wish I could do what this guy is doing, where you could get, like, full damage by clubbing people with your bow. That'd be so satisfying to have that, like, bow slam attack. It reminds me of, in Lord of the Rings Online, one of the attacks you get is called Blindside, and it's probably one of the best animations in the whole game. So what Blindside does is your character, like, gets their bow, and they, like, they get ready, they pull a knife out of their pocket, they quickly knife somebody, and then when they're distracted, then they pull out the bow and do a quick, like, shot right to the face. So it's a melee attack that requires you to, like, you pull out the knife, and then you do the shot immediately afterwards. And the animation is just so cool on it. And I wish we could have something like that in DDO. Maybe there'll be like a skirmisher or something that comes out later that has something like that. There's a range set of ED and epic feats. Yep. So when I post the build for this one, which will be when I finish this, which will hopefully be soon. Apologize for the lack of streaming and continuation of some of this stuff. The game wasn't working for the past 6 days, so I don't really want to play that much. And also the past 4 days, I've had super stomach flu, which has sucked. It's just been not. Don't get the stomach flu, guys. Don't do it. If your friend is like, hey, I got the flu, do you want it? Say no to stomach flu, please. Say no to stomach flu. It's not good. But yeah, so then I'll be swapping that out. So I'll be when I do eventually post this build, I'll be doing a 2 versions. There's going to be Strimtom's Acid Arrow version 2, which will have the free-to-play version of the build, because this build is not free-to-play, because I'm using Horizon Walker, which is not free, and then this version of the build, which will be not free and have different stuff in it, but I'll have 2 of them. Doodle. Yeah. Because, like, the thing is, I've had flu. Like, last year I got regular flu, which is, like, it sucks, but at least it's, like, regular flu. But this year, nah, dude, I got double flu.
Hey Strim, Brian here.
Hey.
I didn't realize we were using code words like DDO has been down and I have a stomach flu for last epoch is a great ARPG.
Mm-hmm. That is correct. Not entirely correct. I haven't been playing. Actually, I haven't really been playing any video games. I've been rolling around in bed in discomfort. We're watching a lot of TV. Is there Epic Strike instead of Shoddy? Curious what you'll do. Yeah, I'm curious. I don't know. I'm going to be testing around with all of them, seeing how it goes. So yeah, so we'll see. But yeah, so I will have a suggested set of EDs and ranged for this character. Oh, we're already done. Why did I go back up? I thought I didn't get the last one. Never mind. Everything is good.
I have a stomach flu for last epoch is a great ARPG was my nickname in high school.
Damn. Very specific. The people in your, I guess the people in your high school must have been time travelers. They must have known. There we go. Beautiful. Yeah, so I will be posting that. Favorite Lotro class? Traditionally, it's Captain, although for this expansion cycle, because the raid is coming out in the next couple of weeks or so, and also the new 6-man and 3-man content, for the... What is this expansion called? The Corsairs of Umbar. I'm currently running Mariner, which is the latest class added to the game. Oh god. As well as Runekeeper and Guardian. So Guardian, I'm going to be running the tank and DPS combo. Runekeeper, I'll be running healer and not DPS, because the unfortunate part is that the Runekeeper DPS is like half of the other classes, which is unfortunate. But SSG has been pretty vigilant about doing balance patches and stuff, so I'm sure they'll probably patch that out at some point. Give them some buffs. And then Mariner is just like super good. It's just like straight up busted. So I'm enjoying that as well. It's also really fun to play. The way the character works with like the balance and stuff is really fun. Top to dive to water if every fall did the same. Oh, I was going up because I thought I didn't pull the thing. I thought I didn't pull the lever at the top. Cycross Jewel. I thought I made the mistake. The mistake. So yeah. Yeah, other than that, yeah, it's been pretty good. I've been working through the new... They made crafting relevant in Lord of the Rings right now for Endgame, so you do want to actually have crafters. However, the way that they've done it is that if you have all of the crafting skills in the guilds and stuff, then you can get all the special new recipes and get all the new ingredients and make a lot of money, because anybody can actually, no matter what your crafting level is, anybody can make the new gear. However, to get the recipes to make the new gear, you have to have the crafting guilds and what have you, which means that if you did all of it and you have a max out crafter, you can then go and get the recipes and then sell them to people that don't and make a bunch of money that way, which is actually kind of cool. So everybody gets access to the stats, whether they have the gear or not. It's just if you have the levels, you can do it yourself, and if not, you have to pay somebody else, which I think is an okay way to do it. The only problem I have is it's convoluted. Like, there's no one that tells you where to go to do that. So I had to ask a lot of people to figure it out. Later, Jack. Do you feel them introducing new classes harder than other ones due to keep the classes grounded? Honestly, yes. And the reason why I say that is because, so to answer your question, Drek, I think yes, it is harder to introduce anything because they can't just come up with magic. It has to be all martial. So they added the Mariner to the game, which is very cool. But the problem is that the Mariner, like, doesn't make any sense. Just, like, being totally honest. Like, it really doesn't. Like, it makes sense in terms of the story where... Oh, I rolled a 1. That's cool. In terms of the story of, like, the expansion and with the Umbar and everything else and all the boats and what have you. So it makes sense in the total grand scheme of the thing. But why am I a Mariner spawning an Archet? Or why am I a Mariner spawning in Air of the Wind? Like, that doesn't make any sense. And so having that as like a new spawn where it's like, oh yeah, you just have this character running around in, you know, the Lone Lands as a Mariner, that it really doesn't fit the story and the narrative. It's kind of out of it, whereas the rest of them kind of fit a little bit better into the overall visual. So the class is diverse and interesting and fits within the martial theme, but the actual overall story theme, that's where it gets a little bit harder. And so I do think it is a definite challenge, but the class fits very well into what they're doing. What they're doing right now with the game is they're making it so they're adding a lot of redundancy, which did not exist before. So for those of you that don't know, the Lord of the Rings Online has 5 different roles. They don't use the Holy Trinity. They have tank, heal, DPS, offensive support, and defensive support. Offensive supports are characters that buff and increase the damage of your allies. So these are the people that, like, you know, they cast a spell that increases everyone's damage by like 20% for a duration, or they can pick a person to make them auto crit or something like that. These are your offensive supports. And then you have your defensive supports, who are the people who are reducing the damage that enemies deal, debuffing them, making monsters slower, crowd control, that sort of thing. And these are necessary for every single piece of raid content. So you need all 5 roles. However, the problem is, when I say these are like class roles, they're not. Offensive support for the entirety of the game is captain. You bring a red captain. And defensive support is lore master and or burglar. And in some cases, you bring both of them. And that's it. That's just the totality of what's in the game. So what they're doing now is they're adding redundancy. So with redundancy, they're actually making those fully fledged roles fully fledged. They're taking character classes that have like basically dead or not very powerful trees, and they're reworking them to fit into these roles. So Mariner, the new class, its 3 roles are DPS, offensive support, like the captain, or defensive support. And they're making these things mutually exclusive. So if you want to bring an offensive support, you can bring your captain, or you could bring your Mariner, or I think they said they're making it so like Lore Master will also fit into that role. Or same thing the other way around. They could, if they're adding like more defensive support characters, debuffers and crowd controllers. Mariner is one of them. I think they said they wanted to work on like Hunter and make Hunter go more that angle. And they've been making patches so that Hunter is more debuffs and other things, which is kind of cool. So they're like kind of filling in those gaps. So the redundancy is making it interesting to me. And I feel like that's very, very healthy for the game. Because one of the main problems that is in the game right now is that Lore Masters only have one role in combat, which is debuffing. And you only need one of them because their debuffs don't stack with multiple Lore Masters. So you end up with this problem. If you have 2 Lore Masters in your guild, that's one too many. One of your Lore Masters cannot come to your raid. That's unfortunate. And the other problem is like, okay, so you only want one Lore Master per guild. Cool. Well, what do you do if that person can't go to raid that day? They're sick, or they got into, like their car got a flat tire, or they are going to a wedding, or they got to work late, or something like that. Well, now you need to get another Lore Master, and that causes a problem. But now it could be as simple as, oh man, our Lore Master player's like sick. They got the flu. They can't play. And somebody can go, okay, no problem. I'll just swap to debuff Hunter. And it's like, okay, cool. And there's just more redundancy, so then people can bring similar things. And it just means that more people can, it's like easier to fill in your raids and stuff. And it also gives cool purpose to these different classes, and they also play it. They have a completely different play style. I like it. I think it's cool. I'm excited. And yeah, so conceptually, adding a new character or class to the game is complicated, but I think that they've done a pretty good job so far, and I'm excited to see what they do in the future. I have high faith.
For the Devourer.
Anyway, hi there. What server are you playing on? Arganesson. I'm going tier 5 Horizon Walker, not Arcane Archer. Is Horizon Walker good? Also, I think I phrased that question wrong. Feels like I'm saying Shrimp Tom is somebody who hasn't played Lotro. Oh yeah, no, I have once or twice, maybe 3 times. That was a long-winded thing. I don't know. I've been playing a bunch of Lotro recently. Getting prepped for the raid. The idea, but I wonder how the math works. No. It's tank, healer, DPS, offensive support, defensive support. There are no off tanks, and everyone does DPS. So like if you're a healer and you got nothing to do, you're doing damage. Or like something, and same thing with the offensive and defensive supports. You're also doing damage while you got nothing to do. I don't know what I'm doing. So like, for example, if you're playing like a captain where you're buffing people, you have your buffs that you put out, and in between that, you're dealing damage. Same thing with like the burglar. It's like, oh, if you're debuffing people on a burglar, so you're playing a defensive support, you're doing your debuffs, and in between your debuffs, you're doing damage. There are some situations where you can use some wacky off tanks. So for example, during the raid Amdan Demol, the first boss, which I actually have a video on my YouTube channel of us doing it on tier 5. The first boss is quite dangerous, and it's like this giant like snow beast sort of guy. And the way the snow beast works is that he bites somebody, and then that bite applies a bleed, and then when he hits that person, he increases his total damage because he gets basically like smells the blood, and his damage goes up. And so what you have to do is you have to have the person who gets bit basically take aggro for 1 second, then they get the bleed, and then the other tank takes it back. The thing is, you don't actually need 2 tanks. You can just do it with 1 tank because that's the only mechanic you have to worry about. So what we would do is we would have a captain who is not a tank, basically run shield, like sword and board, and then they would taunt the guy, get the bleed, and then they would go back to the other tank instantaneously, so it wouldn't get the buffs or whatever. And that was like the last time I can think of where we had an off tank, as opposed to somebody actually just like raw tanking, but in almost all cases using 1 or 2 tanks, or sometimes 3 in the case of during Gundabad for Free Mill Iceheart, where in the final boss you would have so many ads you would 3 tank it very, very commonly. That was the thing. So casting makes curiosity, I know nothing of Lotro because of the percentage of damage increases is really high. So like as an example, the captain has multiple so a captain or like a support, DPS and offensive support, does like 70% of the damage of a DPS. So you don't do the full amount of damage. However, the captain chooses a Blade Brother. Whenever the captain critically strikes, the Blade Brother's next attack critically strikes. So just right away, that's already pretty good. But then they have a buff that increases the damage of the entire raid by 20% for 15 seconds. They have another buff where they drop a flag on the ground, and anyone standing next to the flag gets a crit buff, as well as doing 25% more damage for the duration of the flag. They also get like some off heals. They do mana restoration for their group. They can summon a minion that then buffs up the entire group offensively, or either buffing their defense or their offense. You can choose in the moment, or even giving them mana cost reduction if you want. They can debuff the targets to reduce their armor to increase the amount of damage people do. They also get a ability called Oathbreaker's Shame, which is the most powerful ability in the game. It makes it so monsters take 35% more damage for 15 seconds, and so you can throw that on like a boss or during a burn phase to do extra damage. So if you don't bring a captain, you miss out on all of that. So you could have 1 more DPS, but now burst phases are harder. You're going to have less total damage. Like every individual player will be doing less damage all of a sudden. And so the reason why you're like, oh, well, why don't you just bring like 5 captains? Well, you need people to do damage. And also these buffs are exclusive. So if you have 2 captains in the party, they both can't have their buffs active at the same time because they are the same thing. And the more captains you have, the less actual damage dealers you have. So that's one of the reasons why you bring like 1 character. So for example, I'm playing like the Mariner, which is the offensive support as well. The Mariner has buffs that literally state like it does this, and then it goes, this buff is mutually exclusive with this other buff. So Mariners and captains do similar things, but their buffs are exclusive. So you generally don't want to bring both. Although there are circumstances where you do want to bring both if there's good timing, because the cooldowns don't line up, so you could bring both, and we've been experimenting with bringing both on our raids. So, yeah, we'll see. I also wish Titan dropped runes. I agree. But it all depends on the type of comp that you have.
Cold water below looks.
But I do agree with what you're saying. Like, why would you bring a support character as opposed to not doing it? And in theory, they could just get rid of support characters and just have everybody do DPS. And that's what a lot of video games have done. So like Final Fantasy XIV basically does that. I guess there is like Bard and Dancer, which have some buffs, but for the most part, they kind of got rid of a lot of that. But again, the benefit of actually having those things is that people like that playstyle. That's it. People just like the playstyle. And so by not removing from the game, it means people can still play it. There are people that liked playing their buffers and their debuffers and their CC bots from classic WoW or their whatever video game they used to play.
You turn the rusted valve and shut down the blades in the drainage.
Traps done. Oh my god. Traps done. Holy moly. And yeah, we'll do Tempest Spine after this.
Water drips from your body as
Who's
you
with me?
climb out
You
from the water.
need help. Here's how Lotro handled it. Admittedly, the reason why it's worked for so long is because it's just every raid has these certain classes be mandatory. And the only problem with that is it just means that, as I said, there's just no redundancy in the game for a long time. That's the main issue. It's just that it's the redundancy problem that they have, and they're currently fixing the redundancy problem. They've actually done really good at like balancing the game and adding some like good features like that, and it's been very satisfying to play around with. So I played before I stopped and I enjoyed it a lot. Oh yeah, absolutely. It also, again, this is why things are like you have to be careful about that.
Was my nickname in high school.
Yeah, I can see that. Again, this is the reason why they have to like test these things quite a bit. Because I don't know if you guys remember this, but when Evoker was first added to World of Warcraft, and they first got augmentation, people were running all augmentation Evokers for their DPS and doing disgusting, insane numbers. So, again, you got to be careful when it comes to having like support characters in games if they're not done well. But yeah. Again, that's why they make stuff mutually exclusive. Yeah, Bending Burst is fantastic.
Return this book to Bordry.
Right,
Perhaps he
Tempest,
can shed
fine.
some light on its contents.
Yeah, we can do Tempest Spine. I'm okay with that. Tempest Spine. Yeah, like I said, I like Trios Dibe. Is that actually what I typed? Trios Dibe. Yep. Like I said, I've always liked the more supportive type characters. I like to play supports and healers and stuff. Seems like the first thing you'd try. I mean, I think that... What's the best way I can put it? In those types of circumstances, I guess you ask yourself the question of, like, where is the harm if something is a little bit busted for a little bit? And I guess the answer is other things get pushed out. Like, World of Warcraft is very volatile, so it takes, it doesn't take very long for things to change quickly, where people suddenly would go, oh, you can only bring X class or X thing to a certain piece of content. I don't know. I will say this. I do not know how a video game company works, so I can't talk about the direct QA process of people testing out certain things and being like, hey, what if we brought a raid of all of one class for the DPS? Because maybe that just wasn't a priority. It's also important to remember that a lot of game designers design their video game for the ideal circumstance, and it's the players who find the bugs because they're the ones that are like not thinking of the ideal setting. So like as an example, DDO is very much designed in the sense that you want to have for the hardest content like a healer and a tank and people that can crowd control and what have you. And it makes a lot of your hard content, like your R10s and what have you, significantly easier. If you've ever done an R10 with like an actual proper tank, like an actual proper healer, and you have like somebody doing crowd control, they are so much easier. You'll get through most of your R10s without a single person even taking any damage, like other than like the tank. It's very satisfying, and it makes it so much easier. But there are a fair number of people that try to do it without that, and some people find success not bringing any of that. And so, does it mean like, oh, how come, like, should the game designers have tested it if you only bring one thing? I mean, they're designing it a certain way. I don't know. It's hard to say. I don't know. I think at the end of the day, it's going to be based on the circumstance, and you have to ask yourself like where the harm is. But I can't personally say like I understand the process of QA and be like, well, they should have tested this thing. I mean, maybe they should have, but like people are still having a lot of fun and they're still playing. So, like, where's the harm? I guess. Tier 5 Dragonlord seems good. It does.
Here in the
Does seem pretty good.
huddle together ahead, proof that they have returned to work with the giant.
Yeah. Also, I don't know what I didn't play World of Warcraft. I haven't played Dragonflight, so I don't know the specifics as to like what wasn't working or how they fixed the problem. I just remember that was a big thing right at the beginning.
Deep imprints betray the presence.
I do remember it didn't take very long for them to fix it, so that wasn't the case. So again, it doesn't seem like it's that big of a deal.
Less than 3.
Also, what's up, Darktarius? Thank you so much for the resub. Appreciate it. Welcome back to the stream team for 30 months. Glad to have you here. R10 tank vengeance circles. Yeah. If you have enough hit points and magic resistance rating, you can tank anything. Also, evil absorption helps out tremendously.
To the left of the junction, you spy a massive metal gateway. To the right, the tunnel.
Tunnels. Do I have the stats for this stuff? Yeah, I do. Nice. Nice. I'm intelligent. Let's go.
Approaching the crystal box has triggered some mechanism within the iron golem. The behemoth stirs and moves to
You don't have the intelligence for this? Okay, he does. Good. Woo! I was worried he wasn't going to have it.
Final signal crystal ignites.
Is that I'm just like...
Into an unknown area of the mountain
It depends
layer,
on,
fire and
you know,
ice.
like, obviously there's, like, standards for
Treasure chest.
checking things in terms of,
Heat
like,
spreads along the floors and up the walls.
identifying whether,
Rushing
like, certain
lava
bugs
resounds
exist
all
or not.
around you in this
Like, being able to find bugs and find issues in what the hell is happening. Why'd it go that way?
A strange thought passes through your
Fine.
mind. Linked by Sarjak. Fire shall burn as
Okay,
long as
interesting.
ice
That was
has
weird.
form.
But yeah, I don't know what the pipeline looks like for video game companies. So, like I said, I've never worked in a QA department. I just don't want to throw shade at people for not finding something especially if it's like not really that destructive. It could have just been an oversight, which is
Air
most
rolls
likely.
across the floor and tunnels into the passages
Hey
in this
Strim,
section of
it's
the
me
cavern.
again back with another question.
Yo,
How
what's up?
are monks in DDO? Can they solo or will it make me miserable?
Monks are pretty good. So, monks have been made a lot better through a couple of recent changes. One of the main changes is that there's an attack called the Whirlwind Attack that was recently changed. It used to require an ability called, or a feat called Combat Expertise, which required intelligence. And so to get Whirlwind Attack, you used to have to take Dodge, Mobility, Spring Attack, Combat Expertise, and Whirlwind Attack. So it's 5 feats to get a reasonably powerful AoE. Now it just takes Dodge and Mobility, which means basically every single monk can now get Spring Attack relatively easily. Not Spring Attack, Whirlwind Attack, which makes your AoE feel so good during the leveling process. Fist Monk, Quarterstaff Monk, there's no other monks, and you can have an absolute blast with that type of character. Monk is fun and works well. Yeah. And the best part about Monk is that a lot of people think that Monk is really complicated because there's like combos in Monk, but the best part is all of the combos are bad. So you don't even need them. You just press the 1 button healing key and then don't worry about it. You literally just spam healing key. That's it. All the other ones are bad.
I shall attend to it in a trice.
Doing fast
Thank you for the
version.
entertainment.
Anytime, Vin, kill him. Glad I can entertain. Uses combos? Nobody. Nobody uses the combos. Who knows? Maybe SSG at some point in the future will, like, bug them. But, oh.
Peering over the edge, you realize that a fall from this
Yeah,
height
so there are a couple combos which can be nice. Like, Earth, Dark, Earth.
giants
That's about it.
ensure that the drow encamped ahead are only resting from their labors. Pitiful state for a once free people.
Didn't use combos. It was a bad time. Yeah, big, huge mistake. Don't use the combos. One of the few combos that I do like is
Scorpions and rust monsters
there's Earth, Wind, and Fire for Shining Star. So that one's not bad, but that one's level 20 exclusive. So like, very few monks are actually gonna have that anyway because people multi-class a lot. What's up, Grave Mold? How you doing? And then if you play Staff Monk is quite nice because Staff Monk gives you access to Shadows Cannot Exist Without Light, which is a massive heal. But that's Staff Monk exclusive. I mean, it's nice in the sense that it is an extra +2, but it's almost never useful. I'm doing pretty good. Yeah, you usually just hit him with Stunning Fist, and if that works, you're good. And if that doesn't work, then you hit him with Tomb of Jade or Jade Strike, and then once they're stunned, then you just beat them up. And press Whirlwind Attack in between. And also click the mouse. I actually disagree. I think that Water Light Water doesn't have a use. This might sound counterintuitive. The reason why I say that Water Light Water doesn't have a use, you'd be like, but Shrimtom, it reduces mana cost by 25%. And it's like, that's true. It does reduce spell point cost by 25%. But like, when are you actually going to use that? Actual question. Like, when would you actually do that? Brian's broken again? Yeah, he's having some trouble today with the reading. Oh, God. Oh, God. Never mind. I'm a god. Safe. Buffing at the start of the raid? Monks never use it. They don't do it. It's meant to help allies? Yeah, but people don't do that in video games. That's not how this game works. Let me see if I can fix it. Give me a sec. It is how it works? Nope, it isn't. I played this video game. Monks don't use that ability. I don't know. You might play on like, you might be from an alternate dimension or universe where monks will actually use that ability. Monks don't use that ability. Oh yeah, it's not even showing up. Interesting. Like, and I'm not saying monk players should feel bad for not using it. I don't have an opinion one way or the other. I'm saying that people don't use it. Like, you're right. In the hypothetical universe where a monk loads into a quest and then the monk goes water, light, water, and then buffs everybody to reduce their spell cost by 25%, in that circumstance, which could happen, which doesn't, that could be useful for some players that are not the monk specifically. But that circumstance, like, just doesn't come up, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, maybe on other servers it's different, but on Arganessen, like, it just doesn't happen. And there are monk players on Arganessen. I hate other 10s, Time for 13, and Ravenloft 11s. So yeah, like, again, I'm not saying don't do that. I'm saying that I don't see people doing that very often. Ranger Trainer, level 8 Ranger. I get another level of spells. How neato. Like, if that's something you want to do and you want to support your team, it's good. You should support your team.
By the edge of the Stormreach market, a pensive
That use that ability, he means on his server Wayfinder, and by players, he means him.
She is searching for heroes.
Yeah, maybe.
Heroes able and willing to face an unknown foe in the ancient ruins.
Are you saying monk is fun if you ignore monking while you monk? Yeah, basically. What am I doing? Selling stuff? I have 4 action points to spend. Okay, so I'm pretty sure Corner of the Quarry is good. Oh, requires listen skill. I think that's good. So yeah. Yeah, it's just for Banish the Quarry. I guess I don't care about the Immobilize. No, it's fine. I have a lot of listen anyway. I'm a great listener. That's what people say. Beruvia. The Vengeance. Time for Oath of Vengeance. Again, I'm not saying that circumstantially there can't be a situation where somebody does use that. I'm saying on average, people that play monks don't do that. It also doesn't help the fact that monks are also very underrepresented in terms of the total player base. There are not a lot of monk players. You can use it. I'm sure casters in your party will be happy that when you do that. They'll probably be stoked about their mana cost going down by 25%. It's a massive buff. But it only lasts 1 minute, which means you have to do it every minute. And a lot of people don't want to do it, so it is what it is. Yeah, I don't know much about that Suicide Squad game. I didn't look into it at all. I remember hearing, or I heard some people complain about it on the computer. So I don't know anything about it. I just remember seeing people go like, game bad, which like is not a super surprise, but I don't know anything about it outside of that. No, I can't get in, game bad, Alright, well, I'm going downstairs. And people complained about it a lot more than, like, that Golem game, which was pretty bad. So I don't know. I guess it's because, like, I guess more people have, like, an affinity for, like, the DC products or whatever. But I guess, like, should anybody be surprised? I'm not much of a DC movie watching sort of person. And I'm definitely not a comic book reader, but like, and this is gonna sound maybe a little crazy, but like, it doesn't really surprise me that it's not that great, because weren't all the Suicide Squad movies also kind of bad? I see Archer Man returns. Yeah, Archer Man's coming back. That's me. So yeah. Yeah, but like, again, all the movies were bad. So if you got like, if you thought the video game was going to be kind of good when the movies were bad, I don't know. Okay, miss and dodge. Thank you, iframes. God, iframes. Animated were great. Yeah, the animated ones are probably good. Do I have giant hands? I'll leave that up to your imagination. And by that I mean I have a mouse which has those buttons on the side. I have a 12-button mouse. The Guild Wars 2? I said Guild Wars 2 like an hour ago. There's that. Playing repetitive and boring? Again, I don't know.
Tucked behind the mansion is a fog-shrouded cemetery.
Rocksteady, the studio behind it, made really good games. What else do they make?
In one corner.
Oh, they were the ones who made like the Arkham games? Oh, okay, that's interesting. I don't know. Game development, man. It's complex.
Slumped in the throne is a gaunt, armored figure. Without looking up, it says simply...
Third-person Borderlands with Suicide Squad skins? Interesting. Yeah, I don't remember how the last Borderlands games were received either. I have no idea. I will admit that. I have played Borderlands 2. That's it. I haven't played any of the other Borderlands games, so I don't even know. Stupidest of stupid writing? I mean, yeah, but Borderlands 2 also was kind of stupid. There's a part where you have to fight monsters called boner farts. I feel like it's fair that sometimes these games have bad writing. Yeah, it's just a product of its era. It was that, like, you know, 2010s, like, edgy internet humor sort of era. And so you know, then people move forward and they're like, let's make the same game again, and you know, people don't want it as much. Exactly.
Your eye is drawn to the impressive beacon that dominates the courtyard. Suddenly, taloned creatures fly out from behind it.
Like, Borderlands was written at a time when, like, people would go on the internet and read, like, a rage comic and actually laugh about it because they thought it was funny. Which is perfectly fine, because that's what we did back in the day. But yeah, you know, sometimes you gotta evolve and make something new.
That could be seen throughout the valley, and from somewhere a voice whispers,
just cringy, yeah, probably. It's also the possibility that like people get older and they just don't find the same thing funny anymore. Again, I did not play it, so I don't have a lot of experience with that. Is there any other item other than the D12 that I need to get from the anniversary event? I don't think you need to get any items from the anniversary event. I don't like any of them, including the D12. Yeah. Butt jokes, let's go. Yeah, basically. Yeah, but I feel like that happens to anything with, like, where you're trying to do comedy again. Like, you get lightning in a bottle, and then you try to get the lightning in a bottle again, and it's really hard. Where you do something, and the writing is really good, and then you're like, let's just do that exact thing again. But, like, the writing is the creative process. Making the video game and the gameplay fun is easier because you have a more clear method of what did and didn't work. But for the writing, that's harder because you need to do the same thing, but with new subject matter, so it doesn't look like the same thing.
You have returned to Castle Ravenloft, this time uninvited. As promised,
Your Great Praise D12 support to Eberron as a counterpoint to the key for the Forgotten Realms. Oh, I'm sure it is. It's just every character I have, like, you can get to the airship from basically anywhere in the whole game. Like, the airship can be gotten to from pretty much anything in the universe. And,
a potion from a coven of witches.
Also, like, teleport and, like, wherever your bind is. I never think about it. I'm sure that other people can use the D12 more efficiently than I do, but, like, I literally never think about it. It never comes across my mind where I'm like, man, I wish I could quickly get to Eberron. You're always able to quickly get to Eberron. It's getting other places that's hard. Oh, shit. Whoops.
Following it all the way to the top should get you close to the lair of the old crones mentioned in Jesper's journal.
They dispelled my magic. I like how they did no damage, but instead took away all my magic. Thanks, game. Bundle item. Oh, and that's the other thing too is I have all the teleport bundles, so I don't really care about it. So there's that. I said I understand why people like they want it and they get it. I'm not saying that people shouldn't go for the D12. I just don't care about it. I just have never had the interest. Yeah, Wynwood Hall, you just run to the genie. Yep. Same thing with Saltmarsh. Just go bind on the Saltmarsh ship. Well, they extended the anniversary event by a week because of the lag problem or like the frame rate issue. So whatever it was going to be, plus 1 week. I don't know when the event actually ends. I don't do the anniversary event. I run it one time to like read the text and talk to the new characters and stuff, and then I don't ever run it again because I just don't like it. Oh, whoops. Welcome. I forgot to update the LFM. We're on Raven at the door.
The password from Jesper's journal.
Flame Dragonlord window 2? No, because it's not a frame rate problem. You can just log in and get that. It's not a big deal.
Many sets of green eyes.
Yeah, there's fortunately a lot of farming groups that are out there doing it. So it's not that bad to get like a group to go do. Again, I just don't want to do it. Yep.
The withered forms of two hags glare at you from across their cauldron.
Get them. Again, not saying that you can't enjoy it or you can't have a lot of fun with it. I just personally don't really, so I'm not going to.
Then one of them sneers at you. We know about
XP and move on? Yeah, basically, that's it. I just run it once for the extra 100 and something thousand XP you get, and then walk away.
So we set a trap, and just like that, in he flew. Face twisting into a gap-toothed brain, the witch continues. Your little bird flappers now and it without
I need more critical hit chance. My crit is a 18 to 20 right now. I need more. Have you ever had an issue where the DDO client just launches into a black screen indefinitely? Yes, I have. A long time ago. But I don't remember how to fix it. I did have that issue in like 2016, and I couldn't tell you the details. It's not helpful, but that was like 8 years ago, and I can't remember anything. So, also my memory, at the very least for the past few days, has been terrible because I've just been like sleeping all the time, and I've been like sweating all the time, and because I've had like a wicked fever, and everything's kind of a blur. But people in chat seem like they have good answers for you, so I'd do what they're talking about.
At the center of the destruction.
Yeah, you want me to go get Unwavering Ardency? Oh, okay.
Its sickly sweet smell permeates the wreckage.
It is cool. Don't get me wrong. Unwavering Ardency is very cool. It's a cool bow.
Through the air, smashing through furniture like it was paper. It is circling you.
AoE, baby, let's go. But yeah, I don't know how to solve the problem.
You quaff the witch's brew, and you
they did fix the frame rate problem, yeah. It was basically related to the fix they did for the main menu issue.
Push yourself through the
So, yeah.
tiny tower window.
Crafting bank space, the cane of crafting's not an inventory management nightmare. You basically have an, if you buy all the space, you basically have an infinite amount of space, with two exceptions. One, filigrees only stack to 5, so that is a bit problematic if you want to have every filigree in the whole game and have multiple copies of all of them, where it's not bad if you have like 1 or even 2 different stacks of them, but if you play the game a lot and then have like 40 of each filigree, you're gonna run out of space. And by don't mean like of the one category, I mean like you have 40 prowess melee powers, so then you have 8 stacks of prowess melee power, and then you get 8 stacks of the next one, 8 stacks of the next one. Then it's a problem. But outside of that, nah, you can, if you have all the crafting bank storage, you can store everything indefinitely. Or if you're like me and you have like 12 pages of Sunflasks for reasons I find difficulty explaining, except for the fact that I was selling posters related to it. So yeah. Yeah, SSG did fix the frame rate issues, which is nice. It is nice. And T-Party. So you don't have that problem anymore. No more frame drop. Oh, I get the tier 5. +1 critical threat range and multi. Let's go. It's a lot of damage. Or when? That's what I do for Sunfest. If you're new to the channel, Budvinic, I do Sunfest. It's an event where I make Sunflash throwers. I did it in 2020. I did it in 2022, and I do it every 2 years. This year's Sunfest will be very special, and it'll be a little bit different than the past years. So hopefully it'll be fun. Your Sunfest is live in Arizona? No, I don't want to go in the actual sun. I'll burn. My skin shall burn. Oh, I didn't talk to the Baron. Whoops. Later in the year. Just chugging Sunny D. I've done that before. I remember I was working at a gas station, and for some reason we started carrying Sunny D, and I hadn't had Sunny D in like 10 years since I was like a kid. And so, I mean, I was still a kid. I was like 18. But I was like, oh yeah, that's cool. I'll buy the Sunny D. And then we were selling in like these half-gallon, basically, containers. So I bought a half-gallon of Sunny D, and I started pounding it back. And I could not talk by the end of my shift. Because of all the citrus, it just like melted in my throat. And I was like, it was so painful. And then you go, oh, so you stopped drinking it when you realized it was painful, right? But yeah, it was good. A lot of Sunny D. Sunfest Fun Flash Server demolishes R10's next YouTube title. Yeah, I still have Sunfest. The character's great. Anyway, it was a good time. I can't recommend that you chug a half gallon of Sunny D, but I can tell you that it was really tasty. And it didn't put like a sour, like a bad taste in my mouth of like Sunny D being like, oh man, I don't like Sunny D anymore. Like, no, it's good. Isn't Tampico Apple Punch considered kind of good? I don't know what Tampico is. Cheaper, lower quality Sunny D. I don't even know what low quality Sunny... Isn't that just Sunny D? Also, I apologize. The text-to-speech isn't working because it looks like there's a Streamlabs issue. So I apologize.
The perfect collection for someone who consorts with literal devils.
You can taste the difference. It means they need more sugar and acid. Ohio.
Lady Fiona Boctor smiles
Yeah, as far as like orange juice substitutes, I am not the biggest fan of like just orange juice in general. I had a weird craving for orange juice the other week, but apparently due to like the weather patterns like over the past like 6 months and into the next year, there's like gonna be a price jump in OJ because of the cost of oranges increasing. And I'm like, damn it. Just when, like, the one time a decade I get a weird craving for orange juice, there's going to be a jump in the price due to, like, a shortage. I'm like, that's fantastic. It's fine. It's not the biggest deal. I don't care that much. But I was thinking about it a lot. Yeah, I was like, oh, man. Buddy wanting juicy vitamin C? No, I eat fruit. I just don't really eat a lot of oranges. If I'm not using a versatile tree in my build and have a universal point, what's the best option to use it on? I'm a Sork. If you're a caster, the best option is always the Fate Arc Illusionist pet, because the pet gives you 5 universal spell power and 5 force spell power, just for summoning it. Nothing's working. Did you try restarting your computer? Squeeze your own juice? Well, it's not going to solve the problem if the price of oranges also goes up. We kill the dude and are all in to help her, and Lady Walker is just like, thanks, now die. Kill us as long as she lets us win. What is she doing? Because she wants control. You have a pawn that's useful for a short period of time, and then once they've lived their usefulness, now you don't need them anymore. The old double cross. She could just hire you as a mercenary, or she could just kill you. Or like, because then now she doesn't actually have to pay you or do any actual work, like, or anything else like that. So in theory, you're right, where it's like, oh yeah, it's obviously not a bad idea, but like, it's a better idea if she wins. If she's a powerful necromancer, she gets you to do her dirty work. She doesn't have to do anything. She's not incriminated, and she can even use that as leverage and be like, oh my goodness gracious, the Baron was slain by these vagabonds, but I have slain the Baron. And use it for political power as well. Exactly. There's like a ton of motives you can come up with. It's not that crazy. I feel like there's a lot of movies that have a similar story. Okay. And also, you always kill this guy because he's a bad guy. They're both bad guys. So I just kill them both because you're a bad guy too. So didn't want to die, shouldn't have been a bad guy.
And rightly so. But an uneasy sense of doubt creeps over you. What monster or lunatic will come forth?
I like that the item I got here was the Abjuration Ring, because it's a great item. Next is Amber Temple. Scroll thread seems to be a solution. No idea why. I'm going to risk starting DS4 Windows before the DL launcher makes the game work. Windows loading and there's being a PlayStation controller software. That's crazy. I said, I assume that you have tried restarting the computer. That's like 9 times out of 10, that's the solution there. That's good enough for me. I don't rate my character as being a good person. I rate my character as being an effective person. And I got a lot of damage, and I got to use it. Plus, also, you know, I have a general distrust of people who have a desire for power. And then you go, wait a minute, but doesn't your character have a desire for power? Aren't you exercising your desire to power by killing these people? The answer is yeah, but obviously it's a double standard. I'm not going to apply the rules that I apply to other people to myself. It's crazy. Monk build I could try out. So maybe I haven't played Monk in a little while. I'd have to look through the build repository. But you can check that out if you want. !builds brings up the repository. I honestly can't recall the last one. I know I have one for when they went free to play. But I don't think that includes the whirlwind attack changes. But yeah, I should have a Monk build somewhere in the repository. If it's not in that one, then check the old repository. If it's not in that one, then I probably need to update and make a Monk. I don't think... Did I do a Monk for hardcore? I don't think so. I'm trying to remember. Again, my brain is not going. Nothing here. Season 9. I don't think I did one in Season 9. I'm just going to double check through some of these builds because I don't remember. Lightcaster, Fighter, Archmage, Sacred Fist. No, none of these are monks. There's the Vile Master of Flowers, which is pretty fun, but it's not really a monk. Season 8 is not one because I was just using the archetypes because that was there. Yeah, I think my most recent monk build would be when they made monk free. Warlock, Buff Bard, Modern Vanguard. I'm just scrolling backwards. Recent. Modern Fist Monk is here. And is this free to play? Great question. I chose Tabaxi because it's cool and gives you dex, but be whatever race you want. This is a First Life friendly build, it looks like. Which is good. I don't have a way to cure that, so I gotta go get the password, because none of us do. Yeah, so that would be the most recent one. And looking at the feats here, Fist of Light, it's a staff monk build? Oh no, it's Swords to Plowshares. 2 weapon fighting, dodge, mobility, stunning fist, whirlwind attack. Yeah, this is the one. There you go. As I said in the build guide, if you don't have Tabaxi, just use another one. But Tabaxi are cool, and I played it as a Tabaxi. But you could play Elf, you could play Halfling. It's all kind of the same at the end of the day. And that build works well. I think I played that one on hardcore. I'm not sure. I'm getting straight up murdered, and I'm having a very bad day. Okay. I do not have a Dragonlord build for you, no, unfortunately. I want to play Dragonlord before I try to write a build for it. I just want to make sure I understand everything that goes into it. It's just a regular fighter, so it's not that complicated. But I prefer to play the characters before I like write the build guide for it. So yeah. You ever post LFMs? Yes. I literally have an LFM active right now, which I didn't update to Sealed and Amber. But I almost always post LFMs. I just play with random people. I don't have a particular like SATA group or anything. I just play with the people that are on my server. I don't know if I want to play with somebody named Hemorrhoids, but I do post active LFMs all the time. Okay, so that's not here. So then where else can Mavris be? Honestly, if you're relating... Oh, it's up here, right? Yeah, it's up here. So it's this way. We go here, then we take a left. Oh, you guys got the Lich? Oh, you already have all the passwords? Oh, nice. It's pretty sweet. I did not get all the passwords. Never mind. Mavris. Done. See? All it took was a little bit more effort that was unnecessary. Beautiful. Okay. Stop scratching nose. So yeah. I will upload a Dragonlord build when I play Dragonlord. I just don't want to do it before I play Dragonlord. I understand that is annoying for many. But yeah, that's just how I prefer to do things. I want to get my grubby fingies on it and push the keys so I really understand it. Because I can make assumptions about how I think the... I can make assumptions about how powerful I think the capstone ability is, because I haven't really played with it in real content. I've only like played with it on Lamania a little bit, and I haven't really had the chance to fully experience it. I don't think it's very good, because I think that the capstone is too unwieldy on average. However, what if that's not true? What if it's actually very easy to activate, and I'm misjudging based on the different weapon style that you might be able to use? What if I'm just not, you know, there's a bit of knowledge that I don't know? And so I would much rather have the chance to play with it than give somebody information that might not be correct. Yeah, because like I said, the capstone is pretty volatile in the sense that it looks powerful. It's an instant kill that basically always works, but it has a setup that you have to use first, and it's melee. So getting 2 melee attacks on a target back to back might be complicated. Take care. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Oh geez, Louise. Yeah, because a lot of people have been playing City of Heroes because the Homecoming server is now an official server. So now you can just play City of Heroes, and you can like stream it if you want and make YouTube videos. It's no longer in the dark. It's now like, it's like a thing. It's official. It's very cool. For the people that didn't know. There has been a City of Heroes private server that you could always play on called Homecoming. And now the City of Heroes private server Homecoming has been officially licensed. So you can now just play it if you want. And it's not like, oh, is it going to disappear or whatever? Nope. It's now just a permanent thing. They're like adding and developing new content and fixing bugs and all sorts of stuff. It's cool. Everybody in my party left. No. I have a lot of scrolls. Oh my god. Look at this presentation. Look at these guys. The coordination's amazing. It's just gears interlocked, working at the same thing. Because you notice you might be like, they're turning different directions, because that's how gears function. These guys are cogs in the machine. The machine that is leveling fast and efficiently. That's right. That's right. Look at these cogs. Go, cogs, go. Speaking of go, cogs, go, I'm going to go get some water, because I am thirsty. And I'm still sweating, because I still have a little bit of a fever. I thought I had no fever, and I was wrong. I have a little fever still. chair. Visitors actually getting contact with publishers and getting permission to operate. Yeah, we'll see. Shin Megami Tensei. I don't even know what the heck that is. Don't even know. Okay, so what in the heck do people do now? 11s? What are the other 11s that people do? What do people do at level 11, huh? What are we doing, huh? Are we doing the desert? Sounds like we're doing the desert. Purge the Fallen Shrine. Sounds like we're doing the desert. I think we're doing the desert. I think that's what we're doing. I think we're going to the desert. I think we're doing the desert. And now I can cast Cure, which is convenient because I have loads of mana. Is everyone want to try City Heroes 2 or some spin-off? Yeah, probably. Honestly, that's a great idea. Just let them keep running an MMORPG, and then you can make a mobile game. That's the real game plan. You just do that, and you make just one of those like copy-paste mobile games and call it a day. That does sound kind of good. You can just order duck fajitas? That's crazy. Get where you were going to say marsh? I think, did I say tundra? I think it was desert, I think. Dessert. I do be liking the dessert. We're rich and fatty? Yeah, it does. I'm telling you, dude, that's a good idea. You're kind of surprising, but I'm not complaining. Absolutely. Full ADQ run? No. I don't ever want to do that. The main problem is you only get runes if you do epic. Also, I don't want to do Chains of Flame ever. There might be a time in my life where I'll hit my head on the table enough where you can convince me to just go do Chains of Flame, but I don't want to do that. I don't want to run Titan. Shin Megami Tensei is the original franchise that Persona branched off of. Oh. See, I have Persona 3 and 4 and 5 because I heard those games were like really good, and the music in 5 is at least pretty good. But I haven't played any of them because they're video games that aren't short. So
Evil chants and demonic voices echo through the halls of this
we're like, you know, it is what it is. The problem that I run into pretty often is like where I'm like, oh man, you know, it'd be cool. I want to play this video game. So I like buy it and then I never play it because video games are long and they take a long time to play. Allowed to pike, then you can do chores. True. Yeah, if you can AFK Chains of Flame, then it's not a bad quest. I agree. I agree with that assessment. Yeah, AFKing Chains of Flame is the way to go about it. I'm still taking a little bit of damage because I don't have fire resistance yet. But if I had fire resistance, oh, this would be a different story. Short ones and ones without an actual ending? Yeah, but honestly, very true. I only like two types of video games. Short ones or games that never end. Give me like an MMORPG with no clear ending where you can just keep playing the game for an eternity. Absolutely. Give me a game like Doom where I can play Doom in a day and then put it down and be like, God damn, that was a good video game. After smoking a cigarette? Absolutely. But like 100 hours. Look here, side quest. Look over here, side quest. Yeah, like I said, I didn't. I know a lot of people are excited about the new Final Fantasy coming out. I know many people that are very stoked about Final Fantasy VII being like rebirthed as 3 video games, which is, I guess it's kind of cool. It's like a big legacy thing. I don't know. I never played Final Fantasy VII because we didn't have a PlayStation in the house. Like, it is what it is. Not saying that Final Fantasy VII is bad, just we like literally didn't have a PlayStation, so I never played it. And also, I never played any of the Final Fantasies on Super Nintendo, even though we did have one of those because we didn't have any. And you want to know what's a good video game that I like? Metroid. What a good game. It's a good ass game. You guys want to play some Metroid? Game called DDO. I bet you'll love it. Yeah, probably. I want to do in Destiny 2. There's an event going on right now, the Guardian games, where you can earn a hoverboard. But apparently one of the steps to earn the hoverboard is you have to place in the top 10% of score in one of the the in-game modes. And I kind of want to try, but I'm like, ooh, we're now on day 2, which means the top 10% is like probably out of reach at this point because enough people have probably already done it. Like all the actual borderline professional gamers have done it, where it's probably unachievable at this point. And so I'm like, maybe I won't play it. Maybe I'll just play next year. I don't know. We'll see. That's what it looked like to me anyway. Because I saw some people posting about it, where how the amount of score you need is like really high because of people going for actual top scores. Yeah, so we'll see. It's a competition event, so it makes sense why they would only give the cool prize to the people that are winning at the competition. But again, as I said, I'm not the most competitive person, so when I find out, not that I need to put in a little bit of effort, but the odds of me getting a single thing from the event are as very close to 0. I'm I'm not gonna go put in a bunch of hours to have a borderline 0% chance of getting anything. Seems like a bad idea. Star Ocean before it came really stupid. I don't know anything about Star Ocean. D4 good, D2 bad. There you go.
A dark figure rises above the corpse of a fallen hero and attacks.
Everything's on the fun. We're just gonna boss a bunch of medals to get score of the 30 PvP mode. Oh, is that it? Oh, okay, yeah. Again, I didn't look too into it. All I saw was top 10% score. So I just assumed that's what you needed to do. If you can do other stuff, then I'll probably do that. Again, I'm not bad at the game. But as more people play, it's gonna get harder to do. And on day 2, I saw people complaining about it online that it's already hard to do. So I'm like, pff. So yeah. Purge the Fallen Shrine. This is in the desert of Menektarin. Do you know the desert? Yeah. That a mid-score uses top 10%? I don't know if it's by volume. I don't know. Potentially do one bad run to water down the top 10%. That could work. It is free. It's a free game and a free event. It's okay. English kind of bad. We're just waiting. I'm just waiting for a couple of people to get in. If one more person doesn't join in, we got 1. We got 2. Here we go. All right. Tomb of the Astrologer next. So we'll get there. Go to the desert.
Is the final resting place of a once great hero.
But yeah, if I can earn it other ways, I'll probably go try to get it. Because it looked cool when I saw people posting with or I saw the hoverboard thing. I was like, oh man, that looks kind of neat. So it looks like it'll be fun to play around with. Math in the maths, yeah. But like I said, I don't mind if it's a competition where you have to compete in some capacity. But as again, the thing that rubbed me the wrong way, and this because I didn't read into it, I was just looking at what people were saying online, which is why you should always look into stuff yourself. But if the idea is that you have to get a score, instead of it being score above X amount, instead it's score better than 90% of other people, that automatically means 90% of people are not going to get it. And so then right away I'm like, oh, okay, then I don't care. I'm not gonna play. But it doesn't seem like it's the case. That just seems like it's one way to like earn the reward, and there's other ways to earn the reward, which then seems a lot better. Like, imagine if it was like the way that I would like, again, and this is like me not knowing anything, so I just assumed that what I was reading online was correct, which apparently it was not. So there's more ways to get the thing. But if that was the only way to get it, you know, what I would probably do is something along the lines of like, oh, it's like either get, if you need to get at least 200,000 points or something to get the item, and then if you're in the top 10%, you get a different colored one or something like that, where you get like yours has a special color or glow to it because you got the top 10%. So that way it's an accessible thing that still has like a flair or something special for the people that did that. Again, knowing that there's other ways to get it obviously changes that perspective, but yeah. Yeah.
This decrepit chamber was built to hold the remains of the servant class.
Plus, also, too, it's a competition, so people would be competing for, like, the highest score. It'd be like, the difference between, like, I think DDO does it best, where, for, like, hardcore, for, like, the reward structure, you need to get 5,000 favor. That's how you get the rewards. You just gotta get 5,000 favor. But if you get, and there's the top 100 leaderboard. The leaderboard doesn't give you a tangible prize. So you don't need to get on the leaderboard. You just need to get to 5,000. But if you want the leaderboard just to be represented on it, you want to get that instead. Yeah, all of that seems fine. I'll probably play it later. Like I said, I was just looking into it today because I was just kind of tired. And I didn't really have the energy to log in and check it out. I do want to get it though. Gives me something to do.
The physician stirs from his resting place and shadows toward you.
Well, you know, if it's the sort of thing where it's like, it takes me like 20 hours to get versus somebody who does it on their first run. Oh, that's the other thing too, especially when it's like top 10%. The other issue I have with that is like, especially, that means if you played on the first day when the patch went up, you got it for free. And if the longer you wait, the harder that gets. Which is also annoying.
This is the resting place of Ramat the physician.
Chamber of the Physician. Gives you glory, the best resource. It's a pretty good resource, yeah.
This impressive structure houses the tomb of the Wizard King.
So yeah, as I said, I'm not against the idea of there being competition, but I do, like, you can both celebrate achievement as well as celebrating competition at the same time, without those things having to be directly the same thing for the same resource. But that being said, doesn't matter. My perception of the event was wrong, and I don't need to argue about anything.
As you begin your ascent into the tomb's inner chambers, you feel the walls start to close in and your heart race.
I don't know, when it comes to like video game stuff, I'm definitely not a believer in everybody should always get everything. But I do think that, you know, you like, especially unique concepts, unique things should at least be somewhat accessible to everybody. So what I mean by that is like, the red footprints in DDO, there's like, you get the bloody footprints from Hardcore 1, and the fact that those footprints were only available in Hardcore 1, which was one of the harder Hardcore seasons, it's kind of cool. It's like, it means you were there at that event, and it means something. Then they brought it back for Hardcore 5, and now it means nothing. Now they're just cool footprints. So the meaning was stripped away, but the footprints are cool. I would have much preferred if instead of them bringing back the footprints, they like added a slightly different color, or they removed the bloody effect from the second round of the footprints, because, or like had some way to signify this is the original one versus the recopy or the remake of the effect. Or if they added colored footprints you can buy in the store, or another event that also had footprints, like that sort of thing, I don't mind. You know, sort of like, you know, as long as a way to signify like one was from this direct competition versus another one is from a different source. So yeah, that is how you did it. Also understanding how the scoring works in guardian games helps. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, yeah. Anyone that like logged in on the first day and then like was like, cool, checking out the patch, and then you just go do the event, and then boom, instantaneously you get the thing. Yay! And then you see people trudging around. I said, if because I didn't play in the first day, it takes me like 30 more hours than the average person, or like than people who did play on the first day. It's not ideal, but whatever. It's the way that the game is designed. But yeah, I just feel like I don't like it when, or I would much rather people be rewarded with an alternate version of something unique as opposed to having something unique that is inaccessible to the rest in general. Yes. Maybe that's a crazy concept. It's like how like League of Legends. I don't know if they still do this, but when I used to play League of Legends, they would have what they call the championship skins, where they would, if you achieved gold or higher in a season, then you would unlock a special skin for a character, and it was called the championship skin. So you'd have it, and it would then, you could like show off that you had this ranking in whatever season, and you couldn't get that championship skin again. And it was kind of a cool thing to do. But like, it was the skin, not the champion. It wasn't like they were like, oh yeah, Maraud the Mines. It wasn't like they were like, oh, you know, this is the championship champion, where if you were above this ranking, you get the character and other people don't get the character. It's just the skin, which is completely separate. So like that's where my brain is at. I don't mind giving things that aren't like, you know, that direct effect on gameplay, but like the unique thing. You know, if it was like the hero was lock-minded, I wouldn't love that. Which again, I think most people can get behind. It's a crazy thought.
The path leading to the burning mountain.
Everything has multiple paths to obtain things, or do you think of one way to get it? Playing Warframe, eh? Yeah, I still haven't played Warframe. I honestly know basically nothing about it. It is a video game I just have never really engaged with. All I know is that there's robots. I don't know anything other than that. No school's the bloody footprints, but it is unique. Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah. Uh-oh. 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 Well. And they're gone. R.I.P. I feel bad for that person because I asked them if they needed help and whatever, and they just never responded. And now they left. So they might have a bad time and maybe they have a sour taste from playing in the party. But like, I don't know what else to do. They like joined my party. They said where. I asked if they wanted help. They did not respond, and they did not get help. Destiny 2, which do you prefer? I like the movement in Destiny. Go to their house and play their character. True, I could drive to their house. I didn't think about that, yeah. Just call up SSG and be like, hey guys, can I get this guy's address? I need to like drive to his house to help him real quick. Dodge? Oh, I'm sorry. Can you not hit me because I'm dodging all your attacks, Carnage Reaper? Actually, I can't dodge that because I can't tumble. The Reapers actually prevent you from tumbling when you're in melee range, which is kind of funny. Playing a game that's ever increasing complexity and progression systems? That is correct, yeah. I don't mind when things have like extra things to do. If there's more to do, then there's more to do. That's not really a problem. The issues that I run into when it comes to like volume of things to do is when it's related to like when you can't make the decision for yourself about what you want to do because there's too many things to do. So what I mean by that is like an open world game that gives you lots of things to do is okay as long as it puts you in a corner. As long as I start in a corner, so imagine like there's a giant box, and then you can do anything in the box at any time, but you start in the corner. So you don't know about the rest of the box until you start working your way out there. I don't mind that problem. Like, that's good. It's when you have a gigantic box, and they put you in the middle of the box and say, go anywhere you want. And I'm like, so where do I go? And the game says, anywhere. There's 30 options. And then I go, all right. And then I like try to make a decision, and then I get kind of bored because I don't really know what to do, and I stop playing. But when you start in the corner, well, now it's like, oh, cool. So you get eased into it, and it's like, oh, I could go like 1, 2, or 3. Okay. And then you start to learn, oh, I could go this way. Oh, I could go that way. And you're just learning it piece by piece and bit by bit. That I like. I much prefer that sort of system. Same thing with like when you start playing Path of Exile as an example. That game has a totally different issue in terms of like volume of things to do. But in that game, you just start out with just the game and maybe the league mechanic. And then once you get to Act 4, you meet Nico and the mine. And you go, okay, that's kind of cool. And you talk to him and you go do the mine. And you learn, oh, I can just go do the mine when I get sulfite. Kind of neat. Or you meet Einhar with the beast. And he's like, oh, come to the menagerie. And you're like, oh, cool. You get each piece as you go. It's not like it spawns you and they're all standing there saying, hey, come do my mission. You get one in Act 2, the next one in Act 4. And then you meet Alva in Act 6 or 7. And then you meet June in Act 9, I believe. And so you go step by step by step by step by step. And you learn all the things one at a time. So it's all in the game, and it's a lot of things to do, but you just learn it one step at a time.
This narrow bridge is an ideal perch for combating intruders.
Sees all the things and is overwhelmed. Yeah, some games are good at that, and some games are bad at that. So like an example of a game that's pretty bad at that is like Elder Scrolls Online. For a long time, I don't know if it's different now, but one of the biggest problems for me is if I make like a new character or I go to a main city, there's literally like 30 NPCs that all have markers above their heads telling me to go do an expansion or quest area, and it's very overwhelming. Interesting info about Daybreak and Standing Stone game. What is this? MMO bomb. Daybreak Sandstone parent company boasts $54 million in revenue for first quarter of 2023. That's 43% higher than last year. This is an article from over a year ago, or almost a year ago. Why is this relevant?
A golden vessel atop the altar. You slip the offering in.
So that's a very old article. It's not super relevant to anything going on right now. Because the first thing I noticed is the fact that it says first quarter 2023. I'm like, what year is it? Hold on. Usually spread out the complexity and make things not required boost rather progressions usually fine. Yeah, exactly. Dozen things overwhelming. Exactly. Again, it's all about how it's introduced to you. So if you can learn these things step by step, if you have to do all of it at the same time, it's kind of bad, because then it just gets overwhelming. Most games should have some type of internal system for easing you into like learning the process as you go, as opposed to having it all just thrown at you. That's the problem that I run into. Okay. This, and we're good. It's what, 17 to 20 times 4? So I crit 20% of the time, and then when I use this mini shot, it's 25% of the time. Critical strikes. I had too much stuff to do thrown at me. There's always just one more thing I could be doing. Yeah, again, I don't know. I don't have experience with that video game, so I couldn't tell you. But yeah, that is a problem that a lot of like MMORPGs will have happen, is that there's kind of like too many things to do at some point, and you have to narrow down what your player's supposed to do. It's the reason why World of Warcraft did it, where they just like are like, nope, you get siphoned into one expansion and then that's it. So you either time walk and you pick an expansion, or you play the most recent content and that's it. They don't give you all the places to go right away. You pick one and then you go there and that's it. Game over. So it makes it much more compact and easier to like understand. I don't think I can tumble away from this guy. Oh yeah, I can. Nice. Iframes, baby. Yeah, so far I haven't really played any games that have had a lot of like either feature creep or I felt like really overwhelmed recently. Most games I've played recently have been pretty whelmed. I kind of like the way that Guild Wars 2 does it, where you activate your quest line from like your logbook. So if you don't know where to do, you just go into your like quest log, and all of the quests are already in there, so you don't have to go find them out in the world. So you just go, I want to do this quest today, and you click the go button, and that's it. Yeah, that was Wednesday of last week. I admittedly didn't stream a lot of DD over the past few weeks, so maybe you might not have seen it, but yeah, it's cool. Footlong Subway cookie? That's not real. There's no such thing as a footlong Subway cookie. It's real and it's Canada only? No, 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 no. You're making that up. No, you're fucking with me. I'm Googling it. Footlong Subway cookie Canada. Holy fuckaroli, it's real. What is this? This is from the Subway newsroom. What is this? I'm just I googled it. I didn't read this article. Starting in the Toronto area. They're just doing it. It's a Toronto exclusive promo. Never mind. Well, it is what it is. And it already happened in February. So it is not a real thing. It was just a special Toronto exclusive promo that they did. Thank you for disappointing me. February 26th from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. That's it. You can get a footlong cookie. They do not sell the product. It was just a special promo. So for disappointing me, Neurosouth, you get the new Mark of Shame. Feel shame. Feel shame. You have been marked with shame. Feel shame. Getting ads for it? I don't know what to tell you. They literally say on their website that it's that they did one-time showing. I'm so sorry, but I hate food places releasing food in certain areas. Some food types I get it. Seafood's hard to get inland. Alcoholic Mountain Dew to certain areas that aren't mine. True. I agree. I agree. I get why they want, like, pilots. It makes sense. If they're doing a pilot program, that makes sense. When you do a pilot, you're giving yourself a short window to test out a product to see if it works in a region. I get it. I understand that. I'm not complaining about that. That makes sense to me. But, like, give me the footlong cookie, dude. Am I going to eat all of it? No. Take care. It's not a real thing. I'm disappointed. My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined. Habanero hot honey and vanilla ice cream as dessert at work. Honestly, that sounds really good. Don't want to eat it, I want the option to eat it. True. That'd be a fun thing to do with friends. Like, to get some friends and to be like, yo, let's get the Subway footlong cookie, and you get the footlong cookie, and then you guys eat it as a team. It'd be fun. There's, like, Subway cookies are pretty good. Are they as good as, like, bakery fresh cookies? No, but they're pretty cheap. And you get them with your sandwich. So you get yourself a sandwich, and then you get a couple of the white chip macadamia nut cookies, or you get some of the M&M cookies, or if you're a weirdo, you get like plain chocolate chip. And yeah. Oh, that was a specific one? Dude, I couldn't find any information on it, so I just assumed Neurosouth was lying to me regardless. Which, I'm going to be honest, is a safe bet, so... This is not good. Oh. I've been in Canada since last week for a limited time. Again, I could not find a single news article that said that. Yeah, I like oatmeal raisin as well. I like oatmeal raisin. And by the way, this isn't me saying that chocolate chip cookie is bad. I just want to make sure I didn't like accidentally give people the impression that I think chocolate chip cookie is bad. I think chocolate chip cookie is quite good, but like at the Subway, the chocolate chip cookie is probably the most bland and boring of all the cookie. Yeah, the last link you posted, Dorak, the newsroom one, literally only says it's for the one day. So that link doesn't work. I'm going to read the Daily Hive one. And I don't think this one is going to work either. Something about supersize stores. Okay, when is the availability? When can you buy it? Where can you get it? Oh, the article doesn't say that either. Again, those articles don't say what you think they say they are. Like, you're more than welcome to not read them and to link them to me and then tell me that they actually do say something different. But, like, if you actually read them, they don't tell you anything about location, availability, timing, promo start date, anything like that. So you can link and be like, oh, look, there's an article that mentions this other article. Like, sure, but it's a big Ouroboros and circle jerk of nothing. It's nothing. There's no data. I need data. Limited time? Yeah, exactly. Which means nothing. Limited time only. Bats. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, for at least the McRib, they were like McDonald's was like, yo, limited time. You can get a McRib starting on this day. And you're like, oh shit, I could go get a McRib. Because you know what day you can go to the store to buy one.
Home to the deadly Volkurin.
Yeah, I know. I also, I didn't buy a Shamrock Shake yet. I have to go get one. I've just been sick. I've been under the weather. I've had, like, no desire to eat any food over the past several days. Because I've had stomach flu. It's been pretty bad. It's been pretty bad. Okay, what do we do? Are there any other 11s I want to do? I don't really want to do any other 11s. I hate them all. I hate them all. I despise them. I hate them. Okay, moving on to 12s. Taking level 14. I despise the rest of the 11s. They can leave my house. Yeah, they're actually not that bad. I just don't want to do them. You go around your area? Oh, no. Just the flu. Stomach flu. Everyone was telling me, I kept hearing from people like, oh yeah, there's like a bad flu going around. There's like a bad stomach flu going around. I kept hearing that from other people. And then I got very sick on Sunday. And I was like, oh, that's not good. This is not good at all. And it didn't go away. And I was like, that's not good. This just gets worse. It doesn't get better. It gets worse. Yeah, it's pretty good. And then, yeah, that's how we're doing. That's how we do. Not Necro 3? No, not Necro 3. You guys can do Necro 3 if you want. That's fine with me. I got 3 more points, eh? Heal and swim. I'm going to be the fastest swimmer in the West. Got evasion now. Okay, so 10 double shot, power shot. I kind of want both of these, and I have 2 points. So I guess I take Improved Archer's Focus. We'll call that a day. And actually, a second. I need to respond to a message I got recently. So give me 1 moment, please. Oh, here we go. Is this it? Is this what I needed? Processing request. If this page doesn't refresh automatically, resubmit your request. Uh-oh. Uh-huh. I got nothing. Literally nothing. Okay, so you're saying I should find a subway on this website. Let's go to like not do this in Montreal. Where the fuck? This website is garbage. Oh my goodness. Okay, so I'm gonna pick the subway. Let's pick one. Here we go. It's a pretty bitty subway. I can call the restaurant, I can get details, but I can only get the info. I can't get the menu. And I can't go back. There's no back to the regular website option here. Oh, there it is. Footlong cookie. It's on the website. That is a thing you can apparently buy. But I don't know how to do this. It's also not on the front page of the website. Again, I just don't think I don't think it exists. Because you're right, I try to click it, but it's not even on the front page of the website. Which I would put front page if I had a deal. So I really don't think that it's real. Great question. Let me see if I can Uber Eats it. Subway. Because they'll know. Okay, Subway. Let's see what we got here. I'm just going to scroll through the whole thing. Okay. So you cannot Uber Eats a foot-long cookie from the Subway. Or at least this one that I picked. What about another one? I know this is stupid, but I have to look into this. I need to know. Where's a bigger one? This is a big Subway. Here, I'm going to pick a big Subway. Okay. Same deal. You can't do it. Listen, I'm going to be honest. I don't think it's real. I think it is literally all smoke and mirrors. I think it's just smoke and mirrors. I don't think the product exists. That's it. I think it's smoke and mirrors. Driver will have to eat it on the way to deliver. True. Because if you get, like, yeah. Might be large enough. Is the Subway next to the IKEA? Oh, yeah. There is a Subway next to the IKEA. I forgot about that one. Oh, yeah. Yeah. There's signs on the front of my Subway up the street from me for foot-long cookies. Is that in Canada or United States? And also, for anyone wondering, is this really important right now? Yes, it is. It's a foot-long cookie. Yeah, America. That doesn't count. Yeah, America doesn't count. I'm looking at Canada. I'm being pinged in my own Discord. Foot-long cookie. Yeah. But I'm just telling you that means nothing to me. Like, yeah, it's on the website. Officially on the website, there is a thing that says footlong cookie on it. Except for the fact that when you go to the website, there's no way to order it or get it. You saw a commercial? I think it's all smoke and mirrors. It's like when McDonald's did this thing. It wasn't last year. I think it was like the year before, where they were like, they had this deal where you could get this little pail at Halloween, and it was these little buckets they used to do. And I went with, I think it was my roommate, and we were like, oh yeah, let's go get the pail, because it was like a thing they did like 20 years ago. And we went in, and the person there was like, yeah, we never got that delivered. We don't have it. Sorry. They're like, yeah, we never got it. And I was like, oh shit, okay, interesting. So they didn't have the combo or anything. So you couldn't do it. So it could be, again, it could be like smoke and mirrors. I don't know. I'm like losing my mind, man. Okay. I'm just gonna quickly do a gear check. Oh yeah, Resto scrolls is a good idea. Raise scrolls, teleport scrolls. I'm gonna make sure I have all of these before we do that. I need a wild flame. I don't need a torque. I don't need a planar gird. I don't need a 5 rings. I need this. I don't think there's anything I could really use in here. I'm very bad at paying attention to what gear I need. I'm kind of just going and going and going and going. Oh, yeah, this is a good item. The Bloodstone, that's a great item to swap in here. That's a good one. This is garbage to delete this. Cape of the Rock, I don't particularly need. And helmet, I've got the Wall Watch circlet, so I'll probably end up using that, which is pretty good. I don't think I have any other helmets I could use. That seems fine. All right, we're good to go. Made in Canada. What is this? Subway Canada, now your sandwich cookie can be the same size. I don't believe it. Because where would you get it? No one says where you can buy it. It's a smoke screen. It doesn't exist. It is an illusion. It is the Subway elite that is trying to deceive the masses and confuse them. For what reason, I don't know.
You immediately
But no, I checked on 3 different Subways, and none of them had it on the Uber Eats. So maybe it's something you also have to only get in store. I don't know. I don't live near a Subway, so I can't go check. I didn't accept cookies. True, I didn't accept all the cookies. Also, Caledons, welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate this board. It's been a fantastic day. Glad to have you here. I hope you're doing very, very well. Welcome back for 14 months. Appreciate it.
A druid kneels on top of one of the huge vats. Protected by mystic wards, she
Look,
is
maybe I
completely
am a crazy
absorbed by
person.
her task, poisoning the wine inside the vat.
That's the end of that sentence.
The Martikov family makes its home in this part of the wine.
All right. Look, man, I just wanted a cookie the size of a foot or something. And somebody might be like, yeah, but what if the cookie is not very good? Of course it's not very good. That's the reason why cookie pizza is not always the best idea, because cookie pizza really destroys the nature of the cookie, because you just basically get more crust. So a fresh baked cookie, you want it to have like a gooey, chewy nature. And when you have a wider one, you're not going to get that same texturing. So it's obviously the footlong cookie is not going to be as good as getting an individual smaller cookie. But you buy it for the novelty. It's meant to just be like, woo, footlong cookie. God, that AoE is so good. Very satisfying. Get a 3-foot-long gummy worm? That's probably a good idea. And also, for those who are like, why don't you just make, if you want a foot-long cookie, why don't you just make your own? Because it's the Subway foot-long cookie. It's like when you go in and you're like, hey, can I order a foot-long? And they're like, yeah, sandwich? And you're like, no, cookie. Like, I already know it's not going to be good, but I want to be like, yeah, I ate the stupid Subway cookie, foot-long, or stupid foot-long cookie or whatever. What's wrong with that? Zulkin, live. By live, I mean whoop, whoop. I got you covered. Foot-long, meet the ball. Yeah, but you can do that with just a slightly larger cookie, and it's usually better than the cookie pizza. Like, that's the thing. It's like, if you just make, like, you know, a dinner plate sized cookie, as opposed to like a pizza sized cookie. Not even a dinner plate, actually, like a side plate. You know, like when you go to a restaurant, they give you like a secondary plate for like your bread rolls or whatever. Like one of those. Like that would make better, because then you can have an individual portion size and it can still be gooey in the middle if you make it thick enough. Which then would work better for your whole idea, because it would be a better form factor for the ice cream as well. Personal pan sized? Exactly. And that would be better, yeah. Yeah, so we're on the same page here.
A cave leads down into the dark and the damp.
Remember, guys, when it comes to your pizza cookies, size matters. Absolutely. Anyway. My day has both been brought up heavily and then brought down. It was like it exists and now it does not. Pan-sized chocolate cookie at Costco food court. Oh, that's awesome. That's fantastic. Maybe like, do you really need a whole pizza-sized cookie? Since when are we talking about need? You know what I mean? Word need is just silly. Like, no one needs cookies. But I want them. Footlong churro? Yeah, we don't... This is going to sound crazy. We don't have the churros up here.
Purify the wine. Now to add the antidote to the large wine vats on the main floor.
Maybe? I don't think so. I don't think Costco has churros up here. They honestly, they might. I don't know. I'm going to be honest. Where did these guys come from? Oh, well. Not going to be here for long. Churros are like gas stations? Yeah, that sounds pretty good. I'd get a gas station churro. Could you brew the cookie in the Discord? Yeah. Somebody who lives in the America needs to take the plunge and go buy one and then post a picture on the computer.
With the druid poisoner taken care of,
It ceased to exist when you search for it. True. It just seems like it's one of those things where, like, you'd think they would, like, I guess because, oh, maybe, I think I know why they didn't do it. So, Subway is notorious, not notorious, but it is, it's franchised. So, it's not like a corporate entity. So, people that have their own Subway franchise, they have their own franchise. And they can choose to have or not have many different bundles. It might be possible that a lot of the individual Subway franchises are choosing not to get the cookie and or they don't have it yet by the certain date. And so they don't have it, which could be it. Because that is, like, not every Subway... I think there was, like, a big lawsuit, and the franchisees won, where, like, they didn't want to have to host every single Subway deal, because sometimes some of the different Subway deals that corporate would push down to the franchisees would end up losing the money. And so people wanted the option to, like, be able to refuse stuff. I believe so. Where are we going? Which of the wines? Yesterhill? Yesterhill. It could, so that could be a big part of it. That it's just an individual franchisee owner can be like, her franchise owner can be like, yeah, you know what? I don't want to have it. Why would you say no to a product like that? I don't know.
A chill wind blows down from the slope as you approach Yesterhill.
Maybe some people just have never felt love. They decide they don't want to have that in their store.
A strange rhythmic chant can be heard in the distance. You can't make out the words. Arcs of lightning jump from stone to stone, blocking your path.
A different oven? Honestly, true. Yeah, there could be like a whole myriad of reasons that could be the reason why they wouldn't do it. Again, the idea of like a corporate entity just being like, hey, by the way, here's a new thing, and we're rolling it out, we're sending out commercials, you're gonna get a lot of calls for it, so make sure you get it, or don't. You don't have to if you don't want to, though, but you will get calls, and people will come in, they'll be disappointed, and they're gonna go to other businesses. Could be a big one. Showing a food place that are mainly in Southern California. Right? Franchise, which is off the rails, did everything I wanted. Oh, that sounds amazing. Again, that's why I think that if I had to guess, is probably the most likely thing, is that there's probably just a lot of different ones, and depending on the franchise owner or the specific circumstances, or even the individual contract, like maybe if it's an older one, they might have a different contract, they might not want to do it. That could also be a part of it. But yeah, that's one of the reasons why Subway has like one of the highest like number counts of restaurants or like fast food places in the world, is because it's all franchise. So the corporate entity doesn't have to take on most of the burden of opening the franchise. So it makes it easier to open more of them. I talk about these things like I pretend I know anything about them. I really don't. There's better than logistics of running supplies, yeah. What do you mean cookie is on order? Did you order the cookie to my house? Uh-oh, that's not good. Where did you even find it? I checked like 3 different stores. Maybe I didn't check enough of them. Make the most money in its real estate? Yeah, something like that. I remember that that's the reason why they started out the business is as more of a real estate business. I don't know how true that holds up because I'm not going to do any other research, but yeah, I heard something like that. I heal you, you heal me. There's one of the reasons why getting 3 Paladin Pass lives and 3 Sacred Fist Pass lives is awesome, because you just have that extra healing amp. Ugh. Damn. Whenever I make a new character, I almost always just want to spam those lives.
Happy birthday to me.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. It's your birthday, and that's what it is. And go buy a footlong cookie at Subway. So you can do that. Before you go, yeah, I don't really like it that much. Don't worry about it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. An Ancient Blessing? Yeah. You can get 60 healing amplification at level 1, plus airship for an extra 20.
A wave of dread.
Oh, was it? Oh, nice. Happy birthday. I hope you're enjoying being a year older.
Ahead is a huge, looming statue. A statue you recognize as Strahd. The Archdruid shouts, "Do not let them disrupt our ritual. Attack!"
Too bad, buddy. Your ritual's getting interrupted. Oh, I forgot I can get up to 25 stacks now of Archer's Focus. One of the things that's nice about playing as the Deepwood Stalker is they get an ability called, I believe it's Headshot. And what it does is it allows you to get, no, it's not a headshot, it's aim shot. That gives you like an instantaneous stack of Archer's Focus stacks, and it's fantastic.
And find a hollowed out cavity in the chest. A glowing green gem rests inside. You've stopped the
Where is it? Deepwood. I don't have Deepwood. Yeah, this one. You
You
get aim shot. So it just gives you 3 stacks, and the best part is if you use it with a repeating crossbow, you get multiple stacks at the same time. It's very convenient. Oh my god. The replies to this tweet are amazing. So somebody tweeted out, yeah, you can get a Subway footlong cookie or whatever. And one of the replies is, why do we feel like we have to allow American nonsense to taint our country? Dude, it's a big cookie. Like, what? It's a big cookie. Go back to the cavern, troll. Holy moly. Get back under your bridge. Just go get it and share it with your friends. Hey, everybody, and sit down with the cookie. It's just fun. How does the range feel now? So, personally, I find the character feels significantly more... what's the best way to describe it? It's just more smooth to play. I can get surrounded by enemies and just kind of blast them out, and it feels like I'm actually able to just deal with multiple creatures at the same time. You still run into the issue sometimes of like things being in really close melee, just not being as comfortable to hit, just because of like the way the general targeting works in this game. But like, I'm surrounded by monsters, and look at that. I'm just blowing these guys up. Look at the AoE damage there. Now, granted, did the Barbarian get a lot of the kills? Sure, but I got a lot of them too.
A section of mist fades, allowing you to
Freedom
explore
load cruise
further.
missile that person's house. Yeah, thank you. Again, I can totally understand like some elements of it if it's like, you know, like for example, if like the Heart Attack Grill that's in like Texas decided to open up another location in Canada, then that would be like kind of sus because like
To the southwest.
I don't think it would have the general appeal up here. And you know, that's definitely like a little bit outside the norm. But like Subway, which their famous thing is the $5 footlong, which RIP the 90s when that was actually a thing you could buy in stores. But yeah, that was like their big thing, and then them suddenly offering a footlong cookie is like not a crazy stretch. Oh, we're done here. Yeah, it's a 30 centimeter cookie. That's all it is. Moving to Las Vegas? Oh, was it in Arizona? Oh, my bad, dude.
Flapping wings and frantic caws can be heard from the ruined building to the
Yeah,
raven
overall,
claws and
the
claws
area of
that
effect
rise
feels
above.
really, really good. It's significantly more satisfying to play because when I'm being attacked or chased by multiple creatures, I can just like kind of shoot the multiples, and if I'm just fighting one, then instead I can just use many shot, which feels good. So like, yeah, it feels great. I'm enjoying the heck out of it, dude. Like, look at this. Look at all these creatures. They shall fall before me. They wail on the Reaper. I could probably start at the front as opposed to the back, but whatever, it's fine. In terms of mowing these guys down. It doesn't have the same feel as like a spellcaster, but obviously my character is... Like a lot of things with ranged, is that ranged also scales the hardest, or it scales very hard, so it doesn't feel as like directly powerful in terms of like melee, or sorry, as much as like a spellcaster would feel at this range, where like if you're a level 12 alchemist, you're going to be belting out multi-vial and one-shotting an entire room, as an example here. Or if you're a druid or a cleric, you're just dropping down Firestorm and or Flame Strike and wiping out everything. Whereas this character takes a little bit longer, but it still feels very powerful. I am using a lot of spell points, which is a pretty big, I wouldn't say concern, but it's a thing.
A raven calls loudly, as if it's trying to get your attention. Several scarecrows guard
Me
the
Baba Lasagna? That's hilarious. Getting people getting mad over that. Not it like I apologize. It's not that funny that you got removed from the party, because that obviously sounds like it was a frustrating experience for you in the moment. But that's such a stupid reason to remove someone from the party. It's kind of funny. Like, it would have to depend on circumstance, right? So like if you joined the group and then for the entire time you just held down the alt, or not the alt, but you held down your push to talk key, and in push to talk you were like, it's me, Baba Lasagna. It's me, Baba Lasagna. Like over and over into people's ears, just repeatedly for like 30 minutes, then that would be a different story.
A nearby raven croaks
It's
excitedly.
me, Baba Lasagna.
A metallic
Okay.
click can be heard. You've deactivated a ward protecting Baba Lasaga's hut to the east. The raven you cleaned
Yeah, some people are like very fragile and they get upset over like whatever. So you just gotta shrug it off and just be like, yeah, never move on. That's not her name. I don't know. I just say Baba.
You found what must be
Baba.
Lasaga's hut, but the magic mists that swirl around the building prevent you from entering it.
Oh, red. I gotta use that ability. Oh, I can't shoot it. is Ghost of Tsushima trending? Did they make a new one?
Your nostrils as you enter the surprisingly
I should never look at Twitter, but
A
I am
caged
looking at
raven
Twitter
makes a
currently.
commotion in the northeast corner. As the raven flies toward the exit, it says, "Take the gem from the chest and flee. This hut is more dangerous than it appears." A deep groan reverberates from the floorboards as the gem is removed. Then a hunched figure
And in
suddenly
Virtu is that
appears
now?
in
It
the
is
doorway.
glorious. Amazing.
Maybe a few more friends then.
I hate you to be tucked in bed because my eyes near. It is me, Baba Lasagna. Hey kids, you want some lasagna? We just got some fresh lasagna. Just pick around the cigarette butts. Classic lunch lady move. All right, what are we doing? What's happening? Something? I make that joke, but we didn't have any like hard smoking lunch ladies in my high school. Yep. Also, fresh baked lasagna not as good. You gotta take it out of the oven, let it sit for like 30 minutes before you like lasagna. Alright, so I gotta grab something real quick. I'll be back in just a moment. Was your foot long? Oh my god, the gears are turning. I walk away for 1 second. And then look at the tomfoolery.
Perched on a snowy hillside, the Abbey of St. Markovia rises above the swirling mists.
Alright.
Madame Eva, the Vistana fortune teller, has made camp.
Oh, I didn't talk to Madame
on
Eva.
Abbey's
I forgot.
ancient walls.
Somebody else do it. Shrimfoolery? That's me. Show us your foot long. Amazing. Yeah, apparently there is a footlong cookie on its way to my house. If it does show up at my house, I will put it on the camera so you'll be able to see it. But again, I don't have a confirmation on that, so we'll see. They fixed the bug issues. Yeah, basically the problem was that there was an issue where if you press this button, it caused a frame drop. So if you clicked this, if you just did this, your frames would drop like billions. The problem is every time you went through a loading zone, the way the game does loading zones is it unloads the UI and then it reloads the UI. And so the problem with the unloading and reloading of the UI is that it causes that to happen. So like, it's like clicking the button, and that was what was causing the issue. Oh, we got the sun sword, nice.
This is just a lifeless hilt.
So they fixed it.
Perhaps Irina knows how to make it shine again.
VIP you after the harassment you endured? No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to VIP you. You apologize to me for derailing the stream for 30 minutes. If you apologize to me, I'm not going to accept responsibility. You already did it. You already apologized. I'm not going to be like, oh, I misjudged you. No, no, no. If I had misjudged you, then you wouldn't have folded, and you would have held your ground. You would have said, no, I stand on my large bed of stone, known as Newfoundland. And I say, no, Strim Tom, you are wrong. But your convictions wavered for even a moment. Yeah, but if it's really good, then yeah, sure. We'll give you VIP. Did you know that your VIP is removed when you get timed out?
About time you got here. We need to talk.
Yeah, I'll give you VIP if it tastes good.
Strange whoops and unnerving screams echo from the floor below.
Yeah, I can't show weakness. You know me, always about that art of war. You could critically hit golems, huh? Cool. I will say, getting multiple stacks of Archer's Focus is kind of rad from your AoE attacks. And for a day, if they end up canceling the order. Yeah, they're like, we don't know what's going on. Again, I think it's probably a franchisee issue, where like, not every franchise is going to have the cookie. No links and clear evidence. That's true. Leave it to the Europeans to do their due diligence.
In one corner of the room leads down into the cellar.
Should be Old Found Land. True. Yeah, but New England's pretty old too. And yet it's still called New England. New York? I don't think that place is new, gonna be honest. Cookie. I do want some cookie. That'll be good. Mariner class any good in Lotro? It's arguably the best class in the entire game right now. It's currently number 2 on the DPS charts, and the support version of it is extremely strong. In fact, the support version of the class, that is a full support, also does more damage than most of the DPS classes. It's just really strong. Just numbers are good. The one downside to it, though, is it also is hard to play. So, like, it's very powerful, but you also have to, like, know how to keyboard and mouse. But it is very powerful. It does a lot. It's got good numbers. It's got good mobility, team support. It just does a lot of different things at the same time.
You open the gate and let Irina.
That being said, there's the crowd control / debuffing version that I've never played, and I don't know if it's good or bad. That's a like I have the stuff for it. I have the items, but I've just never played it. I don't know. I meant to post it, but there was one of the Lord of the Rings Online content creators, Gin, in his Discord. They had a bunch of people work together to get some to like do some damage testing and some numbers and stuff. And let me see if I can find it in here somewhere.
Early in the morning during midsummer. Yet the sun
I don't know where it is.
Inert. There is no sound, but the water lapping
Here?
at the edge of the pool. Suddenly, an image
Where'd the
appears
post
in the
go?
sparkling waters of the pool.
I'm losing my mind. I remember it being here.
The
Up here?
in his eyes turns to
Did they
sudden
delete it?
joy. Tatiana, it has been so long.
No.
Come, my love.
I might be
Let
fucking
us be
blind. I don't know.
together
Give me a
at
minute.
last. Irina gasps. Sergei, my beloved. Oh, we were to be married so long ago. Has this blessed pool called your spirit to me?
As she reaches for Sergei, she is pulled down beneath the rippling water.
Remember
and
seeing
into her
something.
lover's embrace.
Give me a moment, please.
You have never seen a happier couple.
You don't have to
They
wait
begin
for
to
me or give me a
fade from
moment.
view.
I don't know.
For a moment, all is quiet. Then a peal of
Remember reading
thunder
something
shakes
here.
the land.
I was going to link it in my
And a
Discord. I
deep,
just got
dark
distracted
voice
and never
from
did.
beyond the mountains cries
Because I
out.
forgot.
She is mine.
Okay, I'll find it in a minute. But there's a handy dandy chart and some good information. It's also on the forums, so I should be able to find it there. I haven't looked. I'm gonna keep shooting it. Shooting Strahd until I find it. Amir Strahd. Strahd. Please. There we go. He's just keep shooting. Eventually he dies.
As he enters the pool, part of this place's holy power must still linger.
I'm blasting things for like 1600 damage. AoE attacks. I feel like I'm going insane.
For a moment, you despair at being left behind in this dreary.
Okay, so it was here, and I think it got deleted.
Then,
I think the post was deleted.
without warning, the sun sword blazes
See if we can find it.
forth with a warm, bright light. You pick up the sun sword. The instant you touch the hilt of the dazzling weapon, you realize that this is the weapon that could slay.
Okay, maybe all that
Strahd.
information got
But
deleted for
this
some
is
reason.
the key to ending his
Gonna see if I can find it,
Something
but
starts to grow within you. Something you
oh no, it's still here, so I don't know why it
almost
is.
forgotten. Hope.
Yeah. So here is the actual forum thread, if you want to read through it, of people taking examples of like what is the DPS or like what's the meta right now, like in the game. And so you can kind of see what people be playing. This is a truncated version of it, but basically, if you actually look at it, so I just linked it. But yeah, you've got Minstrel up at the top here with by a huge margin. There's basically, they did calculations, so these are the actual raw numbers is up here, and then the raid effectiveness is how much secondary utility do they bring, so adjusted for how many buffs and other things they have, where would they actually line up if you're like not just hitting the monsters. So you got Minstrel up here, Burglar, Bjorning, Guardian, Mariner, and so these are all doing a pretty good amount of damage. And then towards the bottom, you've got all the Lore Masters, all the Rune Keepers, unfortunately, Hunter, RIP, and then you got the Captain and Mariner. They're actually pretty well balanced, which is interesting. And then you've got the single target captain and other stuff up here. But yeah, that's the general DPS there. And there's a link if you want to go into it more. I posted in the chat there. And they explain their methodology. And also, there's also a whole bunch of links to other factors, including like what DPS you have, what their calculations look at. And on top of that, they also look at, like, they try to percentage quantify what each buff is that each character class brings. So it makes it easier to kind of examine on an individual monster. And then on top of that, they also break down what are the requirements for those things. So for example, if you were to imagine a character, this is not only do you do this damage, but the requirements are also that you hit this many targets of skill usages or whatever it is to manage within that parse based on what the best way to do that is. What is this? I just got a message that said, any of you nerds. What is this? What are you doing? Oh my god, I can't edit text. No, can I edit text? Oh, I can. I can edit text. Beautiful. Next up is Peril of the Planar Eyes. We can do some Peril of the Planar Eyes quests. I like these quests, they're fun. They work well. Yeah, we don't quite have anything like that for like DDO in terms of qualifications, but that's also difficult because the build, like examining each build is a lot more complicated in DDO. Okay, so that's done. And then we go to market. That's it. Okay, so what does this ability do? Misty Step. Rush forward. You have saves. Shares cooldown with abundant step. Additionally, when you use tumble or misty step, you gain range power equal to your character level for 12 seconds. So yeah. Also, Tiger Core, welcome back to the stream team. Hope you're doing good. Welcome. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus. It's jittery, man. It's jittery. So this one is the Lord's March chain. So it's Lord and an element of chaos is the name of the quest. I do like having access to all of the rogue skills with this character. It's just nice for the XP. Yeah, again, the AoE attacks on this character feel so much better because I can just like start mowing these guys down in a big clump. So it just feels very satisfying. You don't have the strike through, but just even if it's just a small amount of incremental damage. Is that the fire alarm going off? I don't know if you guys can hear the fire alarm, but I think my roommate set off the fire alarm cooking something. No, that's happening to me. It's fine. Anyway, there you go. Now you guys are awake. Were you calm, stress-free in your house? Guess what? The fire is going off! I know she's cooking that set off the fire alarm. I'm just gonna mute for a second until it gets fixed. Okay. I just heard a lot of thumping, and I believe that the thumping was chairs being clattered. Is it? Amazing. I'm going for the cures, man. I'm going for the cures. Trying to get the cure going.
Smoke and ash fill the air as an Afridi manifests into the chamber. The Afridi
I thought Banish the Quarry would do more damage. Did I not take Banish the Quarry?
The second rune
Against a marked target, take a D10. Damage scale 200. Force damage if it's a marked target. Okay, it was a marked target. I thought it would be better. Oh well. More than 10 seconds? Yeah, depending on what it is. Like I said, I cooked some steaks in the house, and the problem with cooking steaks in the house is the smoke that comes off of the pan that I didn't think about for even 1 second. And somehow I managed to not trigger the fire alarm. Which is probably a bad sign, but... Also, it's a very my roommate thing to do. She is prone to like either starting fires and or triggering the fire alarm.
Waves of intense heat billow out from the chamber ahead. A group of cultists blocks the passage leading into the deeper caverns.
Get him out of here. Yo, what's up, Gwen? How are you doing today? The damage is so good.
Everything suddenly shifts, and the ice sheet that makes up the floor collapses.
It's that AoE cleave is just so satisfying. It's not as satisfying when you roll a bunch of ones, but when you don't roll a bunch of ones, my god.
As you
God, please stay out of the lightning.
Caverns, you can feel everything slowly shift around you.
Okay. Heal. Cure. Get cure. I'm doing the best that I can, Captain. 23 health of cure is not ideal, but my character is an archer and not a healer. Eating the cookie in the parking lot? I mean, honestly, probably. I would not be shocked if if you order like the cookie and then like the person who's doing the delivery just ends up eating it instead, and you like have to order again and you lose your delivery or whatever, that's not a surprise to me, or that wouldn't be a surprise.
Time to feast. With the death of the Grey Slod, the magic barrier sealing off the Eye of Kithri vanishes.
Non-crit damage. Alright, well, Zulkin's missing this one. Just like,
uncontrolled chaos within
cookie.
the Eye of Kithri as you put it into your pack.
But just by driving for a single cookie.
Artifact
It's a foot. It's not one cookie, dude. It's a foot-long cookie.
As soon as possible.
It's a big cookie. But also, I don't know. It's gonna be hot. Who knows? Alright. Next is... I know who did it. To get a 6 link? 6 feet. Yep. Also, they do say foot-long cookie, but they don't... from the description, it doesn't sound like they talk about the width of the cookie, so it might be very thin. Might be like a strip. I don't know.
You see a group of people engaged in a shouting match.
3 cookies taped together? Honestly, probably. I cannot wait to be very disappointed with how it is.
You learn that the levitating stone, known as the Eye of Serania, the art... According to Caleb, Clarissa Boromar made her fortune as a burglar and an antiques collector. That is a conveniently specific set of skills.
Well, we'll find out when it gets here. I'm very excited. By the way, when it does arrive, I'm gonna be dropping everything I'm doing entirely. So it doesn't matter if I'm mid-quest. I don't care. That's what these people are for in my group.
These creatures are not supposed to talk to strangers. What else has Aether been telling his research subjects?
Okay. Sounds good here. Hey, what's up, bud? Murder. Murder. Give me critical strike. I will say, you still feel like a bit of a pain point of like really wanting those critical strikes and feeling much worse when you don't get them. And that is something I don't know if they can directly fix with it, although that's more of a symptom of like just the attack speed with bows being very slow in comparison to a lot of weapon styles. Where like I shoot about once a second, which will change as I get a higher base attack bonus and get more attack speed bonuses, but still, it's slower. Then hopefully it's wider. We're gonna find out. It's gonna be something we're gonna discover together. Okay, we're gonna discover it together.
This looks and smells like a portal directly to...
Okay, well, we're at 2, so that's a pretty good sign already. We're basically done the quest. I always start with Aethor, because if it's him, almost everything is just in his area. So I always start with Aether Finkelberry. What a great name. Kobold footprints. Well, we can accuse Aethor right away.
All over this place.
Who knows? I probably should have taken the thing that gives you range power upon tumble, because I tumble all the time.
Aether is up to no good, even if he didn't steal the Eye of Serania.
Alright, now we kill him.
Aether Finkelberry. Aether unleashes his kobold followers on you.
Researcher from Wargrave? Uh-oh. Oh, jeez. Taking so much damage from Magic Missile. Oh, also I'm floating? That's not good either. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Rayam wants to join? Oh, shoot. Oh, it's because I was floating on this. Okay. Where's the key? Where's the key? Did they fix the lag? If you're asking about the frame rate problem that was introduced in the hotfix on Thursday of last week, yes.
At least of this particular crime.
That bugs me on my CPU time went up 20C and now it's back down 20C now that they fixed it. I mean, that's not a huge surprise. It was causing a major issue with like the way that the frames are, like some issue with resource consumption within the game. So I wouldn't be surprised if it was affecting your CPU. I just don't know the specifics about something like that. Okay, so it wasn't a Thor, so then who would it be? It's gotta be somebody else. Here, what tier 5? I am taking Horizon Walker, because Horizon Walker tier 5 is really, really good. Very powerful.
He's the only radiant idol you've seen around. Is someone framing this poor soul? Or is he not so innocent after all?
Get him out of here. I still just wish I had more damage, but yeah. More initial hit damage. That's where the imbue comes in a lot, is it really helps with those non-crits. I just don't have a lot of imbue dice. You'd think I would, but I just haven't really gotten any imbue dice since like the pretty early levels of the game. And so my character's imbue scaling has kind of, I wouldn't say stopped, but it's definitely not going up at the same pace that it was going up before. Oh my god, there's so much damage coming out.
The violent undertones of this pamphlet.
Like, I'm still doing a reasonable amount of... Oh, God. Yeah, the game still has a little bit of lag. But... So sometimes your arrows still just disappear every once in a while. It's not all the time, but it does happen often enough. I will say that's one of the benefits, I think, of paralyzing arrows on an AoE, like Zulkin is doing, is that the paralyzing arrows on AoE seems to be very good. Because it actually stops everything from moving, which seems really valuable.
Describes Danis Derpinshire as a compassionate and tireless volunteer who can do no wrong and whose every word captivates the congregation a little too
No,
much.
I don't know if you saw Bondhead, but with Update 66, they added area of effect attacks to bow characters, and well, our ranged characters in general, and the area of effect attacks make the game feel very, very different. It's a lot more satisfying than it used to be. Oh god, look at that chop. Look at that chop. Chop, chop. No! How did I do that to myself? Oh god. Okay, hold on. I want to talk to you, buddy. Hey, bud.
The conversation
we got
where the workers
2. Oh, it's Danis. Okay, so it is Danis. He's the guy. Way to go talk to Danis.
The workers' testimony reveals that only Danis, the foreman, knew how to disable the security mechanisms around the Eye of Serania.
Now we go talk to Danis.
Maybe a good time to question.
Yeah, you get all these like AoE attacks, which makes the game feel crazy different. Like the fact that I can cast Scattershot, and Scattershot actually just hits multiple targets now, whereas before Scattershot would just like, you would shoot Scattershot and it would go like hit maybe one person in front of you, maybe out of the 3 shots, and now it's just a straight up AoE. Like you shoot an arrow and it hits all the targets around somebody. It's exactly how you would imagine Scattershot would have worked in the first place, is now how it works. Plus, also, my character gets Elemental Inferno, which used to be Inferno Shot from Arcane Archer. It's now Elemental Inferno, where Elemental Inferno deals damage based on your active imbue. So because I'm using Force Arrows, it's actually a Force attack. And it's Area of Effect. So when I shoot it, it goes and it explodes. Mine doesn't do that because I'm just hitting the walls here. Yeah, I actually have to hit a target for it to actually play the animation and make the noise and stuff. But, you know.
Three angels offer you a reward for returning the Eye of Serania to them. They insist that taking it away from Eberron is for the best, for all worlds.
So yeah. Anyways, it's pretty fun. I'm just enjoying playing a ranged character right now. I also am probably going to be playing my thrower build a little bit more as well. For like raids and stuff, because again, I just find this direct playstyle is much more fun than it was before. One of the biggest problems is you get surrounded, or you feel like there's like too many monsters in a single room, and you might say, oh well, if you just play with somebody else, it's not a big deal because you know they're holding all the aggro for you. But sometimes you're playing by yourself, and sometimes improved precise shot just doesn't feel as good. But instead, I can just go and just blast all these guys at the same time. Combine that with the immunity frames that you get now from dodging stuff with what do you call it, with Tumble, and it feels amazing.
Something glinting in the back corner of the
Yeah,
cabin.
I've also seen some people like post their experiences with ranged combat, especially some of the people that were doing R10s and stuff, and people are finding that ranged characters are doing disgusting stuff at the end game, where you can, you know, wind up and hit an entire group for 10,000 damage across with your AoE attacks in an R10 if you have all your stacks up, which is not bad.
The sunlight here feels much stronger than you.
The frame rate problems that we were experiencing last week have been fixed.
A rumble
Okay, it's not here.
echoes through the canyon tunnels, somewhere far in the distance.
So yeah, so anything that was introduced on the hotfix has been patched out, which is nice. Like it was an FPS. Yeah, I am not the biggest fan of range generally in this game because I found the issue was targeting and the way in which monsters are organized in DDO. Like the fact that a lot of the times the monsters are in these big ball packs, and so the benefit of the AoE attacks is that they're circles. You hit, it's like a fireball explosion, so you get to hit the entire pack.
The elemental dissipates. And the magical barrier.
Yeah, I wasn't streaming for the past few days, not because DDO was having trouble, but because I've had like real bad stomach flu. Like today's the day I've actually been able to just like eat food regularly. Whereas every other day I've had issues keeping the food inside my body. So it's been a rough couple of weeks, or not a couple of weeks, couple of days. I don't know why I said weeks. It's just the wrong answer. God, my damage sucks. Which is, like, when you don't get any critical hits on range, you notice. For dual-wield melee. The problem is that dual-wield melee in Epics gets a ton of love because Quick Cutter is just delightful. If you haven't had a chance to use Quick Cutter, it's great. It's that during leveling, there's still not a great area of effect option other than Whirlwind Attack, and Whirlwind Attack only uses your main hand weapon, which is unfortunate. Yeah. I assume somebody got all the crests. Because I didn't. I put the one in that I had. Do I have a crest? I don't think so. Just gonna double check. Yeah, I don't have a crest. Did we find all of them? The delivery guy's eating the cookie? That's probably fine. Somebody has to, you know? All right. I'm coming to save the day. Yeah, the area of effect is a interesting problem in DDO. It's an interesting problem. Oh, I gotcha. I gotcha. Reset it. So this one is always solvable with 1, 2, 3, 4, or 4, 3, 2, 1, or 4, 3, 2, 1, 4, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 2. That solves every puzzle in the whole game. Every single one of these is solved the same way. Racial breath is blocked by Lich spell invulnerability. I have no idea. I believe it's a 3rd level one, but I honestly do not know. That's a great question. It should be a 3rd level one, but I honestly don't know. Why is AoE a problem in DDO? Oh, it's just the game is designed in such a way where there are monsters literally everywhere in every quest, where they're just strewn all throughout each individual adventure. So as an example, as you look through here, the monsters are dropped in these big pods of like 6 to 10 monsters. And so if you don't have a good way to deal with area of effect, it can just feel really bad to try to fight your way through these monster pods when you're not able to directly deal damage to them.
This
And because you can kill them one at a time, but somebody who does area of effect is literally like 10 times more effective than your character is. So for example, if you are like my bow character, if I can only hit one target at a time, I can only attack one monster. So I'm dealing, let's say, 100 damage to that one monster. That's good. But imagine somebody else joins the group and they end up doing 50 damage in an AoE. If there's 10 monsters, they're doing 500 damage in attack. So they're doing 5 times my damage, and they can chunk through groups way faster. So that's why area of effect, having access to it in DDO is really important, because there was a time where there wasn't that many like direct groups of huge amounts of monsters, but pretty much every quest is designed where you fight big packs of groups of monsters. So it's more impactful than ever to have some amount of area of effect in your character, and so that's why during the leveling process, like especially more than anything else, it's good. I like that it's like this big saga about the cookie.
What were you doing here again? Oh, right. You remember that you've come to the house of
Also, absolutely fantastic voice acting in the opening of this quest.
When you touch the water in this fountain,
where she's like,
you were floating just above the
or yeah, she's like, you yawn, a slight fog in the corners of your vision. What were you doing here again? Oh, right. You remember. And then they like do the DM voice. It's great. Great storytelling. What do we get here? A cursed dagger? Oh god, there's so many things. Ooh, assassinate DCs. That one's pretty nice.
Yet that relief quickly turns to dread as you notice that something is wrong.
Smoke and mirrors. It's a scam to try and get you to the store, but they actually they just sold out.
Oh, you're awake already?
I don't believe it until I can see it. Yeah, like look at this room, right? If you're a single target character, you know what happens? You stand in this room, and then, boom, there's just all of a sudden like 6 monsters here. Maybe not as fun for some.
I suppose you won't just leave my subjects in the thralls of their sweet dream.
Glitch involved? I don't know.
Anymore. I am what you seek. I am the Eye of Dalquor. The magic I have used to lull these mortals to sleep has kept me fed for all
Can I shoot down there?
these years.
Doesn't look like it. Oh well.
You managed to defeat them? How exciting. Well then, come find me if you must. If
I don't know if I can
you're
shoot.
able
Oh yeah, I
to
can shoot
reach
these.
the
Alright, we're good.
Twilight Chapel, you might be able to save the monks. Or you might sink into eternal sleep.
Now we just come down here and we're all set.
You plunge down into a shaft filled with
Then
the
burn it down slowly,
monastery's
25%. The
support
cash comes
beams.
around the corner and hits one button and makes my
The
contribution
eyes
irrelevant.
of Orion voice
Exactly.
echo
And so that's why
loud.
having an amount of area of effect is good for pretty much everybody. As long as everybody has some access to it, even if it's not free, even if it's you have to go out of your way. So for example, a feat system, so something like we talked about like whirlwind attack. I think whirlwind attack works because you don't have to go into whirlwind attack. But if you want area of effect, it's a good way to get, it's obviously a great way to get area of effect is to use whirlwind attack. And it's fair because you have to make a sacrifice. You have to choose, do you want to have it on a character that doesn't otherwise get it? So for example, like Fist Monk, right? Fist Monk doesn't really have AoE, but you can get whirlwind attack, which then gives you that AoE.
To infiltrate the monastery and retrieve the eye.
Do we stack all the cleaves and just chain cleave? It also works, yeah. Just the only problem with that is that they only use your main hand. So yeah. Need more dual wield love. Yeah, if you could have a lot of those attacks actually incorporate your offhand weapon, that would be kind of cool. I don't know if that will ever get that, but that would be kind of neat. So you could just use like your offhand attack, or when you cleave or whatever, it would take both your main hand and your offhand. I wonder if that's possible. That'd be a sizable increase to a lot of characters, because that's how it works in like Lord of the Rings Online, where there'll be character classes that have main hand and offhand attacks, and depending on the attack, they either work with like both like the main hand weapon or just one of the two weapons. So for example, on Champion, one of the classes is a dual wielding class. Not all of the attacks work with both weapon types, and so or like they work, but like not every attack gives you an offhand weapon attack. And so when you decide whether you want to dual wield or two hand, you make the decision based on which attacks you tend to prefer using, and then you build that kind of into your rotation, as you know, because the game will tell you. But yeah, the game doesn't directly tell you that it only works with one, which is interesting. Don't we all love farming sans rares? Yeah. Come farm Chains of Flame. Percent of the damage from the offhand, it would help. Yeah, I would assume that they could probably just have it be like you hit with your main hand. Imagine if it's like +2 main hand, and or like +2 W main hand, +0 offhand, but you get to hit with the offhand or something like that. That'd be fun. They have to rework a lot of those attacks to factor in your offhand, and I don't know how they would do that, but no.
So far. If you ever hope to reach me,
Maybe single target? No, all of the top DPS builds, which by the way are 2-weapon fighting builds, don't run Dance of Death with Ranger. Because when you're talking about doing like top damage, you don't care about doing AoE, you just want to hit one thing as hard as possible. That's kind of the niche that they fit into. Like dual wielding's niche is that they get top damages at the cost of area of effect. Single weapon fighting is kind of a reasonable middle ground, and two-handed fighting gets really good burst damage because you get really wacky stuff you can do with adrenaline, as well as the AoE potential. That's the way you kind of break down the 3 different modes of melee combat. And then shield is just kind of somewhere in there. But you get the benefit of having a shield, which is absolutely massive.
For years, I have lulled these mortals to sleep.
Gotta love that.
Years during
what is this?
they believed they kept me
Dino Bone
awake,
Large Shield.
when in fact,
Curse
I
of the
had
Forest's
been the one
Embrace.
containing
I mean,
them.
sounds pretty good to me.
Calm illusion. And yet, you still wish to shake them awake? You've seen how happy they are now. It would be
AoE,
such
does
a
AoE bow come
shame
close to
to
Alk or
rip
Sorg in
them
damage?
away from their happiness, to pull them back into this world with all its
Ask him if he got lost.
chaos.
Okay, sounds good.
If that is truly what
Recharges
your
web
belief
gloves for
is,
level 3.
I will oblige.
Nice.
But if you believed these trifling illusions
I don't live
are
on a
my
street.
true strength, prepare to be disappointed. You are pushed back into your dream by a force too powerful to resist. When you rise, you hear the Eye of Dalquor's chilling voice. One last challenge, love.
Slam into the tutorial or skip the tutorial. Cannot hit Reapers even with Ghost of the Ethereal. Hit 100% of the time. Really? I did not know that. I don't know if I've ever used an Ember weapon to hit a Reaper, but that might be true. I don't know.
Slay the last illusion the Eye of Dalquor has crafted
Weird.
for you.
He's in
Then
the sewer
something
complex.
snaps in your mind.
He's crawling down the chimney.
Awake. As you blink
Yep.
awake,
People are lost all
Eye
over
of
the place.
Dalquor sighs.
I still need a lot of XP. I don't know if
I
Ravenloft
have
is
no
going to do
more
that.
tricks. Despite the challenges I have thrown at you, here you stand. I suppose my reign over this monastery has come to an end. Drained of power yet again. For the moment.
Google
at
gives 0
least.
results on it. Yeah, I have no idea. I've never experienced this bug before, so I can't confirm. I also don't have a weapon to test it. But it's not the craziest idea that something like that exists. Okay, do I need to do another quest?
Now that the Eye of Dalquor's magic has been disrupted, the monks will
try one
slowly
more.
begin to rise from their long, reluctant slumber.
Cookie guy? Yeah, maybe. Just coming in the house. Not playing magical, not a bug. Oh, yeah, that's not a bug. Yeah, because I'm like, yeah, because you need magical weapons. They have DR. Of course, yeah, they have DR that's speed by magic. Did you check your combat log as to what they're doing? Because like it's the same thing with gargoyles. You can't damage gargoyles. Well, you can, but you need a high enough bypass. Yo. What? In a puddle.
In a puddle.
Wow.
Because Catherine and Claire just got here and they're like, did you order anything? And I was like, yeah. And they're like, oh, it's like, or you just dropped it off.
Oh, it's not just in a puddle, it's also upside down.
Well, it's perfect.
I just felt that the tray is on the top. It's on the bottom. Perfect.
That's exactly what you want.
Alright, great. Thank you.
Can I see it?
Yes.
You
I have to do the delivery and then yeah. Okay, so we have it. We have the cookie. Apparently the driver put it in a puddle, so you can see the water seeping through the bag here, which is fantastic. And it's also upside down. So that's good. High quality delivery right there. That's what you pay for. Did they ask for shrimp? No, they put it in a puddle outside the house. They left it in a puddle of water. We have it. We have the material. No joke. Here it is. The foot-long cookie. It is a cookie that is a foot long. Look at that. It smells really good, too. It smells incredibly delicious. Also, I was given forks for the cookie. So they're compostable bamboo forks. But there we go. So Narasoth can confirm we have a real foot-long cookie. You can buy this if you want. And guess what? It was only in the puddle for a little bit, so it should be good. So, did it ring the doorbell? No, they put it into a puddle of water outside the house. If the doorbell went off, you'd hear it on the stream. So here we go. Grab a fork, grab a bit of cookie here. Oh yeah. That's a cookie. It came with a fork, dude. Look, that's all I can tell you. Wow. Look at this. This is the first thing I'm eating today, by the way. I didn't eat anything today because my stomach is still upset. So there we go. There's the cookie. I ate some of it. How would I describe this? It's like... It's not bad. But it's also not great. And oddly enough, it also doesn't entirely taste like what you would expect it to taste like. Like, you would expect it to kind of taste like the Subway cookie. And it doesn't taste like a Subway cookie either. It tastes like that, like, cafeteria cookie. I don't know if that makes any sense. Like, yeah. Is it good? I don't know. It's not bad. It's definitely not the best cookie I've ever had, for sure. Which makes sense, because it's a foot long. But yeah, it's alright. I will say this. I think this is going to get way worse when it gets cold. Because it's still warm right now. It's still, like, warm and gooey. But when this cools, I don't think this is going to be nearly as good. I think they might have put it, like, for an extra 5 minutes too long. Or, like, a couple minutes too long. In the cooker. But it's still warm. But yeah, with milk and cookie. Like, by the way, for the record, I'm rating this in terms of, like, a chocolate chip cookie. The fact that I'm sitting here just continuing to eat this cookie should be an indication that it's not bad. It's a cookie. But, yeah. So anyway, this is the Subway foot-long cookie. You can buy it at Subway. You don't have to. And it's fine. I would describe this as fine. So I would rate this. Honestly, it's like a solid 5 out of 10, but it's fun. And you can give this to your friends. It's a very middle-of-the-road chocolate chip cookie. That's how I would describe it. Yeah. Oh, I can't... Yeah, that's why. You can't take the whole thing out. You can't pick it up. It doesn't have the structural integrity to pick up. I tried to pick it up, and it started to crack right under my hand. I'm trying to pick this bad boy up. Yeah, you can't pick it up. It sticks to the bottom. It's not non-stick, so it just sticks right to the bottom. So if you try to grab it, it only grabs the outside and not the inside of it. True, you can put it on a sandwich. And glad I can help you, Pope on a Stick. Now, my roommate has a bunch of friends over, and she wanted me to show the cookie, so I'm going to be right back. I'm just going to show off the cookie real quick, just so they can see it, and they can get it if they want. So I'll return in just a second. Just I got to share the cookie. All right, I had to feed the cookies, or the cookie to my roommate and her friends. So there we go. So there's the cookie. I fed more of it, so it's missing more, and that's the cookie. So yeah, I'm just gonna get rid of this here. Fed them personally? No. I had them get a fork and then eat at the cookie. So they described it well. It's like a slight improvement over the Pillsbury cookie. Like, you know the Pillsbury cookie dough you can buy? It's a slight improvement over that. It's not that much better, but it's slightly better. Ah, okay. Look, it's reasonable. The more I eat of it, the less I want to eat of it. Which is, I guess, a part of the experience. But yeah, we can finish off the eyes. Right, so now we can do diplomatic impunity. So there you go. Now you know. The footlong cookie, is it good? It's fine, but it's fun. It's fun to bring to parties. Also, as I said, it literally doesn't at all taste like a Subway cookie. At all. Build review while I eat food, yeah. Like, it is so... It's 5 out of 10. That's the best way to describe it. It is a 5 out of 10 cookie. But it's fun. It's a fun novelty. We can show up at someone's house. No. Pizza cookie? I don't think I've ever had a Domino's pizza cookie. Or cookie pizza or whatever. No, please don't. Also, one of my roommate's friends pointed this out. It has a distinct banana flavor. It has a distinct banana flavor. Like, it gives you, like, a banana bread type of vibe. I don't know how to describe it, but it's got, like, there's, like, a banana flavor to it. It's very, like, that part I do like. I will say this. That's a good way to describe it. It's like the Pillsbury cookie dough you buy from, like, the store or whatever. But you don't have that bitterness that comes in the cookie dough. Where there's like there's this bitterness underneath it, but instead it's replaced by this subtle banana. So it's definitely like if the Pillsbury cookie dough that you buy at the store, I would rate that as like a 3 out of 10 in terms of like the overall value of the cookie. I think that this is a 5. It's a solid middle of the road. Would I buy this again? Like as a joke, yeah, I'd probably buy this again. But for myself, would I buy this? Probably not. I don't know. Oh god, I'm running backwards. Because of the sweeteners? It probably is because of the sweeteners. I don't know. I am not a doctor. I'm not a cookie expert. I'm just eating it. And like I said, I've eaten less than half of it, and I am feeling mildly sick. But that's not because of the cookie. That's because I literally have the stomach flu, and I've barely held it down for the past several days. So I might not hold this cookie down, but we'll see. Is it worth the money? I mean, I got it for free because it was sent to my house. You want to stream me throwing up? That's what you're saying? You want me to stream that? Yeah, I don't know if I want to do that. I actually have, I don't know if you can hear it, but I have like a ridiculous, I have a really sore throat from all of the time I've spent in the bathroom. So it's been an uphill battle. Let's just say that. It's been an uphill battle.
Be where the panthers make their den.
It's cheaper than a footlong, is it? Yeah, how much is the cookie? Does anybody actually know? Do you know the actual price? I have no idea how much this cost. 7 bones. It's $7 for this? Interesting. Honestly, for a novelty thing to bring somewhere, that's not too bad. Like, it's kind of funny. It's like, it's $7 to show up and, hey guys, guess what? I brought a cookie. I brought a footlong cookie. Wow. Like, when I do D&D next week, if I don't tell anybody, there's a chance, reasonable chance somebody might bring one. Because they see the commercial, and then they go, oh yeah. I'll just bring it for everybody. It'd be really funny. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's a definite banana flavor here.
Notice a bamboo bridge crossing the ravine.
I don't know how to describe it, but there's a definite banana flavor. Is anyone at the camp? Oh, Hitusti? I don't know if he's still there, but he should talk to Henrita if he's still there.
You must warn Henrita of the danger to Stormreach.
I mean, beer, true. Yeah, or just buy 2 Chips Ahoy. Yeah, is this better than Chips Ahoy? Honestly, this is better than Chips Ahoy for sure. The more I eat it, the more it's kind of growing on me. The flavor is not bad. But again, I think it's because it's warm. Yo, the new challenge mode in Guild Wars 2 has finally been taken out after 9+ days of progress. New challenge mode? Challenge mode of what? Or is that just what it's called? It's just called challenge mode. Yeah, the warmth accounts for a lot. It's still warm. Oh, god, I have a strike. And strikes are what they call raids, right? It's just a 1-room raid. God, these things have a lot of hit points, and I do not do a lot of damage. Alright, here we go. And now we can just wait. Oh, yeah. Oh, this guy's attacking me. What a jerk.
Another Droam scouting party has been destroyed. By now, there must be many parties of Droam soldiers spread throughout the jungle.
Alright. I'm just gonna keep eating this cookie while I wait. I should stop eating this. But I haven't eaten yet today. Because my stomach has been upset. So this is the only food I've eaten. Which is not good for me. But, whatever, man, it's working. Anyway, so yeah, there you go. You know, I'm going to append my vote. I'm going to say warm, it's like a 6 out of 10. I would say I would rate it probably out of 10, a 6 out of 10 now. Having eaten more of it and letting it given me more time. 6 out of 10 seems appropriate. It is slightly above average in terms of just general flavor. But it's just the weirdest thing. It doesn't taste at all like Subway cookie. Nothing. It doesn't taste at all like any of the Subway cookies. And I cannot shake the banana flavor. So drink water? Yeah, you got it.
From ahead, a rough voice barks out. Soldiers of Droam, stand down. The war captain wishes to parley with the intruders.
Parley. Yeah, this is a product. You can buy this with money. Again, I can't say you guys should go buy it because you shouldn't. Wrong button. But like honestly, it was alright. So the white chip macadamia nut is something that I know a lot of people really enjoy. I've never been the biggest fan of that cookie. Not saying that it's necessarily bad. It's just not my favorite. Oh, we didn't travel to the entrance because we were all waiting there. Oh, shoot. So we have to go to the door. So it's marked on the map. We have like a little blue marker. Oh, crap. Ah, crap. We're locked in. It's okay. Zulkin can save us. We didn't walk to the door, so we didn't complete the quest. And we're locked in. Mikhail? I can't summon Mikhail here. It's okay. We have a, we got Zulkin here. He's saving the day. So we're good. We just gotta be patient. Yeah, there you go. Subway cookie. Footlong. I can't eat this anymore. I gotta put this over here. Oh, I'm already nauseous. That was not a good idea. It's fine. Everything is fine. Life is good. Don't think about it. Detour. So we can go through here. Just so I can help out. Oh my god. That's rough. I'm doing great, Float. How are you doing? Have you ever had the footlong cookie from Subway? It's like a footlong sandwich, but it's actually a cookie. That's how I'm currently doing. I'm doing okay. Holy moly. Anyway, they do exist. You can buy it. Oh yeah, it tells me on here. $7.06. Oh, it even says delivery instructions. Ring doorbell, ask for shrimp. So when the delivery instructions on the receipt said ring doorbell, ask for shrimp, the delivery person instead didn't ring the doorbell or ask for shrimp, but did leave the bag in a puddle of water. Classic. Cookies, sandwich it up. Honestly, the cookie is now making me really nauseous. Oh, man. Sorry, if I stop talking, it's because I'm just thinking about my stomach and my internal organs. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. That's all it takes. Oh, God. But at what cost? I don't know. It's hard to calculate these things, you know? Let me in! Let us in! Nice. Enemy at the gates! Enemy at the gates! Nice, I'm just gonna murder all the Minotaurs. Murder tours!
To see what's going on.
I feel like Split Shot should not have the VFX that it does, or like doesn't AoE attack, or like it's like got this explosion. Like, listen to this. That's Scatter Shot, and it should not have that direct sound effect. So I love the dissonant horns in this quest. Sweet beverage would be poggers with footlong cookie. Honestly, a hot cup of hot chocolate or something, or like some tea would be really nice. Cookie here. Oh god, don't worry. I'm gonna be having a conversation with that cookie soon. I'll see it again. Was got nerfed to Kepka's Hunt's End, but how's the AoE? Are you sure about that, Float? Are you sure about that? Because I've been talking to some people that are playing ranged characters, and they seem to be doing just fine without Hunt's End.
Acceptable, says the Minotaur chieftain. But there will not be enough to hire my people as
Oh, Haunt do, of course.
War is expensive.
But the AoE feels very good.
You misunderstand.
I have not really complained that much about how my character feels to play, because I don't have a whole lot to complain about, because the fact that my character can just like constantly blast out AoE attacks makes it a lot more satisfying.
Intruders, slay them all. Hurum, Thorngak, the Medusa ambassador.
But yeah, so this character is going to be 15 Ranger, 3 Paladin, 2 Rogue. I went with Paladin because I wanted to have more area of effect attacks. Oh god. And so I wanted to get access to, well, 3 of them, really. So I have Scatter Shot, I have Exalted Shot, and then I have Elemental Inferno. And all 3 of those gives me 3 attacks while leveling. And then when I get into Epics, because I have Paladin, I can use the Knight of the Chalice Slayer of Evil Imbue instead of the regular Arcane Archer Imbue, which will end up giving me more damage in the endgame in general. And I can also probably drop Exalted Shot and just take whatever the AoE Epic Strike is that I want to use instead, which will be pretty nice. Additionally, the Rogue, the reason I went 3 Paladin is it gives me better saving throws as well as immunity to fear and disease, which is very convenient. So yeah. So generally, it's gonna be good. I'm very excited about this character. It's really fun to play so far, and I've had no struggle while leveling, especially because the AoE just feels good. The one hard part about it is every time you cast Elemental Inferno, it doesn't cost nothing. It costs 6 spell points, and I am a ranger. So if I was a first life character, I would be much more strict about the mana costs. But because I have lots of past lives that don't even think about it, I just like press the button and they go. So yeah. This is pretty cool. They made Exalted Smite ranged AoE. They did, yeah, so it's pretty cool. News, and I plan on keeping the difficulty for the 1% and make a 3rd difficulty. A lot of people are happy about it. Yeah, honestly, I don't see why they can't have, like, if they already have, like, ultra difficulty, instead of toning it down, having an extra difficulty is a good idea. Forums say yours was destroyed and the game is now completely useless. We should all get a refund for every dime we spent on the game for the last 18 years. Honestly, we should get that. That'd be kind of good.
Audience chamber is strange.
I could go for a full refund on everything I paid for the entire year. As long as I get to keep playing, that sounds good. So spicy Dragon Lord builds, the answer to that question is yes. I'm just going to be doing that after this. So this character, once this is done, we're going to be moving on to Dragon Lord, and then I'll have some build for you.
You have found the archives. A nervous woman crouches behind a table at the end of the hall.
Yeah, because it's a good idea. Just giving people more options, so if somebody wants to play the hard mode, they can play the hard mode. If somebody doesn't want to play the hard mode, they don't play the hard mode, is great. Oh god. Oh god. Sorry, I'm very distracted right now. I am extremely nauseous from eating this. Oh my god. Okay. Keep it together. Yeah, bow build, very fun. Very, very fun. The Exalted Smite and the AoE range attacks just feel pretty good. Again, you're still, as a bow character, you're still beholden to critical hits. So when I get a critical hit, I one-shot something, and if I don't get a critical hit, I just slowly chip away, and it doesn't feel quite as good. So you're still kind of heavily reliant on critical hits a lot, as the nature of ranged characters tends to be. But I could mitigate that if I spent more points in getting more imbue dice in the leveling process, as opposed to going directly into Horizon Walker sooner, which is what I did end up doing. Maybe Puddle Cookie was not ideal. Look, we all have to make sacrifices for science and for the future, okay? I made my sacrifice. What have you sacrificed lately? God damn it. I'm still rating the cookie a 6. I don't think it's the cookie's fault. I think it's the fact that I have a flu. Okay. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. Just like, pretend it's like Helldivers. And somebody says, oh, there's a Bile Titan. Don't think about it. You're fine. Everything is good. How are you guys doing? Is everybody doing good? Hot Dew cures all, I wish. Ah. Oh, it's working again.
Cookie.
The text-to-speech wasn't working, so I was going to say, ha, you got bamboozled.
Cookie.
Yep. Yep, basically.
Cookie.
Sunny D would work, yeah. Send you another cookie tomorrow? Please no. Please no. Can I get my message redone? No, it literally doesn't have it. Like, you have to understand, on my end of things, the messages didn't show up. Like, they never went into Streamlabs. It just, like, just didn't go. I can read it, though. Manservant says, I beg your pardon, but the party is upstairs. There's nothing but work in the cellar. I can say that to you, but I can't replay it through the text-to-speech robot, because the text-to-speech robot says no.
You have freed all of the coin lords from the Medusa's curse.
It's fine. Anyway, Bo feels great. What song? I'm actually not listening to music today. Because I'm sick and nauseous, I find that too much stimuli is actually too much. So I actually can't hear the game right now. Because the game is kind of loud. It's just too much. It makes me feel sick. So I haven't been playing with any of the sounds. I only have the text-to-speech coming through. Guardian named items keep? I do not. The main reason is because I'm a sociopath and I delete everything. So, like, there are people out there that hoard items and have probably good ideas about that. The problem is I just don't do that. You put text overlay on game? I don't know what that means. Trashbot. I don't know how to help you. You feel better soon? Thank you. Yeah, I've just had, like, this, like, stomach flu for the past several days, and it's brutal. Don't get it. I had, I just heard from many people, they're like, yeah, there's, like, a pretty bad stomach flu, like, going around, you know? And I was like, oh, yeah, stomach flu going pretty bad? Well, that sounds bad. And then it hit me. Like a truck. Like a truck. But I don't know what you mean by text overlay on video game. Yeah, so I don't directly have a guide for new players about how to, or what items they should be keeping or not keeping. And again, the main reason is just that I delete a lot of stuff. Like, if I have space for it, I'll save it. And if I think I need it, I'll use it. And then if I don't use it in 2 past lives, I delete it. So, like, it's kind of hard to make the decision about what you should or should not be keeping. But basically, if you look at an item and it looks cool and you can understand what it does and you think you should use it, then keep it. If you look at an item and you either don't entirely understand what it does or you're not entirely sure how to use it, then get rid of it. Everything in DDO is replaceable. And my gems after coming back? Yeah.
Hestis the Medusa stands
Yeah, long COVID
before
kicked
you.
my ass.
She seems unconcerned on the surface.
I had like brain fog for like a year. Honestly, I don't even think the brain fog is gone. I think I still have the long COVID brain fog. And I got pericarditis. Which is a heart condition. Very cool. It's very cool. Some things can't be replaced once the game updates. Well, if you're a new player, it doesn't matter. Like, if you're a new player, you don't even know what you would have deleted, so it doesn't matter.
The Medusa falls.
Right? Like we're not talking about every item in the game can be replaced. Like that, I never made that argument. But if you're a new player, then it doesn't matter because you wouldn't know the difference. Also, in most cases, the old versions of items are worse than the new versions anyway. Like there's like the Temple of Elemental Evil items, like for example, the old ones that you can't get the new ones of, or you can't get the old ones, you can only get the new ones. But like the old Temple of Elemental Evil items are generally worse than most of the things that are around. And even in the situations where they could circumstantially be better, you wouldn't know what you're missing anyway, even if you deleted it, because it's just gone. So, who cares? A lot of times, especially old items, are items that have yet to be updated to a more modern standard. So, yeah. But generally, if you're not sure what you should do with an item, you can, for the most cases, just delete it and you can just get it again later in the future. Some are easier to get than others, but yeah, it's going to be a good thing. You have a lot of flexibility. I wouldn't stress about trying to retain or keep everything. Now, the harder part obviously is storage space. So you only have so many bank spaces, and you might or may not have like a shared bank space where you can hold stuff. So like, as an example of something you may want to keep, so like I got this item. It's called the Ring of Winter's Chill. It comes from the Feywild. I kept this ring personally because it has ice spell power and force spell power, and it's for level 5. I like playing ice characters, like to use ice magic, and force characters that use force magic. I like both of those things, and this has both of these things on it. And it's for level 5, so it's pretty convenient. So I kept this because I think, I know in the future I'm probably going to play a character that uses those things, because conceptually, I just like the idea of playing an ice wizard or an ice sorcerer or something like that. Like, to me, I find that interesting. So I'm going to continue to enjoy using that into the future. So again, it all depends on like if you think you're going to use it. So like, here are all items. I can actually, if it helps, I can explain to you why I kept them. I kept the Lotus Mail because it's just a pretty strong light armor. And then this is the only light armor I have in this area. I just don't have any other low-level light armors. This is the only one I kept because it's pretty good. It gives fortification, prevents critical hits, gives healing amplification, so I get more healing, reflex saves, and dodge. It just sounds good, so I kept it. I kept the Cold Iron Bracers because it gives you health and it gives you ethereal, which lets you hit like ghosts and stuff, which I play a lot of Reaper mode, so that's really good for me. Health and that. I kept the Steel Weave Shin Guards because they give movement speed at level 6. That's great. Movement speed feels really good, so I kept these. Also, they have electric or whatever. Leather Gloves of the Snake gives all the trapping skills, and that's really convenient. So I'm like, oh, I'm just going to keep one of these. So like, I don't have an item from level 1 to level 10 that has, or I guess level 9, that has all the trapping skills. I only have this one item. I don't care about getting others for like appropriate levels because this one is good enough. This belt gives a bunch of armor. So I kept it because it gives me rough hide, which is armor, and natural armor, which is armor. So I just kept it because it's got a lot of armor. This cloak gives a lot of dex, and it's for level 5. So I kept it because that's a lot of dex for level 5. This item is you get it from the desert, and it's got like just a bunch of stats. Seeker, Deception, Accuracy, Deadly are literally all of the combat stats. So I just kept it because it's one item that has all the combat stats. So I can just always use it. So like effectively, you want to look for things that are stat dense with things that you want. So you like, again, you know what all the stats do. Like imagine you get the Bloodstone and you don't even know what these do. You can always read them and be like, oh, deadly. Competence bonus to weapon damage. +5 weapon damage sounds kind of good. Competence bonus to attack rolls. Well, I have to roll to attack, so that's kind of good. Deception. Enhancement bonus to hit and damage for sneak attacks. A lot of people don't know how sneak attack works, but that's very good. And Seeker, damage to critical hits. That's kind of good. So if you're like hitting people with weapon and you go wah 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 wah, it's very obvious that this item does a lot of things that you want. So again, it's gonna be dependent on that. So that's kind of how you make the decision about what you want to keep or what you don't want to keep. So like here we go. Mayanya's Fists. Strength, Intimidate, Physical Sheltering, Fortitude. What does this do? It gives me Strength. Do I need a Strength item for level 11? Maybe. I don't know. Intimidate 13. Do I need an Intimidate item? Most of the time, no. Intimidate is pretty good for if you're like playing a tank character, and I don't really play tank characters, so I don't care. Physical Sheltering 15. That's not bad, but there's usually other items around that have Physical Sheltering, and I know personally I have other items that already have that. And then Fortitude 6. Most characters that I play have high Constitution scores, so my Fortitude saves are always really good. So I look at this item and I say, well, it's basically, I'm looking like maybe it's Strength 6 gloves. And so do I need an extra pair of Strength 6 gloves? The answer is yes. I put it away and I keep it. If the answer is no, I do this and I destroy it and now it's gone forever. And if I want to get a new one, I'll just go do that quest and go get it. Anyway, I'm going to level up. Oh,
Hey Strim,
Yo.
I accidentally robbed a bank and drove over my headphones as
Oh, no.
while you were explaining why you kept your gear. Can you explain it again? Thanks, I appreciate it. Okay.
Okay, so I can explain it again, yeah. What do I want here? Monstrous Humanoid, Fae, Evil Outsider. I have Evil Outsider. Undead. I might take Undead. So I think I'm going to go with Plant, because I hate plants. And now I get Shot on the Run. Yeah, Shot on the Run. +6 range power.
The city of Stormreach is abuzz with the news that a ship has arrived to ferry passengers.
There's something you don't want to throw away. I'm not sure because I've never seen one. Yeah, you don't want to throw away the Black Blade of Jack Jibbers. But again, if you're new and then you find an item called the Black Blade of Jack Jibbers, and then you read the effect, resurrects you from the dead, and you're like, I don't know if I need that.
Feed everything else to gems. Oh, and something about Isle of Dreadbone weapons.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Feed everything else to gems. It's perfect way to think about it. I don't need saves versus fear. +1 to hit on all attacks, +1 imbue dice. I don't know where to spend the points. Okay, so I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I am having so much fun with this bow character. It's so cool. It does a lot of damage. It's fast. It's got AoE. It's really, really good. Also, H46 Aviator, welcome back to the stream team. But I have had bad stomach flu over the past several days, and I barely been able to keep any food down. And then I got the chance to eat the footlong cookie from Subway, and it has made me extremely nauseous. I am very nauseous right now. So I think I'm going to take a break. I'm going to get off of the live stream and go sit in the dark and wait for this to be over. So thank you for joining me today.
Hey Strim,
we're going to be
the footlong cookie the long way.
Yeah, I ate it the long way. We're going to be back tomorrow with some more Primo content. I'm very excited for you guys to talk more about ranged characters. I might just publish ahead of time my written versions of the Dragon Lord ahead of time because people keep asking. So I might publish them with the like warning, these could be laden with errors, but this is what I'm planning to do. Play at your own risk sort of deal. And hopefully people enjoy them. I have the towers of spinning characters here. It's very beautiful to see. But yeah, so anyway, I'm nauseous. I'm gonna go. Cookie is tasty. So I don't know if it's the flu or if it's the cookie that's making me throw up. I don't even know if I'm gonna throw up, but I feel really nauseous. I need to stop.
Good stream. Sad I missed girthy cookie.
Jesus Christ, that's a lot of bits, dude. That's 5,000 bits. Oh, it's okay. There's a clip. There's clips of the girthy cookie. We'll talk about it later. That's a lot of bits. Thank you, Horse, and everybody else for tuning in and watching. You're all magical, by the way. Thank you for tuning in. You know, I get the flu and I panic. I'm like, no one's gonna watch my content anymore, and people will watch the content. I just need to stop throwing up. Oh God, don't get the flu. Please don't get the flu. Oh my God. Especially this year. You know, in other years, it's like you just lay in bed and you're whatever, but this stomach flu is brutal. Oh my God, the past few days have been horrible. It's fine. Said, you can't tell me what to do. You're not my dad.